I remember being in a space with someone that said they had never voted before. And so this experience, beyond the outcome, whatever it may be, would be a story to tell. In 2023, I voted. This is what it was like. I had to walk this distance, get to my polling unit. The accreditation system or process was like this. And eventually, we pulled off what needed to be pulled off. My polling unit is an hour's walk away from my house, and I really want to vote. But my family members are discouraging me that it's not safe out there. What should I do? Well, my dear. As my very good friend would like to put it, if you are loyal to your future, you would pay the price for that picture. Now, why do your family members feel that it's not safe out there? And I'm not saying it's not a valid concern. I'm not saying that history is not on their side when it comes to safety with elections, but we are doing our best. And when I say we, I mean Nigerians, to ensure that this particular election works out for the best interest of everyone. Now, this does not mean that you should ignore safety precautions or protocols. While there might be fears and concerns about things that might erupt, you should also keep yourself safe. If you can make it to your polling unit, my advice would be to do it and vote. That's the answer to what should I do. That's what I think you should do. But it's always up to you. All right. 080-903-06416. Are you ready for the elections? Have you located your polling unit? Are you armed with your PVC? And would you be using it today? Remember, this is important. If you are not voting, you have no business around a polling unit. This is very important. I know that you want to go and observe. You want to look. You want to see. Please stay back home. There are security agents that will be stationed at every polling unit. You don't want to be the person who, when asked, what are you doing here? You don't have an answer. So help us make this process work for all of us. All right? Okay, somebody is sharing a concern about what he believes the politicians will do today to disrupt the process. Well, INEC has told us that they have it covered. So let's look, learn, and listen. I mean, there'll be lots of observations today. So let's see whether or not what you've said will play out. Oracle, my PVC has been by my side of my pillow since last night, about to shower to go and vote for my future and the future of my children. I'm tired of what we are going through as a nation. CH from Oyibo. Okay. Well, CH, I'm glad that this is how you feel and you intend to do something about it. But I need to say this very clearly. Irrespective of how good or bad governance is, there would be people who will be dissatisfied. I'm not saying that you don't have it as badly or better. I'm just saying that it doesn't matter who the president is. There will be someone somewhere that will believe that because they are not bringing rice and chicken to their doorstep, this government is not a good government. So have that in mind. But I get you. I'm glad that you want to do something about that future of yours that is so important. Today, election is the one that will restore Nigeria to its normal status. I'd like to know, what exactly does this normalcy feel like? Please tell me, what exactly does normal status sound and look like? 080-903-06416. Thank you for sending your messages. They are pouring in like rain. I'm taking them. All right. Good morning. Rumapara has 1 and 2. It's quite confusing. How do I interpret the Google directions given? Because all the stops and landmarks spotted are not clear to me. It's going to be difficult for me from this position to answer that question. But now, while I'm saying you should go on the INEC website and follow directions to locate your polling unit, I think that as a serious Nigerian who really wants to vote, locating your polling unit today kind of feels, I mean, come on. You should have done that like days ago, you know? But hey, I get it. There's always the excuse of, I've been busy. It's not really had time. Well, you would have to ask other people. I don't know. You really have to. We will try to reach out to those in position to give accurate answers to that question. But if this is the first time that you are attempting to locate your polling unit, I really do hope that you find it. But a lot of people have done that way before now to avoid the firefighter approach. Oh, yes. Well, countdown is 40 minutes to the kickoff of elections. Am I excited? Oh, yes, I am. I'm desperately excited. I cannot wait because we have waited for this day for longer than this day knows. It has no idea what Nigerians have in store for it. You know how they say the anticipation of death is worse than death itself? Yes, indeed. The anticipation for this day has been bigger than what the day holds. Actually locate your polling unit, it can happen via SMS. I gave you the website option. But INEC says you can get it via SMS. Kindly text the name of your state, last name, and the last 6 digits of your VIN. That's your voter identification number. I'm going to take these numbers as slowly as I need to. 090 628 30860. I'll take that again. 090 628 30860. Now this is from INEC. Or 090 628 30861. That's 090 628 30861 to get your polling unit name. So that's what INEC has said, that if you'd like to get the name, that is where you need to send your message. Remember, what you're sending is the name of your state, your last name, and the last 6 digits of your voter identification number. That's your VIN. Right? Okay. And of course, through the INEC website, which is www.voters.inecnigeria.org or cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS to get your polling. And hopefully you should be able to take it from there. Good morning, Sam. My name is Darlington. This is my first time voting and I'm anxious about it. Ready to vote today. I just ate Gary and my PVC is intact. My polling unit is 3 minutes walk from my house, just my backyard. I'm loving that. I'm loving that it's that close. I remember somebody complaining about, that's why I was asking Carl the question earlier, knowing what the closest unit to your residence is. There's a lady who, had registered and gotten a polling unit only to realize, well, she just discovered that just in front of her compound, the street, when she walks out, it's a polling unit. Unfortunately, she didn't choose that one and she wished she had. Now, the problem is she didn't know what it was called. And she felt really bad because she had to walk a longer distance. You know what it is? It is a price to pay, and I believe it is worth paying. For those that are eating Gary, well, being Nigerian, I can understand why swallow might be the preferred choice. Are you saying that rice, noodles, something light? Well, if you have to walk that distance, maybe I can understand why you would need to take something like that. All right, general election after casting my vote. Oh, sorry, that's not the first one. Election is a good opportunity for us to choose who would lead us and represent us. I pray for the success of our elections. It's not a do or die affair. Ezekiel Isaiah. Oh, this came yesterday. And Ezekiel goes on to say, the general election, after casting my vote, this general election rather, I will stay back and watch the counting. No more government magic. Ezekiel Isaiah. Yes, you're allowed to, if you're voted, a few meters away, just stay and observe. I'm sure there will be some directive given by the agents on ground, the security agents, that is. But not too close to cause a problem. But the good thing is, this particular election, which is what INEC is promising, with the introduction of beavers for accreditation and a bit of transmission. It's supposed to take lesser time with the handling of a particular voter as opposed to other elections where, we had just a smart card reader. So yeah, that works as well. Good morning. My polling unit is an hour, 20-minute walk. I'm on my way there. Benjamin, people are moving. People are on their way. Wahoo, wahoo. Okay. Are you on your way as well? Good morning. I'm a first-time voter and I'm all set to go out. Belema from PH. Thank you very much, Belema. That is the spirit. Counting down 34 minutes to the kickoff of elections. Good morning, Sam. Well, ready for the election today, and Nigeria will have a voice today. My unit is a stone throw from my house. Ifeanyi from Boba. Well, Ifeanyi, it's important to note that it depends on who is throwing the stone. I feel like one of the most prolific stone throwers would be David from the Bible, whose stone went far and high enough to kill Goliath. So if it's David that's throwing that stone, it just might land in Bielsa. But if it's you and I, mere mortals, without as much strength, it just might land, as Nigerians would say, 1 or 2 poles away. But I'm glad that it's that close to your house. Ifeanyi, thank you very much. I'm happy to witness today of all days. May God make it easy for us. Well, I'm hoping as well. But we'll have to try and make it easy for ourselves as well. Because we will need to give God permission to function on the earthly realm, if you know what I mean. All right. I'm seeing a message here. I'm trying to process it before I take it. Hello, this is Nigeria Info. I'm asking to know if one can use a clear picture of their PVC where one is far from it. My dear. My dear. You see, you need your PVC for the accreditation. When you get there, and we're going to have that conversation, I think our first focus would be on the functionality of the PVC. When you get to your polling unit, your PVC will be required to slot into the BVAS. Right? It's first going to tell INEC, of course the officials representing INEC, that the card that you have is authentic and it was given by the commission. So you need it. It's not, you definitely need it. Because if you're going with a printout or something that shows, what you're trying to tell us is you are a registered voter. But the accreditation has come with your PVC to the polling unit in mind. As a matter of fact, it's like what a gun is to a soldier. So going to the one saying, I don't really carry my gun, but here is a picture of me and my gun the last time we were together to show that I know how to handle a gun. I say, well, we're happy for you and your skills. But on the war front, you have to shoot it. So you definitely need your PVC. But I'm glad these questions are coming in because I'm going to throw these questions in the direction of people who can speak better English and have a better understanding than I do. A bicycle is a vehicle with 2 wheels and a saddle. Lucky from Port Harcourt says, thank you, Lucky. You seem to have ridden a bicycle. You know how it works. I remember asking my parents to get me a bicycle when I was a child. My father said, if I take first, I'm still waiting, Daddy. I'm still waiting. But the good thing is I have a bicycle with 4 wheels, so I can pass. Good morning, Nigerian Info. I'm Raymond from Rukboko. Nigerians are ready to take back our country today. Take it back from who? Who took it from you? I'm really happy to be alive to witness the day Nigeria becomes ours again. Let's do this together. Come on, Nigerians. Well, I like this. I think you should, Raymond, be a hype man. I'm more like the guy who, I can't remember what they're called, you try to cheer on your team. Come on, Gunners. Come on, Man City. No, Man City doesn't enter. I think we'll leave it at Gunners, considering that they're at the top of the table now. Good morning. It was hell yesterday trying to locate my polling unit here in Obiakpo. And my polling unit is about 27 minutes away from my house. I'm optimistic to vote. I'm about to go out and continue the search. Oh, you're still searching. Michael from Rukboko Roundabout. Thank you very much, Michael. That is the attitude. Many more messages on WhatsApp, which I'll be taking. The question is, are you ready? Are you armed with your PVC? Have you located your polling unit? And are you on the way? Some have started the walk. They are moving. It's a 25-minute walk, a 10-minute walk, a 3-minute walk, or like someone put it, a stone throw. Wherever it is, if you've located it, you should start moving. Stay with us. on 92.3 Nigeria Info. The hashtag connected to this is NI Mandate 23. Now, we have an obligation, we have a job, a duty, a mandate to keep you posted and updated with the actions and reactions of the election around the country. We'll be taking the sights and the sounds, thanks to social media, sight is a part of it now, from our correspondents on the field in every single part of the country. So consider yourself a monitoring agent as well, because Nigerian Info will give you an immersive view, oh yes indeed, of the elections. Now I'm asking, are you ready for the elections today? Are you armed with your PVC? Are you locked and loaded? Are you on the move? Call me, no. Send me a message, 080-903-06416. That is for the WhatsApp, Telegram, and SMS portals. You can also drop messages on Facebook and Twitter. We are live. That means you can watch as you listen. And I'm more than willing to take your messages. Counting down. It is, where is that clock? 22 minutes and 37 seconds to the kickoff of the elections. I cannot wait. Oh, yes. I'm expectant. All right. Still taking your messages. Good morning, Sam. Please explain the restrictions on vehicular movement. I'm already on my bicycle. My brother. Well, I will just give you what the police gave all of us. All of us, not just me. And what is that? It is that vehicles should not move. Oh my, where is that? Okay, I'm going to try to get it so I can read it once again. But there is a restriction of vehicular movement. So the question is your bicycle a vehicle? By the standards of common sense and English language, I have a strong feeling the answer is yes. It has wheels, it has a saddle, it has a rider. And you can take it from point A to point B, even though you might not need to pay for it. We're looking at a situation where your polling unit is at a walking distance. The only vehicle that is required should be your feet. Oh, yes, indeed. That is what we need. So, for bicycle, I would say, please, you should be able to walk to that place. Okay. Oracle, I want to vote. I really want to vote, but I have no means to reach my polling unit. I'm planning to walk. Okay. Well, that's a means, my dear. That is the required means. As a matter of fact, it is the verified and certified means. Believe me, you look out your window, you see other people using that same means. So you can get there. Good morning, Sam. I am fully ready. I located my polling units a long time ago. I'm with my PVC at the moment, and I'm trekking down to the place. I hope never to forget in my life, as I pray my action today will transform Nigeria for good. Don't matter. That I love that you're praying, but more importantly, I love that you are taking action, because that usually works well with prayers. Please, can I carry a backpack containing my water, snacks, power bank, and my phone, since I cannot ride my bicycle? Kalora, that question is for you. It is for you. Backpack containing phone, power bank, snacks.
Well, you can carry your snacks. There's no law against carrying your snacks and whatever, but of course nobody should carry any dangerous weapon to a polling unit. Nobody is expected to be there to cause any trouble.
All right, so Carl is the election police, so from time to time we discussion to him. So yes,
I'm not an INEC official.
You can have your backpack with all of that. So you definitely need it. Now that I'm thinking about it, should I also have brought my own snacks? Okay. Good morning. I slept at my polling unit yesterday. My brother, my sister. You didn't give me your name, but you have taken it to the next level. I've seen people sleep outside the store that was supposed to release a new iPhone. I've seen people sleep at banks with the cash issue. I have also seen people sleep. And this was crazy. When J.K. Rowling was giving us new Harry Potter books, people were sleeping at the front of the bookstore just to get the book. So for you to sleep at your polling unit so you can go home, yes, you've taken it to the next level. All right, I'll be having conversations with my guests who I will introduce shortly, we are about to start our first conversation. But remember that at intervals, we'll be reaching out to our correspondents. Oh, yes, indeed. I know my polling unit. It's a primary school in front of where I stay. About being ready, I've been ready since February 14, 2021. Since Valentine's Day last year. It says when the ASUU strike commenced, I see. I never wish to witness another ASUU strike for the remaining time I have to stay in school. Daniel from Ibuluya in Okrika. All right, keep those messages coming in. I'll be taking them. It's time for us to have a conversation. Stay with me. Of Nigerians making headlines on every major media outlet. Controversy, opinions, convictions, allegations, projections, all connected to this epoch-making event. The fixation of your mind and obsession of your soul is finally here. Welcome to the 2023 elections. Nigeria Info brings coverage of the elections. Our correspondents filling us in with the sights and sounds from different parts of the country. My name is Sam Oracle Chinedu. Welcome to Mandate 2023. The continent's largest democracy looks to select a new president. That process is extremely important. My guest is Dr. Sonny Mbazie. He's a senior lecturer in political communication, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University of Port Harcourt. Good morning, Dr. Mbazie.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for joining us. And also, another wonderful guest who I've not seen in quite some time, Barrister Young Ayotamino, State Director, National Orientation Agency, River State. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing, sir?
Very well.
Okay, I want to ask how prepared are you, but by the look of things,
waiting for your unfinished
you are you are very prepared for the election. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Everyone and their mothers are talking about this event. It looks to shape everything we know about Nigeria. Well, you're definitely both prepared, but let's start from the very beginning to what the voter should have and should know. Now, something that has been introduced in this particular election is BVAS. We've done as much as we can to explain to people what it is and how it works. But let's talk about BVAS for a bit. It was deployed for accreditation of voters. There's a part of it that is able to upload the results. But I'll start with you, Dr. Mbazie. What should the voter know about BVAS? What difference does it bring to this election?
Okay. I want to say that previously we had a smart card reader. And smart card reader has capacity to provide information about the voter. Not only that, it can also recognize the thumbprint. But it had a problem. The problem the smart reader had was the problem of it was very slow.
Okay.
The battery could run down easily.
All right.
And it was indigenous. It came from is it Luake or whatever. I think one of the computer guru in Nigeria that came with the programming. Then now we have BVAS, and if you look at the BVAS, it does three things. Number one, it's able to provide. It can read the card.
Okay.
It can provide information about the voter. That's number one. Number two, it will identify fingerprint and facial recognition. That facial recognition. So it's not possible for you because you cannot go from another place to another polling unit and accredit it.
Yeah.
No, it will recognize their face. Then it has another thing very important. It has capacity to look at the results, have a Photoshop of the result, and send it to INEC results portal for view of the members of the public. So with it, rigging the election becomes very difficult. I'm not saying it's foolproof, but it becomes very difficult. And that's the advantage we have, having BVAS.
I understand like its predecessor, the smart card reader, BVAS can also read fingerprints.
You can read, yes. That one can read because you need to place it there. But the problem we had was it would take a long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
The process.
But the process is very, very fast under BVAS. And BVAS added something new.
Okay.
Facial recognition.
All right.
And posting of the results to the portal.
Interesting. Now, battery was a problem with the smart card reader, as you said earlier. Okay. This battery problem, has it been sorted out with BVAS?
Yes. BVAS, from the update, is stronger. The battery could last longer.
Okay.
Other than that, from what I heard from INEC and some of the things, information we had, INEC has a technical group that will be around to charge the battery, repair 40 BVAS. I think it's better off.
Interesting.
That's the enthusiasm many Nigerians have now because of the BVAS.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Barrister Ayetamuno?
Yes, sir.
BVAS.
Yeah, just like he mentioned, one thing that was key was the fact that the smart card reader had its own limitations. One limitation was the fact that it was a unimodal system of accreditation.
Yeah.
Where, like he mentioned, that people were limited to the fingerprints as a means of identity. And that actually threw up its own challenges. One of the challenges it threw up is that in some areas where it was actually difficult to accredit such persons, it could be that their fingerprints couldn't be recognized by the smart card reader.
Yeah.
People were now forced, that's the personnel, the ad hoc personnel, we are now forced to use incidence forms to accredit such persons. And with the BVAS now, which has a multiple, at least a bimodal accreditation verification system, we are outside the fingerprints. There are also some facial features of recognizing the person. So with that now, we have done away with the issue of incidence forms. So for this election, we are not going to have incidence forms coming in, no matter the pressure from wherever it may come. But that is a thing of the past.
I already have questions connected to that, which I'm sure you would answer shortly. And just imagining, you already know what the question would be. But let's go back to what INEC has promised. The BVAS shows the number of registered and accredited voters of a particular polling unit.
Yes.
So that means that you cannot show up at a polling unit that is not yours because you won't be able to vote. Now, does this mean that every polling unit has its own dedicated BVAS? Or is the BVAS configured? For example, let's say Nigerian Info Studio is a polling unit. Does it mean that INEC has a BVAS device that must be used at this polling unit? or it can come with any BVAS, but it should be configured for this polling unit. I don't know if you get the question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the BVAS is configured to a particular polling unit.
Okay.
It's not something that, if not, they would have been stealing it. If it's something that you can take to any other unit, you manipulate it. No, it's configured specifically for a particular polling unit.
So that means that if an INEC official, I'm hoping this doesn't happen,
Okay,
mistakenly takes the wrong BVAS or does not take the right BVAS to the polling unit, he has invalidated the process for a lot of people.
what they will do an adjustment. The possibility would be that if, for instance, the presiding officer ought to be there early, and they're supposed to check the readiness of the machine,
Or the device, yeah.
and the device is not working, they report, so they can get the appropriate one. I think that's not a problem. Yes.
All right. So we're glad that this is what INEC has put together. We'll be speaking with one of our correspondents shortly. Elections begin at 8:30. I'll call him shortly. That's 7 minutes away from now. So, is it impossible for BVAS to fail? See, the reason why I ask this is we're using facial recognition and fingerprint. We already know the problems connected to finger. Even without the smart card readers, normally, devices that pick fingerprints have their issues. But I've seen a lady, the photo on her PVC shows her with her eyes closed. I don't know if that was a mistake. Let's say her eyes were not fully open.
Okay.
I remember seeing it and I was concerned, like, is this okay? So in the event that we're doing facial recognition, I know that the software and the technology is a bit more sophisticated. Is it impossible? Let's take, for example, I'm a desperately bearded man.
Okay.
Maybe when I took this picture, the beard was not this long, or I had shaved. Okay. Like there are lots of questions I have towards what if my face is not recognized.
We're dealing with technology, and it has capacity to look at your facial features.
Okay.
The facial features, you can talk about your nose, the bridge of your nose, your eyeballs, the forehead, the chin, the cheek. It's not only one. It's not about the eyes.
Okay.
So it will go to check all these features and come to this a state of recognizing you. I don't think that's a problem with technology.
All right. Bersang, you want to add or subtract?
Yes, I don't think that it will be a problem.
Okay.
Because we also went through the process. For some of us who did transfer from our previous location, we took advantage of the continuous voters registration exercise that took place from June 2021 and ended October 2022.
Okay.
The extension being by virtue of a court judgment as at the time. So we took advantage of it, and you know that it's a detailed process.
Yeah.
When you talk about the BVAS, not just the eye contact, they look at the eye contact, you have to open the eyes. So the issue of somebody closing the eyes, maybe at the point of taking the final photograph.
Yeah, she just
it's
shot
possible
it.
That was when she shot her eyes,
Right.
but the pictures have already been taken.
After the break, we talk some more. We'll be speaking with a correspondent. Stay with us.
No panicking, the worry, they end today. Since that's in the packaging, it cover you all the way. Whether
Welcome back. It still is Monday. It's 2023 on 92.3 Nigeria Info. The countdown is over. It is 8:30 a.m. Election has started. It's important that you give us updates from your locality. Have you got into your polling unit? Are you on your way there? What is the state of things? But we'll also be speaking with our correspondents on the field, scattered across different parts of the country. I still have Dr. Sonny Mbazie, Senior Lecturer in Political Communication, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University of Port Harcourt, and Barrister Young Ayotamano, State Director, National Orientation Agency, Rivers State. You're welcome once again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So let's look at the voting procedure. Now, these are the steps INEC has given. 1, present your PVC for accreditation. That's when you get to your polling unit. 2, check to ensure your name is on the register of voters. The third step is authenticated by BVAS. That's the facial recognition, of course, and the fingerprint. Okay. 4, after accreditation, you'll be issued a ballot paper. Go to the cubicle to make your choice discreetly. That means your shadow should not even know. And then drop your ballot paper in the ballot box. The final is you can leave or stay 30 minutes away, to ensure that things go according to plan. Now, while this looks smooth on paper, and I'm hoping this is the case, I'm thinking of a problem in any step of the way and how that is going to affect the voter. Somebody called this morning. Somebody sent a message, actually. We're not taking calls. To say, they have a photocopy of their PVC. They can't find it, but they have. Can they? And I know the answer is an automatic no, but let it be that it came from the chairperson of NOA and Dr. Mbazie. Please, for a person who suddenly cannot find their PVC, but they can swear that they have registered. They have in fact, they have witnesses, they have photocopy. What is that person's fate this morning? I'll start you. I'll start you by
the PVC. That is why we look at the PVC. That's a treasured tool for voting. And it's the only tool allowed, because if you have a photocopy, you cannot process that photocopy through the BVAS machine. BVAS machine does not recognize any photocopy, because there are some security features on the PVC that must be recognized and authenticated by the BVAS machine. So automatically, that's why in doing our enlightenment, we always emphasize, please treasure this particular facility, the PVC, the card. Please treasure it. People just look at it as a means of identification for their business when they go to the banks. But we keep telling them the main purpose for the PVC is election. And treasure it, keep it safe. We've been announcing in the last 1 week that please people should start looking for their PVCs and keep them in places that are safe. So that is what it is.
Dr. Mbazie,
yes.
I have worked at an establishment where before you pass the gate, you should show your ID card. And it's a very strict policy. But once in a while, we see that based on facial recognition. The original facial recognition.
Physical.
So that's the real facial recognition now. One manager. You know me, and maybe no verse. I forget to say, guy, say we need to do like this, or you pass because now you. So, will physical facial recognition, when somebody who's a traditional ruler, person of influence, I forgot my PVC, but it's me now, honorable chairman, a man of timber and caliber, I have the mover and shaker. You know me. Is that going to apply today?
I think the ad hoc staff of INEC should be conscious of this procedure and be strict about it. When we're talking about the PVC, it's a smart card. And if it's a smart card, it's something that can be deciphered electronically. So when you come with your photocopy, it cannot decipher it. The machine by BVAS cannot read it. The procedure will be followed. Any INEC ad hoc staff that is not following strictly or rigidly this procedure is faulty, and you're not doing the right thing. So that matter does not come in. It's not like what we do in everyday life. This is a strict, serious business for the national election, and everybody, all attention, even in the international community, is focused about this election.
All right. So the second process is ensure that your name is on the register. And I'm thinking of situations where that may not play out? Right, I will continue with the question. I think I have Lera on the phone from Obiakpo, Falga. Good morning, Lera.
Hello, Sam. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
All right. So tell us what's happening. You're at Obiakpo, Falga.
No, Obiakpo local government. Falga is another local government. So I'm at Obiakpo local government, which is the registration area 15, right, for River State. And currently I'm at Rumokoro Ward 7.
Okay.
And this ward actually has about 85 polling units. And it's CPF Okoro Nodu. That's the rack for the ward 7.
Okay.
And as we got here, I got here at about minutes. And to be frank, they were still sorting out the materials. We had the polling officers inside the hall.
Hold on.
All of the
Hold on, Lera. You got there at what time?
From minutes to 8.
Okay.
From minutes to 8.
Some minutes to 8.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's the actual, the majority of them, which are fully active as well. So they are still sorting out, right? And that's the situation here. Materials have not left here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Lera. I would attempt to get back to you to get an update. Barrister Young, Dr. Mbazie, you heard from our correspondent.
Okay.
Sorting out still happening at this time. Time is usually an important factor.
Okay.
For previous elections, one of the many important questions we ask is, what time did the officials get to?
Yes.
Some people say, we've been here since morning. They've not. Do you see this playing out in this election? We don't have a time problem.
I keep on saying the Nigerian factor is very strong. We should learn to do things at the right time. People who are coming out for the election, this ad hoc staff, should come on time. Do the pre-test arrangements, check their machines, check other things, organize themselves. Let me tell you, members of the public, once they come in and they notice unnecessary delay, there is this fear that nobody knows what is going on. And when they stay till a time not acceptable, 11, nothing has been done, you see members of the public getting annoyed, feeling in one way or the other the process of rigging the election, because it's psychological.
Yeah.
They say, I know them. They have been passing through a process in Nigeria. Anything can happen. They say, I told them, why are they delaying till this time? You see them complaining. Please, I would have expected, I'm not happy about the reports I am getting about now. I had expected to have something better. But whatever, let's see that the time is not too bad. Let's watch. It's only, we have situations during the 2019. By 2 o'clock, they still have not started voting. It's one challenge or the other. But I hope that this election is going to be better than the previous ones.
All right, so let's go to you, Barrister Young. You're the state director of NOA River State, and if there's anybody who understands logistics, I think you should be the man to talk to. It's possible that when trying to inquire the reason behind what our correspondent has given us, logistics will come to play. How exactly have we handled logistics problem before now, and what needs to be done to improve on it?
Well, I'm surprised that such reports will be coming up. Looking at the meticulous nature the present INEC had conducted itself and its activities. In fact, for some of these materials, the deployment of these materials, the non-sensitive materials, had long since gone for weeks now, if not for a few months back. But for the sensitive materials, I'm aware that unlike previous elections where sensitive materials are taken to their various local government areas, maybe on Thursday, from Thursday evening, this time around, to make sure that the polls started in real time, the deployment of sensitive materials actually started on Wednesday. And Thursday, the whole of Thursday, they did that. So I'm particularly surprised that up till now, that at the rack centers, that they are still sorting out materials. But these are definitely teething problems, human factors that could come to play. But let's see how it goes. In fact, I on my way here, I stopped over at INEC, at the state headquarters of INEC, and everything about material distribution, that has already been done. What I saw there was the fact that collation officers were being verified. Collation officers were being verified to come into the premises to begin their assignments. That was what I saw there. So on my way coming from the Borokri axis, from where I drove to this place, I also found out that some of the election personnel were already there. Some already have materials. To deal with. Of course, I left a bit early, but I saw in some places they were entering the premises well guided. These are things that have to do with security, well guided and by security agencies. And so far, I think they have conducted themselves well. So we expect the best. We are very optimistic that INEC will deliver alongside all its personnel that it has deployed.
So let's look at something Dr. Mbazie said, the trust of the people. When the delay gets to a certain point, you start asking questions. And this is one election where a lot of people, especially young people, have said, I'm going to vote this time. We have a lot of first-time voters. We have people who want to believe in the system, the process, and they want it to work. Now, if this continues, if you have multiple reports of, INEC officials not showing up on time, the process not beginning when it's supposed to, doubt would begin to creep into the minds of Nigerians. So let's talk for a bit about what this might do to the mentality of the voter. But I think I have something here speaking about how much faith people have in the process. Ahead of the presidential and national assembly elections, stakeholders in Rivers have been speaking on how the introduction of beavers will reduce electoral fraud. A human rights activist, while speaking on the importance, tells correspondent electorate have confidence in the process. Activist Ledu Mite advised Nigerians to be patriotic and ensure the current cash crunch does not stop them. Let me see. There's a part where I think people spoke on this. Okay, but let's.
The introduction of beavers is something that is welcomed by most people. It has even made more people feel for the first time that the votes might reflect their wishes. And maybe from now on we will move to the next level where even the voting will be by electronic means. This is something that it affects every person. It is not something that affects only particular supporters of one particular candidate or one political party. This is a sacrifice that we should be able to make our country.
All right. So, for confidence.
Yeah, the point Doctor here raised is very important. Normally, when there's delay, there's bound to be suspicion. That is what, and when there's suspicion, people might do some untoward things. Now, I'm also, like you mentioned, there are very many first-time voters that will be coming in. We want to appeal to them to have confidence in the system.
Okay.
This election is technologically driven. So the incidences of rigging, the incidences of tampering with the process are relatively slim, very slim compared to other processes. I think virtue is patience is a virtue.
All right.
And, they need to observe that.
So let's speak with Favor, who is on the field. Hello, good morning, Favor.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Where are you reporting from?
I'm reporting from Ward 7, Rumokoro precisely, where, of course, it also plays as the rack center where items will be distributed to different units under Ward 7.
All right. So I spoke to Lara a few minutes ago, and she was saying sorting out of materials was what was happening at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Sorting out the materials, and we tried to reach out to one of the SPO who spoke on the condition of not revealing her name.
Okay.
She said she's disappointed at what's going on here in the sense that by now she should have been at their different polling units.
Yeah.
But it's the case as the election materials are still being sorted. and the core members are still looking for their respective POs to see how they can get to their venue. Election is supposed to start by 8:30, but right now, I can tell you that not one has left the RAC center to their various polling units.
With what you see, and this is an estimation, of course, it's not a statement of fact. With the level of work, human resource, and the pace of the work going on, when do you believe that the materials can leave there, from your estimation?
From my estimation, this is exactly 8:46 a.m. So I'm seeing that maybe by 9:15.
Oh my.
9:15, 9:30, we might leave this place to the various polling units. We have 85 polling units under Ward 7. So you can imagine the time it will take. From the information we got, materials arrived past 4 a.m. This morning, and that's more like a serious, late arrival, you might want to say, and of course sorting and not being easy at the moment. But let's just see what will happen. But also, just to let you know, apart from the fact that it is ongoing, the core members also are still trying to, also sort their POs. So a lot of things are going on at the same time. Then the authority, the police officers arrive exactly after 8.
Okay.
And they are trying to also get briefing to know probably where they will be going to from here.
All right. Thank you very much, Favor. We'll reconnect with you for updates on that.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, gentlemen of Nigeria. Someone said they expressed disappointment, and I don't blame them for that. But at this point, and I don't like when I make statements and say we hope, because when you hope, it is beyond your control. When you resort to hope, that means there's nothing I can do about this. But this is not encouraging. Over 80 units as well fed from RAC center. So naturally, people are waiting in the others. Well, let's just leave it hope. Let's do the questions we were taking before we started speaking to our correspondents. Now, you both said that you must have your PVC for anything to happen today, because that's the first step. It goes into the BVAS and some form of authentication happens. Check to ensure your name is on the register of voters. I'm not trying to imagine the unimaginable, but I just feel questions from every side should come today. So if I get to my polling unit, my name is not on the register, what do I do?
Is it directed to
me? Yes, so it's directed to both of you, but I think I will start with you, Doctor.
Okay. Now, if you come to your polling unit, your name is not there, it means that is not your appropriate polling unit. You might have a voter's card, but your unit is important. I think, as I saw one organization saying that there is a special number you can use in identifying your polling unit.
Yeah.
That's what can make you have a PVC and your name is not in the register. So expected when you arrive. Normally, the BVAS has capacity of checking the enrollment. If you're not there, the BVAS will tell you you're not part of this unit. Okay, so that happens. And it's proper that people do that. There could have been electoral awareness about that, so that people can identify their polling unit before the election, so you know where you're going to. I noticed that in those days when I went to vote, my center was around the GRA, and I found that they changed from one election year to another.
Okay. At
a time, I was very close to Hotel Presidential. That was 2015. When I went there in 2019, that was 2015. Then 2019, I found that it was at Orominike or whatever. So it changed.
Yeah.
So the best thing is that enlightenment should be concentrated on enabling the voters to know their polling unit. So they don't have that. They have the PVC, but it's not the appropriate polling unit. That's why their name is not there.
So when we talk enlightenment, I think Barrister Young is the man to answer that question. But let's connect with our correspondent. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Emeka. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
All right. Where are you reporting from?
Okay, I'm reporting from in the local government area.
Okay. So what is the situation there?
Yes. Okay, as at 8:50, INEC officials and materials are yet to be sent to the polling unit in polling unit 006 Omigwe. As at 8:50, no INEC officials, no material. The electorates are there, sitting and waiting for them to arrive. Same situation in community secondary school Omigwe 002.
Okay.
The situation is not different in unit. Is not different in unit 17. Omike Playground. INEC officials are not around as well. Also, the situation is not so different in the community secondary school Omigwe. INEC officials are not yet there as well. So the electorates are waiting, sitting and waiting for them to arrive so that they can commence their voting.
Okay, but speaking about the electorate, what's the response like? Do you have a lot of people, few people?
I think the turnout is not much, and some of them are saying that the INEC officials are yet to arrive, that some of them are in their houses waiting for when they will come so that they will come out and exercise their franchise.
But those on ground, what is the pulse of the people? Do they look like they are willing to wait, or they would?
They are willing because in the pictures, they're even sampling their PVC, their readiness for the election.
Okay. Well, I hope that enthusiasm does not fade away. Let's hope the INEC officials show up soon. Thank you very much, Emeka.
We pray so. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Dr. Mbaze and Barrister Young, when we use "we hope so, we pray so," again, it is now of the divine. It is beyond us. All right, so I was going to ask a question to Barrister Young. Orientation.
Yes, I heard what you said. The scenario created by Dr. Mbaze is also very correct when he tried to paint a graphic picture of what he had experienced in previous elections, where his polling unit moved from one place to the other, and very likely we might see some aspects of it in this election.
Okay.
Between the last election and this election, we have seen the creation of new polling units. We used to have polling units side by side with polling points. A polling unit is supposed to have about 500, between 500, 700 maximum. But some polling units, especially in local government areas where there's high population density, some of the polling units we are having as much as 800, 900. So the current Independent National Electoral Commission had to now deliberately, as a matter of policy, create polling units out of those polling units out of the polling points that we used to have. The polling points were the spillover from existing polling units, deliberately created so that the polling units will not be overcrowded on the day of election. But currently, most of those polling units have now been recognized as most of those polling points are now recognized as polling units. Yes.
Sorry for interrupting you. We will have to take this break, but we'll get back to the creation of new polling points and what confusion that is causing. Please stay with us. election, this one will unveil a new era irrespective of the outcome. Nigeria will get a new president, a new figurehead at the helm of affairs, a new name in Aso Rock, a new Your Excellency. The big question is, what part do you have to play in this defining moment? There are so many issues that need tackling. And so we're asking that you tell us how prepared you are. I have messages on WhatsApp. I'm taking text-based feedback. So that's WhatsApp, Telegram, text message, Twitter, or Facebook. I'm not taking any calls this morning. I still have my guest, Dr. Sonny Mbazie. He is a senior lecturer in political communication, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University of Port Harcourt, and Barrister Young Ayotamono, State Director, National Orientation Agency, right here in Rivers State. You're welcome once again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Well, if you did not get the memo, I'm Sam Oracle Chinedu. Now, please send messages, updates from your polling units to our WhatsApp. I'll be taking those shortly. Have the officials arrived? Have the materials arrived with them? What is the state of things? But as of this very minute, elections should be ongoing. The election has started. It kicked off, or was supposed to kick off, at 8:30 a.m. So if it's not happening at your polling unit, then something is definitely wrong. Now, gentlemen, we're talking about the confidence of the voter. Before now, all the reports we've taken so far, nobody has reported that voting has started. And so that is a Nigerian factor that we hoped would be handled this particular time. Now, Barrister Young, logistics, that was a question I asked earlier. And Dr. Mbazie said that, his polling units kept shifting. It was like it had a life of its own. The communication connected to this election, orientation that is, how do you think INEC fared in that regard? I mean, being someone who heads anyway in River State, because a lot of people talk about not being able to locate, some not even knowing. There's a lot of confusion around where's my polling unit, what is it called? As the doctor has said, it's possible it has shifted from what it was the last time. How did INEC handle the orientation connected to polling units in this election?
Well, it's straightforward. I was trying to explain before we went on break.
Yeah.
That erstwhile polling points were converted to polling units.
Yeah.
Currently, we have 6,866 polling units in River State. That is after that conversion. And I want to also note the fact that this conversion of polling points to polling units was done administratively without any political interference. And that part of what INEC did was to make sure that the process was very inclusive. At any point in time, INEC took along with it critical stakeholders such as the political parties. Let us always remember that the political parties, they are the first beneficiaries. They are the primary beneficiaries of the electoral process. And elections generally are predicated on structure. And so the political parties, at any point in time, there's no way you can bypass them. So to create those units, in part of creating the awareness, what they call the Inter-Party Advisory Committee, IPAC, was fully involved in the process with the political parties. And CSOs and NGOs, especially the election-oriented ones, those that have elections, politics as their priority, they were also involved. So it was an open process. And INEC has not stopped at that. From what I know at the last count, INEC went ahead, having created the new polling units. INEC went ahead at different times to also paste the list of new voters for those units. That is at one level.
Okay.
At another level, INEC also came up with an app. Very simple. If you Google, and the link is this. If you go to Google, you Google cvro.inecnigeria.org/VVS. Automatically, it will show you where your polling unit falls. And I've seen a lot of young people. I've also benefited from them. Like you mentioned, we are going to have a generation that is voting for the first time. We are not qualified to vote as at 2019. And with the political narratives, the situation on ground, the scenario on ground, political and economic situations on ground, has also generated so much enthusiasm that there is need for there to be a redirection come 2023. So many people are coming out to vote. But like I mentioned, if you go to cvro.inecnigeria.org/BVAS, automatically it will direct you, and you will get where you're with using your PVC, at least your number your of your PVC, yes, you will automatically get it. So they have done that. So it was an inclusive process. They displayed the voters register at different points in time, and they took everybody along. And they have also, even in terms of their voter education, they have also made this known. In fact, it's an open thing. They're as open as possible, and getting people to know how to access their polling units.
All right. Well, stating that there was engagement with political parties, IPAC, as you said, to use what you called existing structure, to set up some of these polling points, because, in your words, which I would agree with, you cannot bypass the political parties. This means that different polling points / polling units would automatically be to the advantage of different parties.
No, I don't agree with that. I said
if you're working with existing structure,
yes,
and let's pretend we are men drinking at a bar.
Yes.
Don't speak as an analyst for a minute. I'm not saying give wrong information. If you're saying that there was engagement with political parties to set up new polling points, right?
They were informed.
No. Of course.
It was administratively done.
Yeah.
To insulate the process from political interference.
Okay.
But the political parties were informed, because I have always said it, that the political parties, they have a critical function to do.
Okay.
It's not a function that they should be leaving to do at the when it is close to election. Part of the function of political parties, like we know as students of politics, is that they should be able to provide enlightenment for their members, provide enlightenment for their constituencies where they find themselves, in fact, for the electorate. And this is one function that political parties over the period have neglected. And so I don't, at any point in time, I make sure that I bring this to public attention, that we have not helped ourselves. We have not helped ourselves in this country.
Dr. Mbazi has a thing or two to add.
I just wanted to say something. I know the fear Sam has is about what we call gerrymandering. There's a way you can manipulate a polling unit to the advantage of a candidate. I'm not saying yes what they did. So that's the fear he has.
Concern, actually.
Okay, yes. So now, sometimes, when you are talking about enlightenment,
yes,
in as much as I agree that political parties have a critical role to play, INEC has also more role to play. And from all indications, what I found political parties do, they're concerned about their supporters.
Naturally.
We're dealing with
as they should.
The general public. Some of them are not interested, they're bipartisan. You needed to bring them to be conscious of the political environment. Okay. So, my own thought is that that's what we call frequency of publication and exposure to publication. Now, if you have, because I know that most of whatever, maybe radio, television, I'm talking about myself, I never had INEC or see pictures where they're telling new polling units have been created, this to enlighten people to be conscious. Please check up whether you are part of that and that. They could just consult stakeholders. And you are dealing with members of the public. Now, the communication is limited. Stakeholders, that's indirect communication, which some of them may not translate to the real recipients of the communication. To me, I feel that I've seen to where they said, you follow this number, you identify. You're dealing with people you're talking to people who are internet literate. In the rural areas, many Nigerians are not internet literate. They don't know about this number. It requires direct communication to explain to them that new polling units have been created. Please, before the time, check up whether you are part of this new unit.
And if your primary source of this information is from a political party,
okay,
naturally, the political party, while disseminating the information, will sell itself.
Yes,
as they should. It's like owning a business. Every opportunity to advertise, I will. So this is the concern, Barrister Young, that where we are getting the information might be spiced with vote for my party.
No. Let me correct that impression.
Okay.
In Rivers State here, and which is the same nationwide, INEC has the voter education and publicity unit, and that unit, that department, is a full department.
Okay.
And that department, they have been very consistent. They have worked hard and had made sure that they organized different fora, interfaced with groups, interfaced with stakeholders at different levels. And we have also synergized with them towards doing this, and also CSOs. It's also important that Doctor has admitted that there are some numbers that he had accessed. Those numbers did not come from the blues. These are numbers that were provided by the INEC voter education and publicity units. And they are there, they are viral. Not just a single process like I've read out now, but there are also other numbers, other means of knowing. But the point you are making, which is also a point that, we do general voter education as an agency, as National Orientation Agency, even up till yesterday. We were in markets, we were in parks, we were in mosque, we were in so many places. Yesterday, I can show you the clips of it. So many, in all the local government areas. We were in the field, in fact, throughout this week. And of course, going yesterday, we were even apprehensive because campaigns ought to have ended on by the midnight of Thursday. Yes, 24 hours
before.
That's basic civics. Campaign ought to have ended. But we are not doing campaign. We are carrying out our statutory mandate.
I'm glad you added that because I was going to.
Yes, we are carrying out our statutory mandate. So it was not difficult for us to be found everywhere, even yesterday, after campaigns had ended, for us to be found doing that. So it's, like I mentioned, the process was completely insulated from political interference. It was done administratively based on record. And prior to that being done, for nearly 20 years, we have not had new polling stations created. We were making do with polling units for where there is excess, where the number is in excess of what should constitute a polling unit. We made do with polling points to augment the process. But now, INEC has administratively created polling units, and we don't have those polling points again.
All right, we'll be speaking to our correspondent shortly, but we would like to speak with you as well. Remember, we're taking your feedback on WhatsApp, Telegram, text message, Facebook, and Twitter. Are you at your polling unit and have the materials as well as the officials arrived? These are questions begging important answers. Right here, it says, I did my polling to Market Square, Peter Odili Road. No INEC official yet. We are already 60 in number. This message came at 8:57 a.m. That's a couple of minutes ago. We have been in our polling units since 6 a.m. No INEC officials till now. Please, we want to vote. Polling unit is second pipeline along Rumapa Road, Rukwaku, Port Harcourt, River State. All right. This came at 8:58. And the next message here reads, at 8:45, no INEC official presence. Okay, and he attaches a video actually. Well, thanks for this. All right, at 8:45, no INEC presence. And this one says, still on my way to my polling unit in Obiakpo, almost 2-hour walk, but I must get there. And he attaches his picture.
That's patriotic. That's highly patriotic.
But 2-hour walk, it's too wide a stretch. There should be a unit closer.
Maybe he didn't transfer.
Yes. So you can see him with his PVC.
We'll commend him for that enthusiasm.
Yes, so very important, and that is the spirit that we need. Okay. Good morning. I've been at my polling this morning. It's unfortunate there is nothing to represent INEC officials and material till this time. My polling unit is Ward 71. the open space behind Wisdom Gate, Rumokoro. This is Mrs. Uche. And that message came about 10 minutes ago at 9:11 a.m. Joe from Rumodumaya says, my polling units, Road 15, Akwaka, no INEC officials, no security operatives, only voters and party agents are around. Joe from Rumodumaya. All right, thank you for sending these messages. We're taking more. Let's know where there is presence and where there is not. I arrived at my center 8:35 a.m. Obiakpo Ward 9. Or Danny, Lelewon, no INEC official, no electoral materials. Electorate are waiting for INEC to arrive. Gabriel E. Thank you very much, Gabriel. I'm at Woji Town Hall now. Let me send you video. No INEC official till now. And this came in at 9:10 and 9:13 respectively. He has attached 2 videos. Okay, to show us what's happening there. At 9:14, good morning, Sam. Can someone without PVC but his name in the voter register be allowed to vote? No, it's a capital no. That's from Bonnie Oswald. All right. We're still taking your thoughts. Please keep them coming in. Good morning. Thank God, Ugunka. Electoral materials have arrived at different units. Rumokoro, including mine. Okay, that's wonderful.
Okay.
Many people are still going about looking for their units. I've seen many of them asking people, where is unit this and that? And some of their units are far from the place they came to vote. Okay, so we're glad that it has arrived there. Sam, if materials and ad hoc staff are still coming late to voting centers, what then has INEC done differently in the last 4 years? Ben is asking. Oh, Ben, I took the initiative before you and asked that question. And Barrister Young has graciously attempted to answer it. I use the word attempt. so let us keep our fingers crossed and see. Of course, there's a bit of hope that should happen there. I mean, my polling unit is Rumo C Unit 2, no INEC official here. Now, let's talk about the tag of polling units, what it's called. If you tell me Rumo Koro Ward 7, Unit 5, I may not know where you're talking about. But if you say, that place, that woman is frying akara, near the roundabout, these are things, yes, these are things that will tell me, oh, this is where it is. As I said earlier, a lady was a bit angry because she transferred to a polling unit that was around her area, but not exactly close. Only to discover that just in front of her street, in fact, when she steps out of her house, the street in front is a polling, and she was, I wish I had chosen this. It would have been more convenient for me as against taking a longer walk. And it's possible that the name she saw was not a name that she could reconcile. So, Barrister Young, this question is for you. The tag, the naming of these polling points and polling units, is it easy for me to see it and know, okay, this is 2 posts away from my house, or this will take me a 30-minute walk?
No, I think it is. When we try to apply this link to establish the particular location where people are supposed to vote, where the card bearer is supposed to vote. We've clearly give right there. It is just there. It is, yes, it is, the description is there, the particular location. But perhaps these are names that might be technical and administratively convenient for the commission and perhaps the community. There needs to be there's need for more local description. Something that a more local identity that will make it easier.
If everybody knows a place as Akara bus stop, it will be better than civic center. Like, you know, what people will be able to identify.
Yes.
Doctor, you want to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to say something. The mode of enlightenment adopted by either INEC or the political parties, I think we are not be making use of traditional communication.
Okay.
Yes, when you come to an area, you can pass the information to the local leaders who could use tongue crying method to enlighten the people. Some of the posters about these new polling units should be within the area where you have created polling units. It's the polling unit we have in this place, so polling units, the posters will bear it maybe at the poll or here and there. people will see it and say, okay, could it be my own? So let the consciousness start earlier before the election. Not at the election day, people will be moving from one place to the other, looking for these polling units. At the end of it all, they may not vote. So these things, people should be educated using traditional communication. Sometimes now, the order is now, once you use the social media, once you use the new media, once you use radio and television, you have completed the enlightenment. Okay. So we have a traditional way with which, particularly, I'm talking about the rural areas and what have you. We should be able to combine both the new media, the old media. So some of these mistakes we make, even you look at the issue of arrival, we ought to have updated, because we had experiences from the Anambra election, the Osun election, and whatever. So that speed should be there. At the right time, we should be conscious of the time. Let's just watch and see. But we are praying that at the end of it, because there's something that's called efficiency is different from effectiveness. They could be effective, but they may not be efficient. Efficiency has something to do with time. Please, the time consciousness should be there.
All right. Well, I'll have to connect with one of our correspondents on the field. All right, I believe I have Andrew on the phone. Hello, good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Sam. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
Yes, very fine, thank you.
All right, where are you reporting from?
At the moment, we're in Kana, and we are in Kani. We're in Kana at the moment.
Okay, and what's the situation of things there?
Here for some of the polling units we've visited, vote is yet to comment. We actually got to the INEC office and materials are being distributed. That was way past time when election was supposed to begin. Okay. Even at this moment, materials are still being distributed as at past 9. We are currently at one of the polling units in Can 2, to be precise, Ward 6, and at the moment, no materials here. We have voters already lined up, but no materials, no presence of any INEC official as well. And when we spoke with some of the voters here and party agents, what they said was these materials were supposed to have been here since. They don't understand why it's not here. But then one of the councillors who spoke to at the secretariat just by the INEC office, he also said that about 8 different materials would have gotten to about 8 of the 19 wards that in this local government. So that's the situation at the moment. Voting hasn't really kick-started in most of the unit wards that we got to, in the units that we saw. We actually also sent pictures you might have seen and videos. But the situation is just that way now. It's quite calm. Everybody's just about waiting to vote. The security presence is not as high as many thought it would be, but it's relatively quiet and peaceful. Everybody's just waiting to vote, and that's the situation now.
All right. Well, I guess that all fingers will point to INEC. But let's talk about the voters. We've been encouraging people to walk to their polling units because that is a form of movement that is advised. Have you noticed the movement of people specifically? Yes.
You see people on the road moving to polling units. In fact, here in Kana, where we are at the moment, it's mostly people moving around. Although you still see some using motorcycles to move around. The restrictions isn't as serious as it is in other parts of the state, but you have a lot of people walking around because it's a community, so you have the voters moving around, and some of them that we even interacted are saying that they're eager to vote. But then the problem is that they don't have materials yet, so they're just hanging around waiting for when these voting materials, the electoral materials will arrive at their polling units so that they can cast their votes. And some of them are even saying they're interested in waiting to see that the votes will count and be sure that their votes count. That's the situation now. But whether people are moving around and to their polling units, yes, of course they are. On foot and some motorcycles most of the times, yes.
All right.
That's what we've observed.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We would get back to you to get updates on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, doctor and barrister, INEC is they are the ones on the chopping board now. because the voters are ready. It really does seem. We have pictures and videos on our social media platforms, Facebook and Twitter. Go there and you will see some photos and videos uploaded as to the state of things at a different point. All right, gentlemen. So now it's up to INEC. I mean, the voters are ready. The voters are in place. It is INEC. What is supposed... Oh. Hello?
Yeah, hello, Sam.
Morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Sam.
Carl. when did you and how did you get to where you are?
Well, of course, it's our duty. We're still going to be able to go around and also monitor. But due to studio details, we're not go too far.
Okay.
So we're basically in our own neighborhood. We came down to Rumo to see how things are going on here. Now, this place is basically under Choba, but Ward 15, Unit 1, or polling booth Unit 1, polling Unit 2, polling Unit 3. We have people gathered here, and no INEC official, no material here.
My.
And of course, trust the usual Nigerians, and they're already bothered. Nobody don't come, they never come, they know what, is it that they don't want us to vote? But there are people here, Units 1, 2, 3, under Ward 15. No one has arrived at the moment.
Well, I'm always concerned for the mood of the voter, even though the enthusiasm is as high as it is this morning. Does it seem like if INEC delays for another hour, which we're not hoping happens, they will still be as interested in voting?
Well, from what it looks like, they're interested. They're all gathered, huddled up in groups, talking. But you know the way it is, like you just mentioned, if it does take us an hour, I'm sure some people will go home and have breakfast. Some come up early so that they could be maybe first in the queue or first in line. And you know what happens now? You go to have breakfast, maybe you might not come back. Some people are looking for avenues to sit. You can tell that they walk maybe a longer distance.
Yeah.
Some people are in easy wear. So you could tell that this basically, maybe their house is just a stone throw, or maybe across the neighborhood. That's what it is. So it all depends on how long it will take INEC officials to arrive here. We were speaking to, I think it was Ward 7, one of our correspondents earlier on Ward 7.
Yeah.
It's not too long ago that the brass over there, that we had the election materials depart. As per 8:41, sorting was still going on. But not too long, about 15 minutes ago, materials were departing. So that perhaps may be a theme. Spoke to also our correspondent at the Inquiry, Emeka Otuka. I don't know if you've spoken to him.
Yeah, I have.
In some places, the materials were just arriving and they were just setting up. So the time, which of course is supposed to have been 8 o'clock, then 8:30, good thing, that has not been. So similarly, this takes some time. They might be extended for a period. But the enthusiasm, the turnout for people to vote, similarly, it's quite high. People are out and people are listening.
All right. Well, my guest will answer why INEC has not left yet. But finally, what is the security presence like?
I cannot see one iota. No security presence, not a policeman, except we have plain clothes people here. I can't see any security official here.
Okay.
For almost it's a community, like I said, people are huddled up in groups. Similarly, like we have the local meeting, but no security presence here at the moment.
And the mode of transportation, we've had multiple messages asking if we can use bicycles or motorcycles. People have chosen their feet as their preferred mode, or do you have sightings of people on bicycles?
Well, I haven't. We talked about this earlier on concerning people who asking us that here and there if they could use bicycles. We coming down from the office, saw everyone walking. Didn't see anybody riding a bicycle or a motorbike or anything. Everyone that is seen, we're basically walking down to this particular building.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Carl.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay. So, Dr. Mbazie and Barrister Young, again, INEC. The voters are ready. The voters are in place. They have, to make sacrifice. Some are still walking to their polling units, but now we have to deal with INEC. This issue of materials getting to polling units, lately rack center. What is the major problem? I will have to start with you, Barrister Young.
Well, I want to thank Carl because, in fact, his report has lifted my spirits.
Also,
yes, because at some point when you listen to the reports, at some point he said materials. In fact, materials have started leaving the various racks.
Barrister Young, I don't know what report you listen to. The CAS report I heard did not lift. My spirit is.
So you have to look at this. You have to create a first. I must commend Nigerians for their enthusiasm.
Yeah.
That even with we have been so combated.
True.
In the last 3 weeks, the Naira swap policy, and people still have the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
That people want to decide on the next line of leadership in the country. So we have to commend them. The fact that we're having logistic issues, those are issues that should be at the doorstep of INEC. And I know what effort the state rec and his team had actually put in, making sure that we got our logistics in this particular election right. The directive was clear that the election should commence by 8:30, and they actually worked toward that. So in between, there may have been some intervening variables. These are human factors. When you mentioned that a pack was to deal with about 82 units, that's a fairly large, and if it's something that is just a few supervisory officers that are dealing with it, then we have problems. So part of what we should do with Nobiakwa is peculiar when it comes to the number of voters. In fact, the Obiakwa number of voters is sometimes equivalent to the number of voters in 5 other local government areas.
Okay.
The same for Port Harcourt. These are LGAs under the Greater Port Harcourt, where so many more people are resided, and so it is natural that we should expect some of these things to happen. But we should get our logistics right. And, we are moving towards another election. This is just like the test case for this year's election.
But saying you are stretching this talk so that I will not respond the way you know I'm supposed to respond.
No, but I've made my point that
Carl has lifted your spirit. Okay, so before I say what I want to say, Dr. Mbaze, is your spirit lifted?
One, I have a mixed feeling.
Okay.
I have a mixed feeling. Okay. I said earlier that's what we call efficiency, and that's what we call effectiveness. One, if INEC is doing something, I conducted a lot of general elections, and they should know that conducting a general election is not the same thing as conducting an election in Anambra State or Osun State or by-elections in Isoko, Delta State, and what have you. They should have a checklist of doing these things. They should check their logistics. Are the vehicles available? They should inspect the vehicles if they are hiring vehicles. Are they strong enough? These are intervening variables that could abort whatever you have. So now, is it about staff? Are they short-staffed? And if you have such, like my colleague said here, if they have a large polling units to attend to, or whatever, do we have necessary staff, enough staff to do the distribution? You could also call for hands, as you did in ad hoc. As you hired ad hoc staff, you could hire ad hoc people who will assist in getting these things, so that you can have the desired result. Every time, the last election, it was the same thing: delay. Let me tell you something about this public service and whatever. I know in Nigeria, it's a public service, private people. Do you know that the public service in advanced protocol is very efficient? Very, very efficient. It's only in Nigeria we talk about that. I know that if the logistic aspect is handed to, I'm not saying so, it's handed to private people, they will deliver. Are you getting the point I'm making? So there should be a checklist. Now, within so time, all vehicles carrying people should arrive. And you do the calls, you'll be calling. It's not a question of, are you arriving? Where's the number? So that things can be done efficiently. People work at their leisure in such a national election. I know that by the grace of God, they're going to do something to maybe stop whatever lapses they have and improve on it.
I share Dr. Mbaze's sentiment when it comes to this. While I understand the challenges which Barrister Young has posed as the reason why INEC might delay an extra 10-15 minutes here, should not be seen as a cause for major concern. It is 9:41 a.m. at this time. Elections, according to an timetable, rather, kicked off at 8:30. So this is beyond an hour. So we would have unique challenges connected to certain units. Yes, it's maybe understandable. However, because this has been a recurring issue. As a matter of fact, I've covered, working in the media, I think 4 or 5 elections. One question we always ask correspondents on the field, which, if you think about it, is a question that shouldn't exist. When did the officials arrive at the center? That's actually the first line of questioning. And they say, oh, they came at 8 something. Now, that question will come to play because there is a history and culture of materials and officials not coming on time. It is now when they now say, oh, they were here before 8:30. You, as a journalist, are now impressed by things as they should. So, because there is a culture, because INEC is known for, this is the one thing that they should have in mind. Oh, we're trying to renew the hope and faith of people in this system. So this one time, let us try to make sure. And I'm still taking messages. I would refer to WhatsApp shortly. We're asking people, tell us where your polling unit is, and tell us the situation from there. And as of now, people are still saying, I'm at Ward this, I'm at this, INEC is not here, materials are not here. So back to you, Barrister Young. You see, this is why I would still hold INEC accountable and in some way blame them, because the first thing that I would expect, now somebody can from here, even though it might not be an argument that will hold water, say, if they don't come on time, how will I trust the beavers? They will not want to fault even the things that would very likely work today. So do you see how my spirit is not as lifted as yours, Barrister Young?
Yeah, I still maintain that my spirit remains lifted. Nigeria, as Nigerians,
I'm optimistic Nigerian.
Yeah, as Nigerians, we are known for our resilience. That people are there. You know, when you make this analysis, I recall that in 1993, virtually the same scenario played out. The enthusiasm was very high, and at the end of the day, the election was delivered. Well, talking about efficiency and effectiveness, we also have to consider some dynamics that necessarily, as people that have been involved in social activities, there have been some dynamics prior to this election, and some of these social dynamics of a very wide range. We are just coming out from side by side the Naira issue.
Yeah,
we are also dealing with the issues of petrol and so on. And that might also have some impact in terms logistics. You know, the efficiency has to do with time, also have to do with cost. So the cost of procuring particular vehicle and all that perhaps could also be issues. The private sector in Nigeria, you know, when you talk about private sector, perhaps you are talking about private sector outside this country, but the private sector in Nigeria, I don't think that we have learned so much from them relative to the public sector. So the private sector, yes, they are good. They are not for efficiency, but we have to be careful when we begin to compare the efficiency, the private sector side by side with what government ought to do. In fact, part of that truly is to create the enabling environment and allow the private sector to thrive it. But we need to see the private sector actually perform for us to get to the point where we can truly say that they will perform better than the public sector in some of these issues. I've raised another issue.
Yes, yes, and you know, it's the thing that your responses naturally give birth to my next question.
Yes.
While I'm trying to understand and agree with you, I want to say very clearly that if there's any group that should have a challenge connected to the obvious difficulties we have, and you brought the cash issue and the fuel issue, I think it's the voters that are more affected than INEC.
Yes. That's why I said I'm happy with the enthusiasm.
Okay. You know, so, and the voters who are affected more are already there. They do not have the luxury of going vehicles. There is an order, there's a policy of no vehicular movement. So people have to walk. Now, they are walking at a time where getting cash is close to impossible. INEC, on the other hand, or the government end, should have some form of access. Again, if you're saying that, the problem is the fuel issue, I should expect government to have a better chance at getting fuel than me, Samora Kochinedu. So if the people who are faced with a lot of difficulty have surmounted these pressures and have shown up, it's difficult for you to use that same difficulty as an excuse for those who should have it easier. While not, dismissing what the challenges are. I'm just saying that it's like when my father says, do you know how many kilometers I have to go to school? You are going in a car. He's telling me of what he had to pass through to get the same good grades. So it's going to be difficult to argue. INEC versus voter. It's a very difficult argument to have. Doctor, I'm sure you have a thing or two to add.
Yes. I know that the chairman of INEC went to Central Bank and they were assured that money will be made available. I also know that they made arrangement for their fuel. And they should have strategic reserves for the election. That should not be a factor at all. So I'm surprised that maybe, I don't know. And that's why I said the problem comes with INEC. And I am thinking as a person that their challenge, I'm looking at it, their challenge could come from sorting out the materials, packaging them, delivering it to what my colleagues say, to a number of polling centers. That will require special hand. Did they make arrangement for that? That's why I was talking about in proper management. There should be a checklist for all these things. If they want to sort it out, they can sort it out to ad hoc staff, arranging that, making sure it's available. And I know that a lot of people, if it is sourced at times with their staff, they can deliver. I'm talking about they can deliver exactly to the polling units. Okay. But in Nigeria, we have lackadaisical attitude. Let's come, do it this way. We are used to doing it this way. But look at now, the patience of Nigerians, I know them psychologically. As they are waiting. They say they don't know what they're doing. They need to have some perceptions, negative perception. And once they cast that on this thing, it affects anything. I think what happens in some of these things about suspicion, and they are dealing with people who are, many people are ignorant of how these systems work. And once they have that suspicion, they can act based on suspicion. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that next time we still have other elections coming. They should improve on that.
All right. It seems Barrister Young's elevated spirit has yielded some results. An update from Carl says, Our next staff of materials just arriving 9:43 a.m. at Rumosi Ward 15.
Your spirit is lifted.
Yes.
I'm a veteran.
Okay. So thank you very much, Carl, for that update. I'll take that again. Our next staff of materials just arriving 9:43 a.m. at Rumosi Ward 15, Unit 1, 2, and 3. It's very clear that those units are fed from the same center.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Barrister Tamil has commended, he has commended for the enthusiasm. The next inevitable statement will be an appeal that Nigerians should be patient.
Yes.
Just Barrister, I will also appeal for that patience. What would also follow is INEC is on top of the situation. The situation will be on top of us. Ben says. Now, Ben, it's important to know that Barrister Tamino is with the NOA, not with INEC. He's the State Director of National Orientation Agency, River State. So, even though his statements sound defensive of INEC, he is not with INEC.
I'm a member of ISIS.
Really?
Yeah. Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security.
He's with INEC. In fact, he is INEC.
I'm not INEC. I'm not for all the processes.
So if you have any INEC problem, please mention his name first.
I'm saying as somebody who has been involved in the process.
Okay.
Who is a party?
Yes, I won't deny a process I was part of.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Sam, nothing yet on ground at my ward at Pajo Town Hall polling unit. Eric, and this came in at 9:45 a.m. Sam at Madi Town, Falga Ward 27, no INEC official and crowd already gathering. Annie says that came at 9:44. All right. Sam, good morning. I'm in Obiakbo, local area, Ward 8B, Rumokuta registration area, unit 11, Rumola. The INEC just arrived now at exactly 9:45. Okay. You know what they say, better late than never. So we're glad they're arriving now. The enthusiasm of the voter is matching what would seem like the arrival of INEC officials. I'm going back to messages from, say, 9:30, about 20 minutes ago. Good morning, Sam. I'm at Tobiwale T Junction, Room Igbo, Ward 12, polling unit 21. No INEC official yet. Okay, so let's take as recently as now, because now we have some arrivals. Taking text-based feedback, 080-903-06416, 080-903-06416. In other parts of the country, we already have reports of voting going on live, and they've been on for quite some time. So we'd like to know what the report from your unit is. Are you around the officials there, the materials there, and has voting commenced where you are. Now let us go to the Beavers, and it seems like I'm dwelling on this for quite some time. With what has been put in place, we are hoping and expecting to get a good election. And if Beavers works well, then the credibility of the election compared to elections before now, this one would be way better. But we don't expect Beavers to fail. We're hoping it does what it's supposed to. But look at the Osun elections. It's a litmus test for what can go wrong with Beavers. Adeleke declared winner. And a month later also, they say, no, it's not the winner. So I'm thinking about that situation. Because Beavers was deployed for that election. How is it that this device that is responsible for accreditation and also transmission, because you take a shot and forward, where the online and the offline is compared, somehow or should happened? What's the situation? No. Again, wait. I know that we're not going deep into political analysis. We're not promoting, but that is the one election that I would expect would not have a problem. Now we had a mock accreditation, which our reporters caught, and to a large extent they said it was a success, that it went very well. But Osun keeps coming to mind. So why will the possibility of an Osun saga happen with payment of Beavers? Barrister Young, I think it would be nice if you start.
Well, the Osun case, like we all know, I don't want to go deep into it because it's a matter that is still in court, so that we don't engage.
I mean, we're focusing on Beavers, so we can we can limit it to.
Yes, but it is very natural that at the end of the day, whatever had been done was subjected to further forensic investigation.
Okay.
And clearly they saw some discrepancies that had come on. And that is what, at the end of the day, the verdict seemed to have shown. Okay. That matter is on appeal now. So I want to save myself going deep into it. I'm not accused of sub judice.
Okay. All right. I did my polling unit. Market Square, Peter Odili, no INEC official yet. We're approaching 100 in number. No INEC official yet. Till now, 9:53. Then another says, oh my God, I just sent my messages to you now. Behold, INEC officials have arrived. 9:54. Okay. So there's confirmation that officials have arrived at different units. Miniolu, Akanya Unit 28, no INEC materials and personnel. This is at 9:55. Good morning. At exactly 9:52 a.m., people are gathered at our polling units at Azuabia in Transamadi. And there's no INEC official yet. Barry Johnson sends that. Keep those messages coming in. We'll take updates from your different units. Good morning, Chinedu. Reports from Ward 10, Unit 5, we have not seen any INEC official. That's from Oputa. Thank you very much. So the next conversation will be about what is required for a candidate to be declared winner. We'll begin to hear that popularity in one region is not enough. You have to be able to cover some other parts of the country for us to certify that your excellency tag can be conferred on your person. But I think that conversation should be for the next hour, getting very close to 10 a.m. and the news should come up. But very quickly before we get there, because we're trying to connect with the correspondent, Dr. Mbazir and Professor Young, this policy of Barrister Young, I beg your pardon.
Accept it.
This policy of popularity in one zone, one region, cannot make you president. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's a constitutional provision.
Constitutional provision.
It's clear that you have to make at least 25% of vote cast in 2/3 of the states.
That's 24 of 36 states.
Yes, and
including Abuja.
Including Abuja, that's the Federal Capital Territory. And also that in terms of multiple votes, the multiple number of votes should be ahead. But first, the requirement is that for national spread, you should have 25% of 36 states, including Abuja is not a state. We shouldn't forget about that.
Yeah.
Yes, but including Abuja. Yes.
All right, I'll get to you, Doctor, shortly. I think I have Kala on the phone. Morning, Kala there.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Where are you from?
I'm reporting from somewhere in your community.
Okay.
I just left Iraq, and they are currently dispatching materials to the different wards in Gokana. Voting started in a ward, Ward 13, Unit 13. The crowd is much, I should say. There is no voter apathy yet. Voting has started. And according to some of the people who have voted, they said voting started sometime around 9:30 a.m. So apparently the BVAS is working. Everybody's excited to vote. Everybody's peaceful. Everything is in order. And in unit, voting has started. So I'm about to check other places. I'm on my way to other places. Sorry, I've left that place. I'm on other places.
All right. So this is the kind of news we've been longing for all morning. Voting has started. BVAS is working well. Voters are present. INEC officials and materials on ground. And the process so far is smooth. That's wonderful, Kalada. What is the security presence? Yep.
Because this is the community that the voting had started. But they are peaceful. I don't think there is much the security men had to do. But we have many officials positioned in strategic positions.
Okay.
We also have police standing near just in case there is any quarrel or stuff like that. I think you spoke with Ifemi Andrew.
Yes, I did.
At the time we had Kana local government area, the few wards and units we visited, voting had not started. I think the last one we visited was in Kani 2. Voting had not started at the time.
Okay.
We went to the RAC, that INEC office in Kana local government area. They were still dispatching the materials to the various wards. At the time we got them sometime around 9:30, someone said they had dispatched materials to about 8 wards out of 19 wards in Kana local government area. So hopefully by now elections would have kick-started in more wards than at the time we were currently.
All right, so that's wonderful. The mood of the voter is always important to me, but I'm glad you say there are lots of people and the process is smooth.
I could send you pictures. The crowd is wonderful. I've also been told that Senator Magnus Kabe, who is the SDP candidate, is on his way to vote. So I want to go see, capture him both, and ensure also that his ward and his unit is peaceful, and also capture political politicians who are participating in elections.
All right. So finally, hold on. Finally, what is the ratio male to female voters? From what you see, what gender is?
Sam, it's hard to tell. They are young people, they are elderly people, they are women. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Everybody in that community, your community, have poured out to, or would I say everybody in that ward have poured out to the voting center.
Thank you. I would reconnect to get some updates. Thank you very much. All right, it's time for our news conversations. Continue after that. Please stay with us. Info live coverage, giving updates on the elections, which has kicked off today. We're talking presidential and National Assembly elections. My guests who were with me earlier, Dr. Mbazie and Barrister Young, speaking about INEC's preparedness. Of course, with the updates from the field, we can form opinions, analysis, and all things attached. One of the major issues was about logistics, whether or not INEC officials could get there on time. That seems to so far be the biggest problem. But we're glad that the updates on that is that officials and materials have started getting to units, and indeed voting has started. Carl has returned from the field and is back in the studio. Welcome, Carl.
Yeah. Nice to be back, Sam.
Yes, indeed.
Just quickly took a tour to see perhaps what's happening in some areas.
All right. So I, of course, was speaking to my guest earlier about why this delay, which is not new, really. It's almost an every election year thing, has chosen to rear its head this time. Is it that INEC is not fully prepared? Is it that they are prepared, but there's something they are not figuring out? And well, you could hear Barrister Young do his best to defend the commission and say that they have really put in a lot of effort. But the result is the same, Carl. I mean, it doesn't change. It is still officials not getting there on time.
Now, the thing one will ask, is it perhaps the officials who knew this day was coming, who knew they had to be up early? Is it that they didn't get up early and they didn't start coming out on time? Now, logistics is the problem. I know you know, or you're aware of what was happening in Lagos concerning the use of the road transport workers, or particularly, the popular MC Oluomo and all that.
Which was resisted.
Yes, of course. But here's the thing. INEC, over the years, worked with the Road Transport Union. So there have been issues concerning what will exactly happen. You know the way it usually works in some of all these associations and agencies. Do we give the money directly to the people we work with, maybe like the bus drivers, or do we give it to the union? Maybe 20% should get to the union, then the others directly to the people who are working with us. But similarly, sometimes the union wants to receive everything. They want to give it to us. We're the ones in charge. When you give it to us, we'll give it to the people. You give it to the driver, you give it to them, the union. The drivers do not get what perhaps they feel they should get. They are not motivated to do what they should do. So while I was over there at Rumosi, we saw the vehicles arrive with the INEC officials. So it's dropping them off. Logistics is an issue. Don't forget, fueling is an issue. The cost of these things now is not what it used to be before. And there's the tendency of someone when he's making a budget to say, don't worry, maybe 10,000 naira fuel will carry people from now till their kingdom come. Not knowing that 10,000 naira will not buy the liters of fuel it could buy some years ago. That's also one problem. Then that's the reason why sorting or maybe officials arrive late. Like where we're coming from is covered as Choba. The code is 15, and the Iraq and Super Rack is at UPE Choba.
Okay.
Sorting was still going on. It should have been sorted before 8. Sorting should have taken place before 8. But in most places, sorting had not even started by 8. So just now, maybe the materials beginning to leave and arrive at 9:43 at Rumosi Unit 1, at that ward 15 Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3. That's when materials began arriving.
Well, Carl, I understand, but when I have a dissenting view or opinion on something, following it in the first place is not very easy. While these challenges exist, I don't expect INEC to still have this problem now. I mean, if we're still thinking, if we're going to use the Road Transport Union, do we pay drivers? These are issues that...
sometimes it transcends beyond them. Sam, you would like to deal directly with whoever is working with you, so that the person knows that I've done what I'm supposed to do, so please do not fail me. Be there on time, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes, there's the bodies that are beyond them. I don't know if you know how it works with security. When the security men that will come, you don't deal with them directly. You deal with the boss. But those who are going to do the work for you are those men who are there present. And sometimes if they do not get to see or they do not know what it is you're actually providing for them, their output and production will be not as great as or not what you expect it to be.
One of the things Dr. Mbazie said, which I was thinking as well, could this not have been contracted to the private sector?
Well, the possibility, but who has the network? Who has the network like the Road Transport Union? Who has that network? So sometimes, yes, we know that when you say private sector, what you mean is that maybe give it to perhaps some of all these slick organizers, that will make things happen, like these e-hailing services
and
people.
You and I know, Carl, efficiency will be better.
Of course, it will be better, but you consider a whole lot of things, So these guys are the ones who have the network. They're the ones who are able to carry you to go wherever you want to go. They are everywhere. So most likely, it's better to have them as the ones who you're going to use.
All right. So I'm live with Yvonne Okaifo. Good morning, Yvonne.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for joining us. Yvonne is joining us from Lagos, Surulere, I believe.
That's right.
All right. So give us the situation.
Well, at the moment, I've been to 3 polling units. The first polling unit I went to Ward Unit 494, that's Unit 94 in Mashwa, Nursery School here in Ijesha. Voting started at exactly 8:30 a.m. Election officials confirmed to me the BVAS is working, and the total number of registered voters in that polling unit is 92. And then I moved to another polling unit somewhere in Ijesha axis at voting also started at 8:30 a.m. with the total number of registered voters 770. However, when I came to another polling unit, arguably one of the biggest polling units here in Ijesha, at Barua Nursery and Primary School, voting did not start until about 9:52. Election officials were still setting up and getting ready to start accreditation and voting. So voting started quite late at this polling unit. Also, there's visibly a lack of security presence at this polling unit, and the polling unit I went to before. So at the moment, voters are in queues waiting to cast their votes, but there is no security anywhere.
All right, we can see that one of the top contenders, of course, the political party connected to Lagos, is voting at this time. Generally, what's the mood in Lagos like?
Well, the mood right now is a bit dull because voters have to vote. The roads are scanty. Going out to monitor the elections. I noticed kids scattered on the roads, on the major roads, playing football, while young voters are out here to cast their vote. So the mood is a bit dull, but mixed with a tinge of excitement, especially for young voters here.
Well, Yvonne, election morning and football. I mean, election morning will be incomplete if there's no football. So yes, it truly is an election morning. All right, thank you very much.
That's right.
We'll get back to you for updates. Thank you very much, Yvonne. So, Carl, that's what's happening in Lagos.
Okay, she says the general mood. But I was happy she didn't say we have young men. She said kids playing football. So, Sam, apparently those are people not of voting age. Because we love to think that the consciousness and awareness now, we've said that. For INEC also, INEC tells us we have more registered voters now. Now, even having more registered voters is not enough. It's a matter of if they would turn out to vote. The numbers we had previously before, not all of them used to come and vote. At this moment, or rather for this election, we have about 93, I hope I'm getting that right. Yes, 93,469,000 voters, according to INEC. We have over 93 million voters registered.
Yeah.
So I do not think anyone of voting age, like you have in previous elections, will be playing football. And she talked about the mood of Lagos. Of course, everyone excited. Now, we're also aware that, of course, one of the key candidates for the elections, that's Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, he's voting at the moment also in Lagos. It's just been shown live as he's placing his votes. Everyone... I shouldn't generalize. Lots of people are out there and lots of people will want to vote. She also talked about some particular centers. At about 9, materials were yet to arrive. So it's not just here in Rivers. Apparently, it's what's happened elsewhere. So the issue of logistics and getting, of course, the materials across. We've not even talked to anyone from the River Rhine. That's where usually we have more terrible problems, because to get to those places,
understandable challenges.
Everyone
can understand why.
Yes.
So if this is what we have, but there is also the issue of the difficulty. All right, we're gonna get there. I seem to have someone else on the line. Nosa Kare Gabriel from Edo State. Good morning, Nosa.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us. Where exactly in Edo are you reporting from?
From Oredo, Ward 4, where there are 9 units, and election monitoring here has been peaceful so far. Okay. And this is the unit this is the ward where the governor is supposed to vote, but he's not around yet. And so far, accreditation started a little bit after 9, about 9:15 to be precise.
Okay.
Officials and materials came in a little bit late by 8:45 on the dot. That's when the materials started arriving.
Okay.
So far, it's been peaceful here. Accreditation started. Although there was a little hiccup with the BVAS machine from 4 units here, they had to change it. The BVAS machine couldn't recognize, capture the face of the voters. And every presence of security here too at the Mokpai Primary School. We have the presence of the DSS and even the presence of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission.
Okay.
So far, it's been peaceful.
So beavers could not capture faces?
Yeah, and swiftly, some of those machines, 4 of them in 4 of those units, Unit 20, and a couple of and 2 other units actually had that challenge, but they were swiftly changed.
All right, over to Carl. Edo is his hood.
In the Sakai, Wayena.
Oh, yes, it's Domo.
Now, I noticed you mentioned heavy security presence at that particular polling unit. Now, I want to ask, is this because the governor is supposed to vote at that particular polling unit? Or does this have anything to do with the riots and chaos we saw in Benin quite recently concerning the cash issue?
Yeah, I think it's all encompassing. Yeah, not just at this particular ward and unit. All over the metropolis this morning, I went to this particular unit. I had to stop, even with my accreditation tag, I had to stand for verification from a number of heavy armed soldiermen, and I think it's all over the city this morning. So they are on top of the situation, not just this particular ward or unit.
Now, with what happened that period concerning the riots and all that, I want to ask, what's the mood of Benin generally, Edo State generally? What's the reaction to this election? Governorship elections are not taking place now. Okay, I'm sorry. Apparently, Nosa, we're going to get back to you. We just quickly need to go for a commercial break. But just stay on the line.
Stay on the line, Nosa.
We'll get back to you.
We'll be with you shortly.
All right.
All right. Shinedu here. Carl is still with me, and Nusa, joining us from Edo State, is still on the line.
Yeah, hello, Nusa. Do we still have you on the line?
Yeah.
Okay, so like we were talking about the mood for Benin, the mood for Edo in general, following, of course, the riots a few days back. How the people's reaction to the elections?
Massive turnout, that I must say. Usually you'd expect the citizens and average citizens to probably want to stay back for security reasons and not want to turn out. So I can tell you so far, even from other warriors and units, there's a massive turnout. I think it did not deter them, rather I gave them even more ginger to come outside and vote. And that they want us to lead them for the next 4 years. So I think the issue that happened a couple of weeks back as regards the cash issue, it actually fueled them to come outside this morning. There's nothing out of that, from my own expectation anyway.
All right. Now, Nusa, I'm asking as many of our correspondents as I can get. Can you tell the ratio male to female voters present at the units that you have covered?
I really can't put numbers to that. That's quite difficult.
An estimate. Are you seeing a lot of women?
Yeah, there are a lot of them. I mean, even I think a large number of seats, to be precise, it's majorly dominated by youth. That's what I can say.
Okay, dominated by youth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dominated by youth, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Nusa. Thank you very much. We'll hopefully get updates from you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, you know, Carl, this important. In the 2023 election, 85% of women. We need to be able to use this stats.
No, by the time INEC is done, we should actually get a breakdown of what the voting pattern was like. How, like it mentioned, women, male, female, also the age differences for those who are voting. Supposedly, the popular belief out there is that a lot of young people for the first time went to register.
Yeah.
So that's why you're going to be getting lots of first-time voters.
Yeah.
So some, although it might be first-time voting, but perhaps they had their PVC a long time ago and all that. So all these stats will be very important to see how the voting actually takes place. INEC will give us the statistics so that we'll be able to compare it to past elections and know, of course, what's different in this election.
What I'm loving about this particular election is young people are seeing this as a flex. As a matter of fact, people are uploading pictures and say, I went to vote. It's now a bragging right. Yeah. And if you think about it, that's what we have always wanted it to be. For people to be conscious enough to own, the electoral process and say, yes, I was a part of this. I'm glad that I was, here playing my own part. So if this is the spirit, if this is the mood that we take even for further elections for years, where you can be proud of associating, you put up a picture, yes, I voted, I was here. I mean, we see that in other countries where if people vote, sometimes they give them a tag, I voted and all of that. So this pride, this consciousness, do you think this election is launching us into that era of...
I don't know if perhaps the National Orientation Boss already talked about civic responsibility and civic duties. Now, this is what it should be. A sense of responsibility, a sense of duty, knowing that this is what is expected of you. This is your contribution to your country, what you should do. Now, we've not had this happen. This spirit has not existed for a very long time. You started off by saying for some young people, saying some sort of flex. That's the way they are looking at it. Yeah. Well, if this is the way we are going to get into it, maybe, yes, let it come from that way. But, of course, I might be bothered because if it's a flex, we know that sometimes it wears off. It's no longer, the in thing. It will be something that will now be the latest in thing. But that is what we are looking for. That consciousness for Nigerians to know that you do not just sit down and observe. You do not just sit down and just be there. You play a part. Civic education used to be part of what's taught in school. They teach you these things to know what is expected of you. The national anthem, the pledge. I will tell you that a certain generation do not even know how to sing the national anthem.
Be coming down.
All that's changed now. So these are the things that nationality. So we've had lots of people in this country who were just living here, who were not really. Some people live in a community. You may not be part of that. You may not be from that community, but you live in a community for 15 years. But guess what? They have never been an integral part of anything that is happening. When there are cleanups, when there are local meetings, or perhaps let's do the transformer, or maybe let's try and get electricity to come into this place. Let's try and, see if we can hustle to get our road started. They just sit down and observe. Some people are never part of anything. So what we're looking for is that consciousness for people to realize that, see, I am part and parcel of this country. I am part and parcel of this place, and I will play my own part. We are not all equal, and we cannot all, of course, do the same things, but we'll be able to, at least to some level, contribute whatever it is we can contribute. Voting at elections is something that everybody who is 18 and beyond should be able to do. That does not, it's not something you can do. Everyone should be able to do that.
All right, so let's take some more of your updates. We've asked to tell us where you are voting from and what the situation is there as regards arrival of officials, materials, and whether or not the voting has commenced. Nosa is the first voter that said there was a small challenge with beavers. Everyone so far that has reported from a unit where voting has commenced said that it has worked. Now, Nosa said the capture has had a small challenge. I think he said it's been resolved, whether they changed the beavers, or I can't remember how.
It's equipment. That. It's technical equipment. There's that. It's bound to fail. It's not going to always work out fine. So some of you have smartphones. You've got laptops and all that. Some new ones, some old ones. Now, sometimes they could actually fail you. I'm happy you said it's been resolved, but so everyone should know. Not everyone turned out for the mock accreditation. Yeah. There will be some people, I'm sure, that will be rejected.
Wow!
Don't forget, you're going to try your fingerprints. Haven't you been to do registration sometimes? Maybe whether it's BVN or whether it's NIN, or even if it's registration for a new SIM card. When they're trying to capture your fingerprint, they keep on trying, and I say, "Gaga, and wash your hand." Some people they go wash. I'm sure those who are listening now could actually identify with this. When they go out and wash their hand, they come back and still try. It's not going through. They say, "Gaga, sit down first."
Okay, waiting. You be iron bender. Waiting, they use your hand.
So it would happen. I am sure. Yes, you may have your voter's card, but I'm sure there may be some people who may not be able to get accredited. So that's why it's two-pronged. It's should I say two-factor authenticator? Let me use one of those words.
Yes, sir.
If the fingerprints do not work, facial recognition, that's also another one that is expected to work. But should both of them fail, you will not be able to vote.
And there's no incidence form.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's one of the differences we have as compared the last time when we were using the card reader and now with the BVAS itself. There's not going to be any incidence form. If you are not verified, you will not be able to vote. If there's no accreditation for you, you will not be allowed to vote. It's as simple as that for that. So equipment sometimes will fail you, but of course we're hoping not just on the average, that's at least close to 100%. We have everything work out fine with the equipment.
All right, I need to say this as many times as possible. If you are not voting, you have no business around a polling unit. Oh, yes, indeed. There are so many platforms for you to observe. Nigerian Info is doing its best. I mean, different media outlets are looking to keep everyone posted and updated so you can get the information you need. But please do not go to a polling unit if you are not voting. This is important. It looks like we're to speak to another correspondent. We have Tunde Thompson from Abuja. Good morning, Thompson.
Good morning, Sam.
Thompson, how you doing? Thompson that ran away from Port Harcourt, now you're in Abuja. So
he's in the seat of power. Thompson, you went to where it is happening. Oh, in Leobe.
All right. Thompson, what part of Abuja are you reporting from?
Okay. Even though I'm still going to move around, I'm within Lugbe axis at the moment. And the local council area is Kolamak, is the largest area council in FCT.
Okay.
So Lugbe is one of the biggest locations too.
All right.
So I'm reporting live from Lugbe at the moment, and all our colleagues spread around the city and all the villages within FCT are already on the field. So I'm just here. I've visited quite a number of polling units so far this morning.
Okay.
I don't know what the situation is in Port Harcourt or in Rivers State generally.
Our job, Thompson, is to get the situation from Port Harcourt. Focus on Abuja. What is the situation where you are?
Port Harcourt is part of my base now. So, okay. So
So at the moment, places visited earlier in the morning, as at around before 8, around past 8, I went out, another colleague. But around 10 was when my data got into different polling units.
Even in Abuja?
Yes. The entire stretch from the city center all through the airport road, that's where we are covering at the moment. And the story is the same. It was around 10 a.m. that the material started getting to majority parts of these locations. So I visited unit 068, 064, 008, 009. 009 is peculiar because that's a major location in Lugbe axis. That's where majority of these people got their PVC.
Okay.
We have about up to minimum of 5 polling units within that axis. And also, there was no INEC official at the time that I visited. But I learned now that some of those places I visited earlier, they've gotten INEC official around 10 o'clock, past 10, coming to the area. Also, aside the INEC officials that were not around at that time, but everybody, we have a lot of turnout. People were excited. I was reporting on Nigeria for this one, and I was excited to see somebody brought her cooking gas.
Wow.
Frying balls and other stuff for people to buy. Interesting. A lot of people are excited about this election. The security personnel were out at 6 o'clock, some of them, and many people were even on ground before then, and they are just waiting patiently. The polling unit I'm in at the moment is 068, the first polling unit I visited earlier, and they are still expecting the INEC official in that particular polling unit to arrive so that they can cast their ballot. A lot of Nigerians are so excited that they are taking it upon themselves to make it oddly. They are writing names for people that are on ground so that somebody who is not coming early will not join the queue. So they already know themselves. They give themselves numbers. They are coordinating everything to be in orderly manner. I left polling unit 064, 009, 008, and the INEC officials were already on ground. They were briefing them at the time I left the place, and people are excited. The place is crowded.
All right.
I can report.
So, Thompson, for the functionality, or better yet, the efficiency of BVAS, has there been any issue in any of the units you covered?
Okay, so since I said they were not on ground, the only place I cited the INEC official is that 008, 064, 084, 08 something again. So they just arrived, they were just trying to coordinate them and say, okay, form a queue. They were yet to address them as at the time I left there. I left 2 of my other colleagues there to come and check this other polling unit. So I will still go back to that place, probably in the of the coverage. We'll still get back. We have a lot of ground to cover, and today we are not sleeping until the votes are counted.
In regular Thompson fashion.
Thompson, the woman who brought her camping gas to cook there, I'm sure she's receiving plenty of patronage.
A lot of patronage. In fact, to tell you the truth, the business side of things are working very well within the areas I've visited so far. A lot of shops are open.
Wow.
Open. Not that they are not voting. A lot of people have visited their polling units to write their names. Once they see INEC officials, a lot of them will go back. But they have people within the shops that are selling with them. If you want to buy soft drink, if you want to eat anything, you can still, eat whatever you want to eat and wait patiently. As I'm talking to you, just that we are not on video call, somebody is distributing sachet water. But selling sachet water, not distributing actually.
Well, you can send us videos, Thompson.
And Thompson, did you patronize the woman who is selling something, or you came prepared?
I'm always prepared anywhere I go.
I trust you.
I have a plant of water in my bag.
I trust you.
But if I have any reason to do something, I would definitely do. A lot of people are excited and they are here eagerly waiting. Unlike the previous elections where people will say whether we vote or not, our votes will not count.
Yeah.
A lot of people,
there's a consciousness
voters, like myself actually, first-time voters, and they are willing to vote. The only downside that I discovered, Carl and Sam, is that some of these people, and I know very well that Nigeria Info and all our platforms, they've been spreading this news to locate your PVC and your polling unit before the day. A lot of young guys, as excited as they are, some of them are just going to polling unit to ask this money and say, I am polling with this one. Some of us will have to even use our phones to even help them to check
locate
their polling unit. So that may be another side to
challenge.
It, that some of them might not be able to locate their polling unit.
Yeah, thank you, Thompson.
Thank you very much, Thompson, who would get back for updates. That's quite interesting from Abuja.
Actually, that also happened to me. Someone approached me and was showing me his cards. Please, where will my polling unit be? You know, so some people did not take all that, did not heed the announcement that came previously that you should go check and, first of all, if your name is on the register and where your polling unit will be. Some people did not do so. And also, as Thompson mentioned, I'm quite surprised that he said people are selling things there. While we also went around this our own locality here, I took note. Most people who were walking down to wherever the polling units were, you could see some of them holding on to something.
Yeah.
Some people had either a bottle. Some ladies who had, there was one who had a transparent bag. I could see water and I could see
the content.
Yes, I could see juice inside. So her own is that once I get there, I am there. So maybe they must have taken some little breakfast at home. But somebody, I heard you read a message who said somebody said he slept at his polling unit.
Yes.
And all. Some people went out quite early and they may not see anything to eat. So if they are at one of those centers, because some people like to be first.
Yeah.
They like to be in the forefront.
Yeah.
If they're at those centers where the materials did not, and the INEC officials didn't turn up on time, that means it's going to be a long wait. And I hope they don't get discouraged, by the time they get hungry, and maybe decide to start leaving or something like that.
Well, I'm hoping that they blend that with the experience and the stories they would tell. You say, on election day, I was hungry.
But I stayed.
My kids and grandkids, I didn't eat all day just so that we can change the fate and the direction of our country. But let's look at what Thompson said. People with stores and their doors open. So there's a business side of things. Technically, no movement. So if I slept in my store, I mean, technically I did not move, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Or, since you can walk to your polling unit, let's say you have one of those stores that's just in front of your... Will I be conflicted? Like if I'm a business person, would I want to open my store on a day like this if I'm not breaking the no movement rule?
Yeah, when they say no vehicular movement on the day, the idea is to restrict people, traversing across whether the city or the state, and which could easily lead to some trouble, you know. The idea also is that anyone who is going to cast his vote on that day, now that person should have registered in the polling unit around you, so it's within a walkable distance. So usually when they say no movement, it doesn't mean people will not move. From this our own area, I've seen people walking from Obirikwere down to Rumosi. Some will even be walking down to that Alakaya area. That's definitely what it's going to be, because you're not going to get commercial taxis or commercial vehicles in operation today. That will not happen. So it's just going to be about movement. And for those who perhaps they are shops, I've just come from some polling booths and I'm trying to think, when Thompson mentioned that about Abuja, I did not see open. Are these areas where you have all those petty stores or maybe those kiosks? No, I don't remember. Maybe I wasn't observant enough, but I can't remember seeing any of them open. You talk about if it's conflicting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking they'll also be playing a role in the service. Let's say someone left his house that early and is not able to. So it's still within the vicinity. Actually, let me get a bottle of water. Or can I get perhaps some soda? Can I get, any other fuzzy sugary drink? I'll keep my energy while I stand in line, waiting for it to get to my turn so that I should be able to perform my civic duty. I do not think that's... It's not as if the person is driving a vehicle carrying goods from one place to another to sell. Also, like Thompson did mention, they already are going to vote. So seemingly those people are registered to vote around there. So they're just waiting, let it be my turn, and they'll go and vote. Meanwhile, still doing some good business while they're there.
Man, what's better? Voting for your future and making money for the present. All right, I reports that INEC officials just arrived at her polling unit, Ward 17. Well, thank you very much for that. We're still taking your messages on WhatsApp. Okay. Good morning. Please, for persons that couldn't get their PVCs, are they eligible to vote Phillips? No. It's a big and capital no.
There was that, should I say, something that went viral, where it was stated that all you have to do is just have your VIN and you go and, you print out indicating where your polling units and you'll be allowed to. No. You need your voter's card to be able to go vote today. So if you do not have your PVC, if you do not have that permanent voter's card, you cannot vote.
All right. Judah Mamebe reports from his polling unit as well. His materials have not arrived, but he hopes to be done before 12. Jude, I don't know if this is the elasticity of your patience. If you're saying that by noon.
Jude is also supposed to be on duty.
Yes. Oh, yes, he's supposed to be in the studio.
So basically, he's letting you know that.
Okay. So, I'm
so you see, that's also going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Some people have turned out early so that they ensure that they do this on time. I know some people are usually back. People are always want to be the first with everything and all. You're there, and unfortunately, materials did not arrive earlier. You're not able to conclude the business.
All right, let's go back to WhatsApp. And thanks to everyone who has sent messages so far. We love that you're reporting. This basically is Eyewitness Report, election edition. So keep those reports coming in. Update time. I'm now at polling unit. Okay, no, this was from the previous hour. So let's take the latest message. 9 Unit 71, Eleprawa Primary School, INEC personnel just arrived. We're forming lines and about to start. And this message came at 10:48, which is right about now. Thank you for that. 10:49 at my polling unit, and we are yet to commence voting, Harry says on WhatsApp. Good morning. The election in Unit 20, Iboeche, has just commenced now with INEC officials, with one civil defense officer has started. Thanks, Ben Onyeka. Now remember that we're taking text-based feedback. That means you're sending messages to our number 080-903-06416. You can send a text message. You can also send a WhatsApp message, Telegram message, and we have Facebook and Twitter. Now we have videos and pictures on our social media, especially Facebook and Twitter, where you see some of the actions and possibly reactions from where our correspondents are covering. Okay, so I say you've not been reading my. I just did. Ward 9th, Unit 71. I just took your message. Thanks for sending. Good morning, Sam. I have a question. Is it ideal to reveal your ballot paper after thumb printing? My brother, to who? Well, who are you revealing to?
Well, you're not supposed to. You're not obligated to do so. Well, I guess what he's referring to is sometimes you see the politician. That's the key figures.
That's exactly what he said. He said, I'm asking because I just watched and he calls a figure here.
Okay, so sometimes you see the key figures. Maybe when we have a president vote, when we have a governor vote, these guys belong to a political party. So they want to show everybody, look, I've just voted for so and so. That is it. We usually see so. But you are not obligated. It's secret ballot.
Yeah.
It's a secret ballot. You go into the booth, cast your vote, and you fold it neatly and drop into the box. You are not obligated to show anyone who you are voting for, and no one should ask you or demand of you to see who you voted for.
I know that with Nigerian politics, I shouldn't even be asking this question. But Carl, why would I think that the president would not vote for his party? Like, why would I even be in the question? Like, the president went to vote. Why should I think?
You just said something.
Maybe he put his thumbprint on another party.
Sometimes it has happened. We've heard stories like that. Even if it's jokingly that the man did not even vote for himself. That's somebody who is even in the race.
Yeah.
You hear that he even voted for another candidate. So sometimes these leaders want to show their followers that I'm actually leading the way. Yeah. So I've done it. What is expected of you is to follow suit.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you said the president so I can read his message completely. Say, I'm asking because I watched the president do so in Katsina.
That's what we usually get. Yeah. Most times they do, and they hold up their ballot paper for everyone to see what they've done. Presidents, governors, some key political figures, they usually do that.
Well, you didn't add your name to this message, but I'm certain you are not a president. You are not a governor. My brother, let your ballot be known to you and you alone. I'm going to once again go through the process, the voting process. Now that we have INEC officials finally showing up at different polling units. What is the procedure? So very quickly, you present your PVC for accreditation, which is why if you do not have a PVC, you cannot vote today. Your PVC, the accreditation process is it's slotted into the BVAS where it reads to certify, authenticate your card. Say, yes, this card is actually from INEC. You check to ensure your name is on the register of voters. You then get authenticated by BVAS. This is where your fingerprint and possibly your face ID. It's important to know that either can work. It doesn't have to be both. It authenticates you. After accreditation, you'll be issued a ballot paper. Go to the cubicle and make your choice. That means you place your print. That means only you. It's not enough that you've been in love with this person for a long time. Your boo, your bae, your friend should not know what choice you have made. Drop your ballot paper in the ballot box. That is the voting process. You've successfully done it. And you can say if you intend to stick around 30 minutes away. I think that's what they said.
30 meters away.
30 meters. I said minutes. Meters away. You know, if you have voted, of course.
At least you are part of the process. Yes. You've actually, cast your vote, so you could, if you want to hang around and wait, but not for those who are not registered or did not come out to vote and said, we came to observe. Any observer you see today is accredited. We have observers who have been accredited by the electoral body, INEC, and those are the only observers who perhaps are not voting that you can see standing around. But if you don't have your PVC and you're not voting at that polling unit, please sit down and listen from your home or observe from your television. You don't need to go observe over there at the venue.
All right. By WhatsApp, changing of polling units without sending us message is not good, especially for some that need to walk a long distance. For example, I walk from Rumaholu to Murukrushi just to cast my vote. While I understand your frustration, if you had looked up your polling units days or weeks before now,
about how many weeks we were told to even check.
Yeah.
So sometimes people do not pay attention, not following the process. This period where we say seemingly everyone is apparently conscious, but some people were not paying attention to know what the process was. There was a time where we're supposed to check if we're on the register and also to check where your unit is.
All right, Shay from Elemo is asking, is this information correct? He sends a screenshot of a public message that has been shared on WhatsApp and reported to have come from INEC. Yes, it is correct. From what I see here, he's talking about locating your PVC. Go to cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS. Type in your state, your LGA, your last name, your date of birth, and it displays your polling units. If you check the INEC website, it actually has this information. So yes, what you have sent here actually is from INEC. Hector says, voting is yet to commence in Tombia Dema local government. Voters are ready to cast a vote, but still waiting for arrival of INEC. That's from Hector. Thank you very much, Hector. The phone line's linking. We are not taking calls. Please send them to our different platforms. I believe that we have a lot of text messages. With what the internet is doing, so don't forget to SMS. We should just taking everything. Samwat 7, Unit 69 present now. So from Rumaholu, next message came about go 53. Good morning, men in the studio. I wonder and always ask this question: why is it that voting must always arrive late? You want to ask why is he arriving late in one region? Well, we are on the phone with Thompson, and Thompson was reporting from Abuja, and he said that materials got to the different unit at 10 a.m. for an election which I said, and there was a count timer on their water this morning, was supposed to kick off at 8:30. I'm even glad it's up. If materials are right in Abuja, it's safer.
When not even Abuja, when Thompson mentioned that, you would have thought that everything would be tap over here in Abuja. It's just a matter of everybody getting there by 6 o'clock, by 30, just zooming off, 7 o'clock, they ride and they set up clock, they process against clockwork, of the thing.
Yes.
But it had not happened. Shows you, we had the talk between the central bank and INEC. The assurance is given that they will be giving cash. INEC told the central bank that we need cash because these people we are going to deal with, most especially those from the road transport union and the transporters and all that, they will accept cash. They don't want transfer. So there was that agreement between the central bank and INEC that they will receive, what they need and what they require. But you see, this entire thing is a chain. This entire thing is a system. I don't know if you guys had previously talked about, the cash crunch and all that. So a whole lot of things perhaps that might have been put in place have not been put in place. So it's going to take some. Even if you provide cash to one body now, if INEC has cash, INEC tells perhaps the driver, see the cash today. I will go and buy fuel. The people, like I say, it's a cycle. It's a circle there. And one person is affected by the fact that something is not available. So, but for INEC, Abuja, I'm surprised that they were not fully ready, or there was still late arrival of materials. I thought, being the place where it's supposed to happen, the headquarters, that it would have been smoother there than in places like River State, where we've just witnessed materials arriving late in some certain areas.
All right. I have Warri Bros issues on my Unit 9. INEC just arrived. We have almost 2,000 people waiting. They are here. I doubt you counted. That's a lot of people, though. We've written our name waiting for them. But then came... Okay. Well, thank you very much, Warri Bros. It's almost 11. The news happens on every hour. Coming up in the next hour, we'll be talking about the strength of your popularity. What is required to win a presidential election in Nigeria? Now, a provision of the Constitution states that the winner has to receive highest votes nationwide and 25% of 2/3 of the 36 states, which would translate to 24 out of 36 states. So being popular in one region alone is not enough to make you the president. That conversation rather happens in the next hour. Stay with us. song works every single time. All right, on our Facebook, because we are posting updates from the election, sights and sounds. There's a video where one of the candidates says the BVAS machine in his ward 16, Bera Community in Gokana LGA, is not working. And Ward 16 has polling units 1 to 16. I have, if you hear me, Andrew. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning to you, Sam.
Yes, thanks for joining us once again.
Thank you.
All right, so one of the governorship candidates is saying that the BVAS in his ward was not working. Is there any credence to that?
Yes, at about 10:35, when we met him, he spoke with us and I said that there were issues with the BVAS machines because he himself had not been accredited and could not vote.
Okay.
He was supposed to vote at Unit 10, Ward 16. So speaking with some of the INEC resident of presiding officers of the various units, we discovered that yes, indeed, there was some truth to some of the things he had said. We had issues with the few of the BVAS machines, but then some of the presiding officers also had told us that, well, that was temporary, and but then after it went on, the machine started working.
Okay.
And we also confirmed a while ago now that the particular BVAS machine in his ward, Unit 10, is now working.
Okay.
But prior to that time, we had issues with some of the units, Unit 6, Unit 14, Unit 1, a couple of other units where the BVAS machine had issues, whereas in some other units it was working as at the time we were there. Unit 15, 16, 7, and a couple others. The BVAS machines were operational and working fine, but they all confirmed that they had slight issues before this time. Like when it first started, they had slight issues with the machines, but then it seems to be working now.
Okay.
As at the time we spoke with them last, which was just around between 10:50 to 10:50.
Okay. All right. We're glad that it has been resolved now. But do you know what the specific issues were? We've had reports of some BVAS. Yeah. Hello.
They say it was configured for a different location.
Oh.
That was Abuja, to be precise. It was configured for Abuja.
Okay.
Some of the units. So it was now a concern for the governorship candidate, who was wondering how BVAS machine configured for Abuja and was sent here. And then there was also issues with 20 previous elections. The configuration was for both previous elections past. So the 2022 was what was there, to be precise. So it became an issue for them. And then some of them were completely not connected. Even the ones we saw for some of the units was completely not connected at all. So you couldn't even put it on. Some of them had issues with the facial recognition and the thumbprint at the same time. You couldn't have voters could not be accredited using their thumbprints. They could also not be accredited using the facial recognition. So that was the problem for quite a while.
Okay.
And some of the INEC residents, presiding officers we spoke with, had said that they contacted their head office and there were talks about some people coming to check it and it was going to be resolved. We were here for a while, and we saw that some of them later started working. Perhaps they might have reconfigured them. We cannot exactly tell because that information was not given to us.
Okay.
But at the moment, we can tell that the particular unit for the governorship candidate, Unit 10, the BVAS machine, got reports that it started working. And we'll still have to monitor the process and know whether or not everybody is accredited and voting is going on smoothly. But for other units, under the same Ward 16, voting is ongoing. It's quite peaceful. Voters are very patient, waiting for the machines to come up. And at the moment, some of them are already voting and waiting behind to also see that the process is not hindered in any way at all.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Andrew, for that. We'll definitely get more updates from you. Okay. So reports from left to right and possibly center about BVAS devices not working, but eventually resolved. I'm glad that it has a happy ending. Remember, Nusa from Edo State said some of the devices there also had initial problems, but it was finally resolved. And Andrew has confirmed that right here in River State, the polling units of a governorship candidate They had the initial problem, but finally it's been resolved. So patience might just be a virtue that you need to activate this morning. I'm still getting reports from our correspondents on the field and, of course, directly from the voter. Kingsley Ime sent a message stating that Ward 8, Unit 22, Orichiri Town Hall at the Rumo Kalabo axis. Things are going smoothly there. He has voted. He spent not more than 5 minutes. And according to him, this is the fastest he has voted in a Nigerian election. So it's commendable for INEC. All right, thank you very much, Kingsley. Back to WhatsApp. I'm asking, what's happening at your end? Are you voting? Are you armed with your PVC, ready for the exercise? Of course, voting has started in different parts of the country. It kicked off at 8:30. Reports of late arrival at different parts. But as of now, many people have started voting. Let me know. We're taking text-based feedback, as I said earlier. So your messages on WhatsApp, Telegram, SMS, of course, Facebook and Twitter. That is what we are working with. Okay. In Omerulu Ward 5, Ikwere local government area of River State, nothing is happening so far. Oh no, this message is from very long ago. Let's get more recent. Accreditation and voting has commenced at Ward 9. At Unit 9, Ward 5, Omerulu in the Ikwere local government area. And the process is very smooth. Hence the conviction. Okay, let's not talk about result. Let's just talk about process for now. Ezenye Chima from Omerulu. And he sends a picture, okay, of peaceful process going on. Well, thanks for this photo. It looks like what's happening there. All right. We don't have... This is Ward 35, back of Rumosi Primary School. We don't have any police or security official. Officials of INEC have refused to start until security agents are here. And from the picture you have sent, no one is there yet. That's interesting. Still take thoughts. 080 906 080 Send your messages so I can not taking calls, right? Okay. Let's see. Good morning. My name is Ike. I voted at Rumomasi here. Everything is moving smoothly in all the polling units. I am desperately excited, emphasis on desperate, that the process is going well for a lot of people, you know. But more importantly, super excited that people have come out to vote. There is the consciousness. Okay, and this message reads, please, Sam, what's the full meaning of BVAS? Yeah, it's BVAS. That is Bimodal Voter Accreditation System. It means that it does accreditation through two different modes. So before now, we had the card reader, which just takes your fingerprint, the smart card reader. So all it takes is your fingerprint for accreditation. So what that means is it's only one mode, and the mode is just fingerprint. Now for BVAS, it's two modes. That's why it's bimodal. You can take your fingerprint and facial recognition. So that's why it's bimodal, as against, which obviously is an upgrade from the reader. So Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, that's BVAS, which is BVAS, technological device introduced by INEC for smooth sailing in these elections. That's your answer. All right, after the break, we talk some more. I'm taking your updates. Stay with me.
As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasters
Thank you, Soibi. Where are you reporting from?
At the moment, I'm in Akukutoro, precisely the Bonima, the headquarters of Akukutoro.
All right.
Ward 4.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what's the situation there?
Yeah, every place I visited in Bonima is calm. Voters turn out in their numbers. But the voting is going on smoothly with some issues. Just a few issues.
Okay. I can hear you. There were reports that some Beavers devices had challenges earlier.
Yeah, it's all because I witnessed one in the APC governorship candidate unit in Abonima, Ward 12, Unit 7.
All right.
I witnessed that, but they resolved it with the direct tech assigned to the ward.
All right.
Came and resolved the matter, and I think the Beavers started working while I left that unit.
So what was the particular problem? It wasn't capturing people's faces or fingerprints?
It was not able to capture some person. It took them 1 hour to even capture one voter.
Wow.
But when the tech assigned to the ward came, was able to direct them on what to do.
Okay.
The INEC officials that were assigned to do, it's like they don't know what to do as at that time.
Okay.
So he came and instructed them on what to do, and immediately they comply with what the advice he gave to them. The Beavers started working, and every voter that when I was there started the accreditation and at the same time voting at the same time.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, the turnout of voters, how is it?
It's not impressive. It's not impressive. As in Ward 4, one of the units, the number is about 896 or so. But I can tell you that the voters in my estimation, the voters I saw as at when I witnessed the voting, it's not up to 200. It's not up to 200, and I speak with you, I'm still within the environment.
Okay.
And we are very close to, we have 2 hours or 3 hours to the close of voting and accreditation. But at the moment, I want to go back, that particular unit, I want to go back with 800 and something voters. I want to go back and find out if they will even be able to have half of the registered voters.
All right. Okay, and finally, what is the security presence like?
Yeah, you know, Abonima was a centerpiece for one crisis or the other in 2019.
Okay.
So, but I speak with you, there is no any politically motivated violence. The place is calm. Maybe some persons I asked, they said maybe it's because of the presidential election. We don't know what will happen. We have three key players, contestants in Abonima. We have Dumo, we have Tony Cole. I think 2 and 1 Wenike Briggs also contesting in Abonima.
Right.
So we don't know what will happen in the governorship election, but I speak with you. There is no crisis. Every place is calm. There is no deployment of securities. In fact, in some of the units, I cannot see any police present, but people are going, the voters are doing their work as, exercising their franchise, and nothing of intimidation, nothing of molestation, nothing of harassment I've witnessed in any of the units I visited. The only place I observed one issue was that one or two of the ballot papers were not taken to the unit, and as when I was leaving, the INEC officials were trying to sort out whether it's missing or whether it wasn't missing. That was the only incident I witnessed. But everything is calm in Abonima. I'm about to leave to Asaritoro.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Soibi, for that report.
Thank you, Senator.
I would be updated. What's going to happen at the governorship? Of course, it's going to be peaceful. We are going to follow this trend of smooth sailing. All right. We're counting down. Elections ongoing in different parts of the city, the state, and indeed the country. What is the situation at your end as regards voting? At my polling unit, as already indicated, we've started accreditation and voting is running. Greetings, Sam. And your unit is Ward 8B, Rumokuta, Unit 11, Rumola. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, with the beavers, it seems it's a configuration issue. You know, considering that Soibi just said when one of the tech experts touched the device, it started working and did not have any problems. So maybe it has to do with calibration. Maybe the INEC officials do not know what button to push or what, to activate. And when this happens, eventually, by those who know, it's smooth from that. From then moving on. So obviously, it has to be problem with configuration. 08090306416 08090306416. It's 11:35 a.m. right here in Port Harcourt and in every part of Nigeria. What is the situation at your polling center? My unit is working and we are just setting up now. Unit 20, Rumo Elumini. We have not seen INEC. This came in at 11:22 a.m. I just made a long walk from Boba to Choba at the UP Primary School opposite Uniport Gate, which is my polling unit. I hope it's a long walk to freedom. Interesting. Accreditation has commenced before I arrived, and the place is calm. God's Power Ngan says, and God's Power sent this message at 11:22 as well. It's 11:23. Accreditation is yet to start. Unit 6, Elele Elimini in a Moha local government area. That's from Joseph. Okay. And someone is asking provision of transportation to transport INEC materials to the various wards, polling units whose responsibility INEC or political parties. It cannot be political parties. It has to be INEC. There seems to be a transportation issue in Degema to riverine communities. Kyle mentioned that earlier, that the riverine communities will have their natural challenges. But you cannot expect a political party to be responsible for transportation of materials. That would be chaos, if you may. Valentine Ehis says, Beavers not working in Elekpokuodu playground. Polling units 001 and 002. There's a large turnout of voters, but it's at reporting time. Voting has not commenced in both polling units. And this came in at 11:27 a.m. Thank you very much. Keep the messages coming. Nothing is happening here. This message reads, okay, Nigerian folk, please come to Rumokuta roundabout. The PVC card reader is not working. Well, it's the beavers. That's what it's called. Yes, we've had those issues at some other polling units, but according to what we have, with a little tweaking and configuration, it should be better. I'm at Ward 20, Unit 60 at Market Square on Peter Aldely Road, Port Harcourt. Everything is moving well. It goes on to say a new Nigeria will be birthed soon. Turnout is impressive. Everything is impressive and organized. They brought enough canopies and chairs and bottled water for everyone. I don't know who organized this. You can't pick your number, sit down. Then 10 persons are called per time. My own is, okay, you've given us your number. This is B from Port Harcourt. They brought canopies, chairs, and bottled water. Who is the they? Who do this thing? Okay. Please help us reach out to INEC officials in charge of Unit 003 in Omuahuwo, Alu, in Equatorial Local Government. We are waiting for them. That message is from 3 minutes ago at 10:35 a.m. All right. I'm currently walking down to my polling unit at Orobum Civic Center 111. I'm coming from Air Force Base, Port Harcourt. So far, I've seen several polling units and they are all cool and calm. No crisis, accreditation and voting going smoothly. No security operatives in some polling units, but it's calm regardless. I'm loving the reports I'm getting. I'm loving where this is going. And Tony Anthony says, we've been waiting for ages at Ward 2, Unit 10, Orobum. The BVAS is faulty and no one is addressing the electorate an alternative provision. Well, there is no alternative. You have to use the BVAS. So hopefully it is configured, calibrated properly so you can vote. All right. This message simply reads, "Good morning. Here at Amadi Kalabo Hall, Port Harcourt local government area, BVAS is not working. INEC officials are resorting to manual voting, but the voters are resisting it as they claim it's a way to disenfranchise them. They're insisting INEC should give machine that is working." Analyst in Port Harcourt. Okay, I need to take this again. INEC resorting. You said Amadi Kalabo Hall, Port Harcourt, LGA. All right. Thank you very much. Keep those messages coming in. The numbers are 080-903-06416. What is the situation at your end, your polling center, your polling unit? Is the process smooth? Has voting started? I'm hoping it has. It's almost noon. Has voting started? When the materials get there, the turnout of voters, are there any hitches? Call me and tell me. All right. Where are you reporting from, Favor?
Currently at Rumi Pericom, precisely the polling unit of His Excellency Governor Yeson Wike. That's talking about Ward 9, Unit 7.
Okay. And so what's happening there?
So, it's been disappointment on the faces of voters as so far so good. They've been hoping that by now they should be able to cast their votes. But no thanks to the BVAS machine system that has not been able to work since the voters arrived at the venue. And the head of ICT was called. He arrived at the venue about 35 minutes ago, and he was able to check the machine, which of course he could not fix it at the venue, and decided to take it back to fix it. And the voters asked, and we made inquiries also. He told us that it will take 15 minutes to return back to the polling unit. And since then, it's been voters sitting down, waiting, and people asking questions and asking why this will be happening at this time. So that's the situation report at the ward at the polling unit of His Excellency.
Okay, so this BVAS issue has gone beyond a configuration issue. But what is the turnout like there?
Yeah, the turnout is massive. Trust me, both old and young, they all come out to exercise their franchise. I must tell you, in that particular place where I am at the moment, is massive. We are around here waiting to cast their vote. Security reports, we have, of course, security men being put in place to ensure things are, proper and in order. But we'll only wait to find out what happens next if when the BVAS machine returns. But I must tell you, I think it might really, really go along with extend the time because of the delay in accrediting the voters in terms of using the permanent voter card.
Okay. Well, somebody sent a message on our WhatsApp stating that they had problems with BVAS as well, but INEC made an alternative recommendation, which is quite sad if this is true. At the unit where you're reporting from, was there any alternative proposed, or did they say without BVAS nothing can happen?
Well, before they left the scene, they didn't make any alternative because they wanted to make sure that it's being used. Because, of course, that's what INEC has in place for this election. So what the head of ICT did was to, take the polling officers away from the venue, take the BVAS along with them to go back and, change it. At the moment, both the INEC officials, majority of them also left the venue with the head of ICT to go and see if something can be done or change the machine that will be used. So that is what they did. So far, so good. Nothing has been talked about, making alternative. Maybe if we don't get we don't get positive news, maybe not. But at the moment, they're going to change it. So that's the latest.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm hoping we get more updates from you. All right. So, BVAS, this is one situation that has gone beyond configuration. They've had to take it, and the tech guys say it will return in 15 minutes. This is definitely going to affect the deadline because voting should wrap up at different units at, say, 3 p.m. based on what INEC has said. All right, and we're getting reports that BVAS is breaking down in different parts of the country. I was seeing Sokoto, was seeing Maiduguri, and of course there are reports from right here in River State. Should this dissuade you? The answer is no. I'm hoping that your enthusiasm does not wane. Keep being patient for those who have not voted yet. Some have voted, it's been smooth, so hopefully you get to share that experience. 080-903-06416. Those are the WhatsApp numbers. You can also go to our social media, Facebook, Twitter. There are photos and videos of voting across Nigeria from different parts. So you can make your voice heard on those platforms. It is at Nigeria InfoPH. For Facebook, it's facebook.com/Nigeria InfoPH. For Twitter, it is at Nigeria InfoPH. All right, tell us what's happening at your end. What is the situation? Are you locked and loaded, armed with your PVC, ready to vote? Has election begun? When did materials arrive? And is BVAS fully functional? Let me know. All right. Oh my. Good morning. My name is Ibiere. And he goes on to say, my polling unit is CSS on Polo Ikwere Road, Mile 3. There are lots of voters here, but the materials are not here yet. Wow. Not there yet. No INEC official in sight. And this came in at 11:34 a.m. All right. No INEC officials. INEC officials arrived at 11:31 at our ward. Says Unit 82, Ward 5, Uphill. Okay. All right. This message simply reads, good morning to you all. And the next one, I'm currently at Sangana Street because that's my polling unit. But up till now, materials have not arrived. The crowd is massive. When will the materials arrive? Oh, my dear. I don't have the answer, but I'm hoping that the answer is soon. Keep those messages coming in. We'd like to know when the materials got there and whether or not they are there at all. Whoever he may be, needs to receive the highest votes nationwide and 25% of the votes cast in 24 of the 36 states, including, of course, the FCT. That is 2/3 of 36. And so, popularity in one region alone would not be enough to convert candidates to president. It's important you know that. Very important. Also, the restriction on movement is vehicular. That means you can and should walk to your polling unit, as a lot of people are doing as of this morning. I'm impressed by the reports. Those who have said I'm walking, it's a 35-minute walk, it's a 20-minute walk, but I intend to vote. So vehicles should not be seen moving. And this is according to the police, so they can discharge their duties effectively. I'm scrolling through to get the press release. I'm always tempted to read what they have posted, just for those who need friendly reminders. Now, there will be total restriction of all forms of vehicular movement on roads, waterways, and other forms of transportation between the hours of 12 a.m. midnight on Friday, the 24th of February, to 6 p.m. Saturday, the 25th of February, with the exception of those on essential services such as INEC officials, electoral observers, medical personnel, ambulances responding to medical emergencies, firefighters, and etc. The command warns that security aides and escorts are not allowed to accompany their principals and politicians to polling booths and collation centers during the election, as anyone found flouting this directive will be sanctioned. Vigilante groups are excluded from participating in the security architecture for the upcoming election. All right, I'll run through that. But a man who has been on the field is right here. So let's get his experience before someone snatches him away, as he always does. Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Jude.
Hello, River State. Hello, Port Harcourt. And hi to you, Sam.
Now, this is Monday 23. It's not Hello, Port Harcourt, please.
Oh,
this is the problem. It has entered your mind.
I'm not greeting.
You're beginning to do too much.
I'm greeting the people of Port Harcourt.
Well, I'm sorry. Yes. What I heard is Hello, Port Harcourt.
Yeah, Hello, Port Harcourt.
And for now, it means only one thing. So what has your experience been this morning?
Okay, all right. Very shortly, this is our handover. We're going to be shaking our hands before I take over till the later of the evening. So I did go out to observe, and I also, as you can see,
yes, Jude has voted.
Yeah, took part in the electoral process. There is a lot of keenness in the region. In the regions I've been, keeping tabs on. There's a lot of keenness. The voter turnout is not so great. Okay. I'll use where I voted. Of the 198. Certified voters on that at that polling unit, I got to see more than half of them show up. So 198, so just over 100 people showed up when I left the polling unit. So that's not a bad turnout. But then some areas reported, and we're going to be following all the reports on 90.3 Nigeria. For some of the places have not received their shares, some very around River State. But I think from my observation, a lot of people are taking it seriously. Pregnant women, I saw pregnant women. I saw nursing. I saw the come through, but the INEC stats did not lie. Majority of the voters were people under the age of 45. Majority of them.
Interesting. All right, so those who believe future to fight for. Now, there are people who are looking for polling unit this morning.
Yes.
So lots of people showed up the wrong place and they are redirected. Did you have that at your end as well?
I think I did. I did see one or two people come across, not quite sure. Some were checking. And then there were a few individuals who, I think those are the smart people who use the services of INEC online.
To look up.
Yeah, to look up, because then the INEC will use the Google Maps to direct you to the polling station, to your polling unit.
Interesting.
So that's what the guy did, and he came and was like, please, I'm not sure, is this the right place? So he showed me his card. I'm like, oh yes, this is the right number. Okay. So you are in the right place. To be sure, there is a list there. Go look at it,
look it up,
and make sure that it's your face and not your uncle's face on the paper.
All right. This compared to elections from previous years, do you see a change in the awareness? Because naturally, you would have more people register, irrespective of what's happening, because more people are turning 18.
Yes, true.
That's normally going to happen.
True.
But it seems that people are impressed by the numbers, looking or sounding like it's higher than usual. Did you have that, the pulse of the people? Did it feel like there was more belief?
Well, I wouldn't say the numbers generally, are reflected, but what I would say is the atmosphere of intentionality.
Okay.
Right. So, like I said, in my own area, just under 200, just about half turned up. So, if it was a case like we did see, those of you who are old enough to remember when South Africa woke up and said, look, they want to go and vote for President Mandela, right? When people were awake on the line, 6 a.m., 4 hours before voting was meant to start. All right. I would have said, okay, yes, we're there. But I didn't see that.
I'm Nigerian, and I would have voted for Mandela from here as well. So I can understand the emotional attachment for that.
But there were reports, and I'm probably sure some people saw it on social media. There were reports, some people sleeping in police stations to wait to cast their votes here in this country.
We had some people send that as well.
Sending those comments. But the numbers, right? Maybe because my area, the population is not much. But I would have expected, for an area where you have over 500 people residing, I expected to see at least 300 people coming out. Okay. I didn't see that. So maybe I can attribute that to maybe people traveling to their villages, traveling to their husbands' villages to be part of the process there. I can't tell. We don't have the stats for now.
All right. Thank you very much, Jude. Well, the handover is officially happening. Jude takes over at noon. So we have 6 minutes to make this process smooth. We'll take a quick break, and coming up next, I'll take the messages that you have sent within the time that we'll be having this conversation. Stay with us. Okay. And this one says, we voters at NDDC Road in Eka polling unit 065 are yet to see any INEC official or their materials at our polling units. The time was 10:47, which was about 10 minutes ago. Jubilation at CSS Ward 10, Unit 50. Materials just arrived. Oh my. INEC officials trying to set up said they needed to sort out Beavers issues. Over 100 people ahead of me and about 2 times that number behind me. Interesting. Almost at noon. Well, better late than never, they say. We are at Rumibo Ward 12, Unit 18. Totally. Okay. Says... Oh, there seems to be an issue there. Alright, we'll try to escalate this to see and understand why that's the case. We're beginning to hear of some disturbances. People are not allowed to vote a particular party. Alright, we'll forward this. Correspondent would respond so that we have an official report. Thank you very much. Well, this is as far as we can fly. Well, I can fly with you, but the craft is still moving. Jude takes over at noon. Thank you for sticking with me from 7 a.m. to this very hour. Let's all play our part to ensure that we build a Nigeria that we can brag about. It's important. Connect with us at Nigeria Info PH on all platforms. In fact, check those platforms. There are videos and photos from different parts of the country and the elections to keep you posted. Well, for me, it's at Sparkling Oracle, or simply search for Sam Oracle Chinedu. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And please vote.
and indeed the world's biggest black nation and indeed the biggest democracy on the continent is having its election Monday 2023 right here on 92.3 Nigeria Info. My name is Jude Omamigbe, and we'll be taking some of our field reporters submissions, and also we'll be talking about some of the issues that have been very pertinent to this election. Joining me this afternoon, Carl Orakwe, and we have one of the NGOs, an electoral monitoring officer here this morning. We'll get to her shortly, and but let me start with you, Carl. You have literally been in the hot seat since 6 a.m. Listening, getting feedbacks. Catch your breath yet?
Well, it's happening. It's coming in thick and fast all over the nation. Of course, everyone giving us updates concerning what's happening. We have people everywhere. Of course, monitoring the situation. So people turned up. People came out to vote. From the earlier part, most of the talks were concerning late turn-up of materials. Officials did not arrive on time. Materials did not arrive on time. Like, of course, from the RAC at Choba, that's covered how many wards and how many centers?
Over 30, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
so materials left there late. And also, I think one at also Rumokoro area. Materials left there late. So, as a result of that, you had people waiting at various centers, and those people could not, immediately begin the accreditation process and begin voting. But for some places, the reports we got, like our man who called in from the Ogoni Axis, now talked about where we had elections already, start quite earlier than other areas. So this various observations we've taken, I and Sam had already spoken concerning that, also with, of course, our previous guests here in the studios. At the moment, in most of the centers, election is ongoing.
That's for River State now?
Yes, in River State.
Okay.
Yeah, there might be some little places where perhaps the setting up is still just taking place, but for most places across the state, election is ongoing.
Okay, all right. So we've been getting a lot of information from a lot of you listening right now. We'd like to appreciate you for sending your messages. Don't forget, the only way to contact us today is via the WhatsApp number 0809-030-6416, 0809-030-6416. All right, so someone here sent a message from their ward. This was about 5 minutes ago, all right, saying that they've been waiting since 8 a.m. No information on where they are yet. We just said no information concerning the delay. So this is Obunabali Ward 4. All right, so I don't know if that has changed, okay, but keep sending us the feedback. Now, I was on the field as well. I observed 1 or 2 places, and I also did, to say, my civic responsibility. But I can tell you this, and we'll be talking about this shortly this afternoon. There seems to be a very keen sense, right, of what this election means. I think we witnessed during the 2019 election. Carl, you and I were here. We witnessed the one of the biggest complaints back then was voter apathy. Do you think that's been greatly addressed?
From the reports we have right now, that's not the case. First of all, also from the INEC website, we see that there are more people registered than was registered before. We have about 93 million voters who are registered at this point in time. So apathy is not what perhaps we're expecting this time. What we're seeing now is that indeed consciousness that's been talked about. People are turning up. So that's why you had lots of people disappointed when they got there and the officials were not there. Then you see, like that last message you took, we've been here waiting for how long now, and nothing has happened. Nobody has addressed us. All that, so it's no longer what it is. But like I told Sam earlier on in the morning, what's going to happen is that we're going to wait until we have the stats for INEC at the end of this election.
All right, we're back after this break.
Sincerely, I don't want to wait till I graduate from this school
much of River State, indeed Nigeria, as we can. We have reporters, we have live feeds from all over the country, all the 36 states. We have information that will be coming through. The switchboards are busy. The reporters, the news editors, they are working in overtime and in overdrive. Now, before we get in to speak to one or two of them, I have joining me this afternoon a rep from the CIEPD Center, that's Community Initiative for Enhanced Peace and Development, Mrs. Siwoke Ogbalo. This morning, good afternoon to you, rather.
Good afternoon, and thanks.
Thank you very much. So you obviously are part of the observation team. We have electoral monitors, both from the in quotes NGOs, obviously for diplomatic corps involved as well. Now, in River State, you've been around this morning. Let's quickly talk a little bit about this initiative for enhanced peace. Did you get to observe people being more intentional about preventing violence as you went around?
Yes. A lot of people are conscious, and we've also done before now. People are conscious of and put it out there the indicators to show what they look out for, because our view is that we don't have to let it to escalate before we nip it at the bud. So we have been training people on what to look out for before the escalation of the conflict, and we've been getting that. It's overwhelming. We're overwhelmed with reports and all that, and we're also trying, not just that we are taking it off, we are trying to respond to them. So
okay, all right. So we have with us on the line via telephone Martha. Martha is in Omuma. Martha, good afternoon to you.
Hi, Jed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you once again. So let's get what's the latest from your observations in the Omuma local government area.
Okay, actually, I first of all went to Eche local government,
okay,
where I observed a very large number of voters in many units in Eche. Election materials left the rack centers at Umeche, Mafara, and Okehi at around 8:30. But for a particular ward in Umuechem, Ward 3, they didn't get their materials early because the INEC officials at the rack center at Umuechem were still trying to, sort out the election materials. There was some mistake, and they had to rectify the mistake. But when I moved into other units, people were already lined up at 9 a.m., and they were already ready to vote. So accreditation and voting went on simultaneously. The BVAS machine, the INEC staff handling the BVAS machine could not, activate it. But later on, it was sorted out when they had to, call their colleagues who told them how to, set up the BVAS machine. Okay. But aside that, the election is going on peacefully. There's not been any report of violence in any of the units.
Okay. Now, in your observation, you started by saying that you observed that there was a very large turnout. From your mind's eye, right now, can you give me, an estimate? Tell the populace how many women did you see?
Okay, for like a ward, according to the INEC officials, a ward had a unit rather had up 692 accredited voters, according to the INEC officials in that ward. And from what I could see, from the numbers I could see about 150, 200.
Okay, what
about
the
9 a.m.?
What's about the percentage of women? Were there a good number of women?
Oh, that is one other thing I observed. Women really turned out for this election. Elderly women, the young ones, the middle-aged women, they were all out. And I also observed that the elderly women and the elderly men were allowed to vote first.
Okay, they were. You observed that they were allowed to vote.
Yes, they were allowed to vote first.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so Martha, we'll be keeping tabs with you as the day continues. We have just over an hour or two for regular voting. We don't expect any major upheavals, but we do hope that if there are any changes to the election time, you'll be able to tell us in whatever area you're observing.
I'll do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So our next port of call, all things being equal, will be going all the way to the center of unity, Abuja. We'll try to get our reporters there. But let's get to you now, madam. That's my guest this morning, Mrs. Egondu. Now, she said that there was a great turnout of women. In fact, I'm seeing some reports here. It's a bit worrying, but it still points out to what we're talking about. In the borough in Baraja, all right, the process didn't start early, but they went out and brought old men and old women to come and vote, telling them the party to vote for. Now, I do know this is a bit of a tricky thing because you should be registered. The BVAS is meant to checkmate everything, but women are coming out. In my own center, my own polling unit, there were women. And then when it was clear, talking about the INEC telling them this is how you vote, they made mention that pregnant women and nursing mothers would be attended to first. Is this something that, was, directly told to the INEC staff to do, or, is this as a result of sensitization? How did we get that? Because in the last elections, I also was involved, and in the previous two, and I didn't observe that. Is this something that was intentional?
I think so. I think we've changed a great deal from last election to now. If you observe, there are a lot of changes, good ones. People are being, they're sensitized, they're aware right now. There's a lot of awareness going on. People are more civilized, if I will use that word. They want to perform their civic responsibility. You don't beg them much now to do that. So everyone, if you can see, your last caller also said that. And that's one thing that I observed. People came out in mass, both old, young, and boys, girls, everybody that's ready to go. There's no polling unit I passed when I was moving around that I didn't see quite a number of people. Unlike before, some polling unit before now, 2019, you will see like 5, they trickle in and out. You practically count the number of people, in the polling unit. But practically all the polling units that I passed, and I passed up about more than 10 or 15 polling units, you have quite a number of people there,
coming through.
Yes, queued up, ready. They're also ready to wait, are patient enough to wait. They also don't want anything that would disrupt the process, because they want to see that they perform their civic rights. So people have gotten to that level now in Nigeria. They're so aware, they want to perform their basic civic rights. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, so women seem to be getting, particularly the nursing mothers and the elderly. I have to also admit, in my polling unit, it was asked, where are the elderly people? If there's an old person, they should come forward. Yeah, because there was a queue. That's another problem we need to talk about. There was a queue. There was a bit of a rush. People trying to get the lines. Sometimes people, when you don't have like a very great structure, it becomes difficult to organize people. Maybe we're not there yet, but the electoral officer there said, "Look, elderly and the pregnant and nursing mothers should come first." All right. So obviously they were looking out for very clear cases of pregnancy. They wanted to make sure that the person's tummy is out. Then obviously everybody can tell an elderly person. But what about the physically disadvantaged? Talking about those who have maybe one form of challenge or.
I think they also, I didn't see them there where I was, but I think they also recognized. And I must say, let's commend INEC for that, really. I've been, my mom is aged, like 80-something. Last voters electoral process, I practically had to ask them that my mom needs to vote first before every other person. It's something I requested for. So see now that you don't even request for it, that you're asked, for that, any elderly to come out and vote. So we must also commend INEC, for putting that into the consciousness of their officers, and all that. So for physically challenged, they're not. It's not something that we see always. But I'm also sure that if we have people asking that they come out to vote, if they're aged and all that, they will also be given that privilege of voting before every other person because of their condition.
Okay, now, let's talk a little bit about this preventing the breakdown of law order and violence. Because whilst I was observing, initially people were all friendly, but when the materials came, it felt like I was watching people in primary 5 or primary 6 trying to queue for ice cream. There was a lot of disjointed comments and actions from some of the prospective voters, and tempers fled for a bit, but it didn't devolve in a clear situation. Let's talk a bit about what can be done. But before we do that, we have our correspondent Emeka Otuka on the line. Emeka, good afternoon. Hello, Emeka.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Emeka?
I'm fine, and you?
Good, very well. So, please tell us what's going on in your place of observation right now. Where are you?
Yes, I'm in Iguta, and we have a large number of voters in Unit 4, Ward 12, almost at town hall. And the voters are complaining that the BVAS machine is not working. Materials arrive about 30 minutes up now. There are so many of them have not voted. And they also alleging that some persons are also frustrating the process by ensuring that some persons vote for preferred candidate. So the situation is not also different in Unit 5, which is Iguta Market Junction, where the electorates are complaining that since morning they came out to vote, they've not been allowed to vote. The officials that came, they were said that the BVAS machine is not working. The two BVAS machines they came with are not working. Up to now, they've not voted. Some of them are being frustrated and they are really angry. I don't know if the situation may result to a quiet situation because people are really angry that they have not exercised their franchise.
Okay, all right. So, Emeka, we also have a similar comment in some other parts of River State, about 2 or 3 places, that the electorates there have complained that the BVAS was not functioning. But from what you observed, have the machines either been taken back to their rack centers for replacement? Did the officials go back, or are they trying to fix it on site?
Yes, in my I've not had the opportunity to touch the machine, but I'm still suspecting incompetence of those having the responsibility to operate the BVAS machine. Because in one of the polling units, I went to observe Unit 4 in Ward 12 in Iguta. I discovered that the INEC officials handling it is not competent to handle it. He does not really understand how the BVAS machine works. And then there's also this situation where they're also asking the electorate to go and look for their number, no register, to check if they are really those that are supposed to vote in that particular polling unit.
Yes.
So they are asking them to go to the wall where they had earlier done this voter registration register display to check for their numbers before they can to get them their number. So in some of these cases, there is no voter register, and they also that the BVAS machine, not only that is malfunctioning, also that some of the INEC officials in charge of the operations are not actually competent to handle the machine.
Okay, now you mentioned earlier, Emeka, that some of the electorates have obviously been at that place or in those places for as much as now 3 hours now, 3-4 hours waiting since 8 o'clock. Is there a sense of restiveness? Is there a police presence there to forestall any breakdown of civil decorum?
Yes, the security operatives are in the unit. They are there.
Okay, all right. So there's the presence of the security agents there.
Yes, they are more the voters. I think much of the voters they have not voted. And it's after 12 to 1 now.
Yeah, 20 minutes to 1 o'clock.
If they can accommodate all of them.
Well, what's your estimate?
Almost all the units in Iguta, yes, that's the situation.
Almost all the units in Iguta. Now, where you are, or where
in
you
Iguta,
are,
yes.
In Iguta, let me ask you, how many expected voters, registered voters, are there? How many can you see right now? Give us a figure.
Yes, there are up to 200. If I'm not mistaken, there are more than 200 voters there.
Okay.
The units have gone to Iguta, there are more than 100 voters.
Okay, all right. So that's a lot, and this is 19 minutes to 1. The voting has not started in Iguta.
Some of them, I think the process is really very slow, out of 200, I don't think they've attempted to up to 20
Okay, all right. So the people operating, the officials operating the BVAS machine don't quite have a very good handle of it. So the process is slow. But
yes, they seem not to have good knowledge about
but voting has commenced.
Voting has commenced, investigation is going, but the process is very slow.
Okay, all right. Process is very slow in the greater.
And that's why the voters, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's why the voters are complaining.
All right, Emeka.
At the point they will say the machine has stopped. At the point they will say it has started. At the point they are just coming up with one complaint and another.
Okay, all right. We'll be getting to you in another 10 or 20 minutes. Let's get the latest update from the Greater Axis. Emeka, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Okay, so now, yes, this is a very clear example of what gets to happen in some places in Nigeria during elections. Now, the people are agitated. How do we forestall breakdown?
Okay, that's why we have police, security agents, not just FIAS. I was opportune to talk with civil defense.
Okay.
And sort of like a training to them. They called us in and we did a training. And the commandant for Rivers State, I know, in that training, it was just to tell them how to handle people.
Okay.
Yes, so the issue here is not, it's crowd control.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we need to, moving forward in our electoral processes, teach the security and the INEC official how to handle crowd, talk to them, organize them, and be able to put them, attend to them appropriately. So crowd control is an issue here, and I think moving forward is something that we need to focus on a bit. Now that we are having people, so now we've started having people coming out to vote. Yeah, so maybe they were not sensitive to that, and they were not taught like that, because before we have people low turnout was a problem, was an issue. So we were having low turnout, but no more low turnout. So now we are having people come out. So we need to start teaching people, especially the officials, how to handle crowd control. It should be a basic thing or a basic skill that should be given to them, moving forward, really.
Okay, all right. So moving forward, crowd control.
Yes. Another thing I also saw in the report that we are having in from the studio, coming to the studio is, and also, we have a situation room, and we also have people bringing that is the issue of INEC officials not being able to handle the BVAS. Two callers from your end, from into the studio, have mentioned that now. And we have a lot of that also going on in our situation. People coming in to say, oh, the INEC people, they can't operate the BVAS and all that. There's an instance where the BVAS people are agitating that they should show them. Right now there's a lot of sensitization. People have been sensitized. That's why before you get to the police unit, before you start voting, they should show you the BVAS and it should read 00. So with that in mind, they're going in and they're telling INEC, show us the BVAS. One of the reports we have is like, oh, I don't know how to operate it, until someone, another official came out to help out. And I was in a situation where the lady refuses, out of ignorance, to show them the BVAS. It's just a simple thing. You tell them this is the BVAS, this is the number, and that solves the whole problem. Why are you hitting up the space by not showing them the number? And it looks very suspicious. But when you do that, you're clearly, you solve the problem without even it occurring, So I think that's one of the things also moving forward, also for governorship election, the next election, we should actually work with INEC or get this to INEC so that they will begin to train their staff, the next set of people that are deploying, to know about the BVAS. Let them know exactly what the machine, how to operate the machine before they go to the field and all that. And that will help. All these things are things that escalate to conflicts, violence. You were talking about violence. These are the things. And if properly handled, we can avoid 90-70% of the violence, electoral violence that can occur. By doing all this, making sure that the system works and there's crowd control. Basically, the reports we are getting in from this morning, even what you're getting, is that crowd control is a problem. So if it's not well managed, we are going to have crisis in those centers.
Okay, so it's all about management, one of the crowd, and also of the systems, because like you stated, if the officials, if those who are on the field are better trained, informed, in crisis management, is called conflict deterrence. So someone asks a question, just express the answer that they need, and that should quell whatever agitation that is propping up. Okay, all right. Now, don't forget, your messages come through to 0809-030-6416. More reports coming through from Igrita. Unit 1 at Igrita. We have voted, and the vote is going on smoothly now. But at the first time, the handlers were not competent, all right? But later, they brought out the second beavers machine. Now, it is going on smoothly. All right, thank you very much. All right, so moving on. Rumahalu, all right, so we're getting more comments now. Rumahalu, at the voting center, community secondary school, there are about 1,000 voters, 2 polling units, one is over 700 voters. People are ready to vote, but the system is slow. Okay, all right, that's a message from Rumahalu. The system is slow. Okay, let's move on quickly before we get on to our next break. I did tell you, if you just joined us, this is our coverage of the elections here at 92.3 Nigeria Info. It is the time when Nigerians right now are deciding who's going to be first and foremost, the next president. This House of Senate and Reps also up for grabs today, and later on we'll talk about the gubernatorial election. So it's all literally Africa has been talking about in the past week or two. It's Monday 2023 right here on 92.3 Nigeria Info. So welcome back. Mrs. Agodu Osuwoke Ogbalo is my guest this afternoon. Once again, good afternoon to you, please.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right. So we're talking about, having better elections from a social standpoint, getting more people involved. We talk about the women. We also mentioned about the physically challenged right now. Like I mentioned, in my own experience today, pregnant women were prioritized, elderly also prioritized. But the biggest issue that a lot of Nigerians have had, earlier on, is this issue of voter apathy. They're afraid to come through because of violence. You've just given us a few pointers as to how, breakdown of law, things that can, that can escalate into maybe a fracas or maybe quarrels or fights, at polling centers can be resolved. But let's talk a little bit, if we can, all right, on instigators, of violence, because the Nigerian space, the Nigerian electoral space, is fraught with individuals who just come, maybe snatch about, who come and maybe start to argue, who come and say, no, you must vote for this person, who will try to disenfranchise, the electorate. So, if you are able to speak to, and there are a lot of people listening to us right now, speak to somebody who is trying to cast his or her vote. What would you tell that person to do if someone was to, for example, snatch a ballot box, or tell the person, hey, go and vote for OOO instead of vote for AQY? AQY? What do you do? What do you do?
Yes, apparently there's a lot of voter suppression going on. You talked about our party. We are not having the problem of voter party again. Yeah, that's not to be the problem for this particular election. Yeah. Rather, what we have is that people want to suppress, tell you where to vote. We have a lot of reports coming in on that.
Suppression, cajoling.
Yes, cajoling, all sorts. Threatening, there's threats, some kind of threats, going on. And the reports we have had, and we've also called the security agents. That's why they have to, the presence of security agents. And I'm calling people to make use of situation rooms. It works. Call people, call the stations, you have people that you can call. Don't keep quiet. And they are dealing with our needs. I must commend the Nigerian the security. So far, they are responding to all the things we have sent them. Most of them are being responded to. Most of the reports that we had this morning of voter suppression, and we're able to ask them to beef up security in those polling units that are having such issues, and we had a bit of I can say, a bit of response from them. The feedback getting back to us is that yes, they are, things are getting better. There's presence of police and all that. That's actually the work of the police, the security agents. Yes, that's why we have them there. So, and yesterday they moved around. I think that's a bit of show of force. In the town,
all across the country.
Yes, Rivers State. Yes, so it just also to tell them, and sometimes being around and all that and being in the polling unit, nobody's asking to use gun, but your presence alone could deter the perpetrators of this violence. And that is the reason why anywhere we don't see the police presence, we call them forth. And for places that we have the police presence and they're not doing their work, please report that. Even the police have their own situation room, and I think the number there, call them to order. Let them know that the police that is sent to this place is not doing his work or our work, And I think with that, really, we can have a better system and a better center, and people will be able to actually cast their vote, irrespective of the threats, yes, and all that.
Okay, all right. So,
but the advice is for people to be calm in the presence of such, be calm, and don't also be forceful about it. You know what you want and all that. Disregard the threats. And if you need to, you save your life first. That's the most important thing first. I keep telling people, you need to be alive to vote. Please, we need every Rivers man and every Rivers woman to be alive to vote or to report. Okay. So that's very important.
All right. So we're having a report here coming through. We're getting our correspondent to go to those places. Also verify. There is a claim here that INEC officers and voting materials have not shown up at Holy Rosary Girls College. That's Ward 4 in Fauga. All right, I think we should get a man or two in those. Yes,
areas. We also had that report. Fauga Ward 4 was having a big problem, a big challenge. Let me put it that way. They are complaining of no resource sheets. Yeah. Okay. No result sheet. We also have such complaint coming up, Okay. And I think INEC should quickly do something about it so that it doesn't de-escalate to conflict, really. Because at a point you stretch people and they might not be able to bear it. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Ward 9 of Unit 53 of Bogoro in Obiakpo, till now, no material. Nothing is happening in the crowd there is much. Most people are heading home right now. Okay. Manga says he's voted. But where did you vote? That area, didn't come through. Where exactly did you vote? All right. Good afternoon. INEC lateness and absenteeism. All right. Voting materials at the polling unit. Unpreparedness, bad and untested and slow sleeping machines. Improper event or crowd control management can mar some things. There should be proper pre-need assessment, deployment of smart trained workers, good machines, security agents, and early attendance to people, to avoid discouragement. I think this is very important because some electorates, got to their polling units pretty early. Yes. 8 o'clock. We've seen pictures coming through from across the country, or some people even sleeping at polling units, just so they can be attended to very early. And it really does defeat the process. It can be a bit of a challenge if they can't, as it were, have the electoral officers, have the INEC officials come early, and then attend to them. In some states, that's not the case. In some states, they've decided voting started as early as 9 o'clock, 8:30. In some states, the officials were there. It was prompt. But I think this comment here it's probably on the money. If the electoral officers come early enough, it could forestall, some of these, niggling issues. 0809-030-6416. 0809-030-6416. That's the WhatsApp and Telegram number. Please do not call the number. Just send in a message, all right? Send us a WhatsApp message to 0809-030-6416. 16. We are monitoring the elections, and we'll bring on the latest updates that you need to know right here on mandate 2023. All right, somebody's talking about Orogbum, Port Harcourt local government area. That's Falgas, where accreditation of voting hasn't started. All right, it says and the polling says nowhere to be found. Tensions already mounting by the disappointed voters. Okay, all right, we're getting more reports from Falga. All right, Emma Dozier says no presence of INEC officials, all right, at Smart Avenue, Eneka, Rumuduru, Obiakpo. Voters are just sitting there waiting. This is 3 minutes. Officially, the election process is meant to last till 2 p.m. Today. I'm not sure there's going to be extension for some of those areas that didn't get their materials early. We know we saw that happen last elections, where some voted beyond the regulated time for maybe logistical reasons. So I'm going to ask you to please do continuously exercise patience. It is your right. Like my guest has said, it is your civic responsibility. They are like to encourage you to sit tight, at least be there to observe what is going on. All right. Thank you very much. Ward 8, Unit 12, all right, says that the Beavers machine wasn't working. Can the working machine be sent to this place ASAP? There's a... What? What? Ward 8, Unit 12, Amadi Kalagbo Hall. That's Port Harcourt. Okay. All right. Says there's some frustration right now. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, let me talk before we get to the 1 o'clock mark. Let me share this with you. All right. Now, the Beavers machine, if you didn't know, is one of the innovations of these elections, and it's meant to forestall, the drudgeries of accrediting, go back and return. So it's digital. It showed my face when I was accredited. When I showed my card, they checked the numbers. All right, my face was displayed. All right, and I think it's a pretty good system that people should be aware of. But it seems as though a lot of people don't quite know or understand how it works, madam.
Yes, I think it's starting from INEC. The problem we have is actually starting from INEC, from the feedbacks we are having, The INEC officials should be well trained.
Okay. All right. We have Emeka. Good afternoon once again.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where are you right now? What's the latest report?
Okay, I'm driving towards Port Harcourt City local government. I've left Igrita.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay, so you left Igrita, and some reports came that they started voting in that area, in that Igrita area in Ward 1. I don't know if you can confirm that when you left.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, all right. So there was some reports that some voting has started in that area, but I want you to stay on the line. We'll go for the news, and when we come back, all right, we'll get to find out from you your assessment of the process thus far, please.
Okay, no problem.
All right, stay on the line. All right, thank you very much. 90.3, we're back.
Information is a two-way
info. My name is Jude Omamigbe, and I'm going to be joined in very shortly with a very popular, I won't say very popular, but you probably have heard of his name and you've probably seen his face on this dial. Well, right now, let's get to our correspondent, Favor. Favor is apparently where the governor, Nyesom Wike, has just cast his vote. Favor, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Jude.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay, good, great. So let's get a bit of a feel in your area. Where exactly are you currently?
All right, exactly some minutes to 1, the governor of the state, Governor Nyesom Wike, cast his vote, and after several minutes, waiting to get accredited, and remember I reported some hours ago that at that particular center, Ward 9, Unit 7, they had issues with beavers.
Okay.
They went the ICT head, took it away and brought it back, and afterwards, they had some issues though. The governor was able to get accredited. It's many crowd, of course, crowd that came, a mass voters who came to vote, but of course, he was given the privilege of being the number one citizen of the state, and he went through the beavers accreditation. From there, he went to the ballot box and cast his vote. But his wife did not cast her vote, of course, beavers issues, and according to the reports on ground, she would have to come back. According to His Excellency, he would come back and then, see if she will be able to cast her vote. But so far, so good at that particular ward. It's a bit slow, compared to what we have in other centers, other polling units. So the beavers issues they come to play, and some of the cards are rejected, some of them are accepted. That's the situation of things on ground. But of course, the Excellency has cast his vote.
Were you able to confirm or assess why some of these voters' cards were rejected by the beavers? Because we do know the beavers system, allows the electoral officers and also those who are monitoring to verify that whomever it is that is at that point is the genuine person to vote. What were the reasons for the cards being rejected?
For the sector, we've noticed also that sometimes they will say no result found.
Okay.
That does not mean that the person is not supposed to be at that polling unit. So these are the issues we have. Some of them are network issues, just like the last one we went to, last unit, polling unit, not too far from the polling unit of His Excellency. They had issues around that place, still Ward 9, with the beavers system. At some point in time, the INEC official decided to change the Wi-Fi setting to see if it is a network. By the end of the day, it was not the network. And when asked question, not the Excellency's word though, unit though, but when asked question, the INEC official said they would have to take it back and bring another one. So basically, it's not just about the voters not being ready. Basically, there's been issues with the device. I don't know if the configuration is done poorly or not being done to accept this card. But the places we've gone to and had issues with beavers, it has been problem with configuration, or they'll just tell us they will not be able to do that, they can change it. Why they would have to, some of them would have to try other voters' cards to see if it's just a particular voter,
okay,
or, for everyone. So these are just been the issues with beavers for places that it has not been able to work. So these are the situations of ground, like the ward we just left, which is of course the ward unit. The crowd there, one might want to say that the deadline for the election today, it might have to be extended if they want to have every body at that polling unit exercise their franchise.
Give us a rough estimate from what your eye could, 200, 300 people? What? Give us an estimate.
For what I saw on ground, there are over 500 on ground at the polling unit of His Excellency. When you want to take a rough count of people on ground, over 500. And many are still coming. Some of them are disappointed, but some of them are expressing the optimism to ensure that they will exercise their franchise. We can see also that the elderly ones that before the youth, of course, that's because they just want to give honor to them to ensure they exercise their franchise. But before we left there, we really slow, I must say, Jude. Okay. And we only wonder if everyone will be captured today and will be allowed to vote.
Okay. All right. Now, Favor, before we let you go, what about the presence of females, the women? Did you get to see a lot of women turn out? Did you get to see maybe elderly women, pregnant women, or the physically challenged? What could you observe from that particular unit? Talking about the governor's polling unit.
Yeah, the turnout is quite encouraging. It's encouraging, and I can see women come out in mass. And trust me, from what we've done, even the governor's polling unit, you definitely see that it's not just a particular gender, but the elderly ones are already out there. At least before I left the venue, about 1, 2, 3, cast, I also exercised the franchise before leaving that particular sector. So it's encouraging for the women and the elderly ones. They all came out, and so good people at that particular unit.
Okay.
The security presence is top notch, and of course, no cause for alarm at that particular unit.
All right, no cause for alarm. Favor, thank you very much. We'll be keeping tabs on you as the day continues.
Thank you very much, Jude.
All right, thank you very much. So it is probably business of any Nigerian you would imagine. Okay, all right. So it's Monday, 2023, right here on 90.3 Nigeria Info. We're looking particularly this past hour and a half, at the reactions, how people are responding. We're seeing the feedback from you, okay, as regarding what's going on in your area. So let me read some of them so you know that we are paying very close attention. All right, so Imiriwai village, Asa, Oyigbo, River State, it is disorganized, no orderliness. Please, we need people to come through. No voting materials either, no canopy. It was sent about 15 minutes ago. 12:57 p.m. Good afternoon. The accreditation has not started at Eliozu Health Center, to be precise. The Beavers is giving them some issues. The INEC officials left for over 50 minutes for a replacement. We're just here waiting. That's from Ehi. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It says, why is it that the police party officials, INEC officials, don't vote? Are they not in need of a change of government? Provision should be made for them to vote. Let me bring you into this. Maybe he hasn't been paying attention all this while, to some of these things. Once again, my guest this afternoon is Mrs. Gondu Siwoke Ogbalo from the Community Initiative for Enhanced Peace and Development, all right, which is what our focus is in this past hour, making sure that people understand what they should do, how it can be detected if any form of fracas is meant to break out. But this is a very interesting question. One I know a lot of people have been addressing in the past maybe year or two, but maybe he missed it out. He's curious. Why are these officials not voting?
I actually don't know the provisions for police, but I know as an observer you can vote.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's just managing your time. Yes. Some people are caught in between the work they do and their civic responsibility. Yeah.
Yeah. For them in particular, if you're paying attention, the policemen, the fire operators, in some cases, some emergency ambulances as nurses, they are on emergency duty. So that means whilst you are walking, they are meant to be making sure that you are safe to work.
Yes.
So that's one of the reasons. All right. Moving on. What will be our fate? All right. If without the arrival of the voting materials, please, concerned listener from Ward 4 Unit 11 Holy Rosary Girls. That's another area in Falga, if I'm not mistaken. Talking about the materials not coming in. I'm getting comments that some materials have arrived. Let us be certain. Okay. All right. There is also some concern in some parts of River State that some people are not allowed to vote their preferred candidate. That's not meant to be possible, because the way it works, when you are verified by the Beavers, there's a separate section where you go and you should stand in the privacy of that booth and cast your vote. No one should be able to see what you're doing. No one. So, this is a very worrying comment, that they are not allowed to vote for their preferred candidate.
Unfortunately, we've been having so many of that reports coming in from so many places, so many wards, psychiatric.
Okay. Let's see if we can get someone. Go. I'm listening to you, man.
Psychiatric, Rumibo. Yes, psychiatric is Rumibo side. Yes, a lot of issues like that, but it's not meant to be like you said. So maybe the process, I haven't gone there to see, so I would really like to see the setup.
Yeah.
Yes, that's allow that to happen. Yes, and because like you said, it's not meant to be. You're supposed to do that in your vote in your privacy.
Yeah. There's
so
a booth.
Why would they? Are they coming there to say you shouldn't vote, or you have to tell them who you're voting for before you're allowed in, or they standing there to see if you're who you're voting for? You know. So I have a lot of report, like I said, on that. So it's something that we need to verify, go there and see, and to know exactly. Maybe it's manufacturing of the system that is allowing that to happen. The setting up, the delay, the setting up. Maybe because of the setting up, they came late, so they ruffled everything and not meant to place it the way it's supposed to be. Because the placement is meant to checkmate those things.
Yes, it's meant to be a bit of distance. Not like I said, I did cast my votes earlier on, and I let me say this: whilst we were waiting before the materials came, and some young boy, some young man walked up to me and asked, "So who are you voting for?" And I told him, "I can't tell you."
Exactly.
So I need to let you out there know. All right, you don't. If you're sat down with your wife or your husband, or maybe you and that person can have that kind of, discussion. It's private. It's between you and that person.
It's a private thing.
Yeah, but your vote is your choice. It's a private decision. So if anyone is trying to cajole you to say to ask whom you want to vote for, just reply them politely. Don't forget, my guest is talking about making sure people don't devolve a bit of a crisis management, avoiding conflict. All right, just say, I can't tell you. Yes, I will vote
my choice.
Yeah, it's my choice. I vote. I found
vote my conscience.
Exactly. I found the question very shocking because I didn't expect anybody to walk up to me, and say, "Bros, who you vote for?" I looked at him. I was like, "That's not business. I can't tell you."
Yeah,
I can't tell you. Maybe after I vote, I can tell you.
If the situation is tense, don't say that's not. Just say this my conscience.
Yeah, I'm voting my conscience.
I'm voting for my conscience, and that's it. And like I said, I really don't know how they will implement that.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Amy here says there was a smooth sailing process in Fargo Ward 1, Unit 23. It took just about 9 or 90 minutes to get accreditation cast my vote. That's a long time. If it's 90 minutes, that's a long time. Because for me, exactly 35 seconds.
Okay.
For me to be verified and accredited by the BVAS machine. I walked there. Okay. I counted. I walked there. The lady took the machine, right? Took a picture of my face. My details showed up, right? And then you can see I have my marker, right? And then I was asked to go collect the ballot paper, and then I was asked to go round somewhere else to cast my vote. So in my ward, it didn't take me 9 minutes. It didn't take me 90 minutes. It took me exactly 35 seconds.
Wow.
For the BVAS to clear me, and then I went out to cast my vote. Exactly 35 seconds. But I'm pleased that at least you got your votes cast. This one here says, Holy Rosary Girls Secondary School, we're yet to get any ballot boxes. All right. INEC officials have just arrived at 9 minutes gone past 1 o'clock in Okari community, to be precise. Good afternoon, June. I voted at the polling unit opposite Uniport Gate. All right. I voted opposite polling unit at the polling opposite gate at the UP Primary School, Choba. Okay. It was seamless process as far as the BVAS is concerned. But funny enough, it is the party agents, all right, that are trying to cause mayhem in the area, making the work of the presiding officer, who happens to be a youth corps member, very difficult. That's God's power. We'll talk about this. Event managers, okay, are simply neglected. Personally, okay, all right. Sam, it's a very long message, but we're going to talk about this, talking about accreditation. My name is Jude. We're back right after this break. is making another decision, probably the most crucial for a long time. It's not just a new generation, at least 2 generations, the Gen Zs, and also the newest of the generations coming through, the baby boomers and the baby bashers, whatever you want to call them, all in Nigeria, all of them making key decisions. The question is, are you following? Well, if you aren't, I'd like to welcome you, because now we're getting into crunch time. 27 minutes gone past 1 o'clock. Officially, elections, the voting process is meant to end by 2, but there are reports of materials coming than the 8:30 that they were meant to even start. We'll be getting all the feedback from all the areas that we are covering all around the country. My name is Jude. Welcome. So our conversation has all been about the ethos, the ethics of the voting process, keeping the peace, making sure you understand what should be done and how it should be done, and obviously taking live feedbacks from our correspondents who are on the field across the 36 states and the federal capital itself. But now joining me is Olalekan Ige. He is the editor. We don't know if he's now the chief editor. We don't know if he's now going to be the Ozumba one, because there is no harder working man when it comes to monitoring than my guest this afternoon, Mr. Olalekan Ige. Good afternoon to you. Welcome, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jude, and thanks for having me.
All right, always a pleasure. Once again, Mrs. Egondu Siwoke Ogbalo is still here with us. Good afternoon to you too.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right. So she's been helping us. We've been talking a lot about how the accreditation process and all the processes should go, making sure that people stay in quotes lane, like we like to use in this country, to avoid breakdown of law and order. But let's get straight to you now, and this is a very serious question. This is coming from one of the polling centers, where they say that we're asked to vote against their conscience, against their will. You've been on in the past 2 or 3 hours. So first and foremost, what can you tell us?
Well, I think it's been that of mixed reactions, mixed feelings. We've had areas where the INEC officials were right on time. We've had areas where the INEC officials have late, before it started. And we've had areas where they've not even had voting materials, even as at this point.
Yeah, as at 10 minutes past 1, a few reports.
Yeah, so it's mixed feeling. But on a general scale, is to say that, look, from definitely have more people voting for the first time, rather than what we had in previous years, where results were simply written. This time around, more people came out to vote. There was a particular polling unit somewhere around Wuji. I can almost bet that we had over 1,000 people waiting to vote. As at that point in time, the matters are really just arrived, but people were waiting patiently. Some said they've been there since 7 a.m. waiting to cast their ballot and all of that. So we've had, should I say, general improvement in terms of turnout. Maybe turnout because INEC is now using beavers. So people now know that you can't run away with the ballot paper, you can't run away with the ballot box, you can't go and sit down somewhere and write result for a particular polling unit. It's not going to work, because if the beavers does not capture people being accredited to vote in that unit, it will simply be cancelled. So there's some kind of increased confidence, in the system. Then there's also a determination, a number of people, to come out and say, look, we want to vote. Some people are voting for the first time in their life. So this is an opportunity, to record it on the part of history, to say, look, in 2023, I voted for the first time in my life. So on a general scale, it's been largely peaceful on a general scale. I've not heard of any skirmishes, anywhere. And I've not seen anywhere where people are being forced against their wish to vote for another candidate that they didn't want to vote for. But what I've noticed is that in many of the areas, the overcrowding, has not enabled the sanctity of ballot. So you're in a polling unit where the place is so crowded, and you are trying to vote in that same location where people are crowded around you. It's as if, people are looking over you, just to see who you want to vote for or something. Yeah. I saw that in many areas. You may not necessarily blame the electorate. Maybe you blame INEC, who's be able to provide a proper demarcation. Maybe some of the polling clerks or polling officers were not properly trained on how to separate accreditation point, from voting point. Or maybe they are overwhelmed at the turnout, of people. So the person that is the polling clerk and the SP that is meant to be there, maybe they're also overwhelmed with the large turnout of people. So controlling them and stopping them from getting, agitated, they have to strike a balance, in that perspective. So I think a lot more need to be done on the part of INEC. INEC did talk about being ready for this election. Were they really ready? I think so far, from what I've monitored so far, I will score INEC 45% in terms of logistics and deployment of voting materials, to appropriate places. For example, in Port Harcourt local government, there are still places in Port Harcourt local government, the state capital for that matter, where voting materials did arrive at 2 o'clock. And that's shocking.
That's very shocking because just before you joined us, we had reports even from their situation room talking about the CIEPD from their own situation room, and live here there were reports. Parts of Obuna Bali, had
Ward 4.
Yeah, Ward 4 did not what
materials. What will make Obuna Bali even more surprising is that the INEC rack center is a trackable distance. It's just across the road, from Obuna Bali on Nabaro. So you are imagining that, is it the case of now people where they stay near church, now they go late past for church. You are just beside the INEC rack center in Port Harcourt City local government, yet the ballot paper is arriving, late to you. I think INEC would need to take a copy from what has happened in this one and do better for governorship election. I think materials need to move. I still have some parts of reports from some parts of riverine areas, especially Akokotoru, where you have Soku, Abisa, Idama, Elem Sangama. These are places that takes you minimum of 40-50 minutes by boat.
To cross. That's true.
So imagine some areas are yet to get, and voting is meant to shut down at 2:30.
Okay, all right. Talking about shutting down, we'll be getting into some reports, about extension. Is it going to be further extended? Because if you take into cognizance places like Fauga, places in part of Obiakpo, Iguita, for example, as at 1 o'clock, we had reports that some of them had not received materials, ballots, papers, and things like that. Okay, now Gabby is saying, I voted at about 11:17 a.m. at Ward 1, Unit 43, Obiakpo. It was a smooth process. Thank you very much. So another smooth process. Unit 56, Okilo Abuloma Fauga is going on smoothly. All right. The number of registered voters there is over 300. My number on the line is 277. I'm still waiting to vote my turn. I trekked to Abom Obigbo this morning.
That's determination.
Yes.
That's sheer sacrifice. I think we should give him the man of the day. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
If he did the trek from Oyibo to Abuloma, I think he should get our man of the day. Should I say the voter?
I'm also sure that there are so many people like that. Like we have said before now. The issue is no longer voter apathy. And I think that's where INEC, maybe they were not ready enough. They didn't envisage. Let me put it that way. But why won't they do that? They registered people so they should know the turnout.
Over 90 million voters. That's one of the highest.
We have roughly, let's say, approximately 87 million people who have their PVC, who collected PVC. So about 87 million. But according to the Electoral Act, because we still have areas where the beavers is still not working. The beavers machine. We have areas where they are not working. And according to the Electoral Act, it says that where the beavers is not working, two things will happen. Is either INEC comes in and substitutes, with the one that is not working and bring the one that is working, or election will have to take place within 24 hours in places where the beavers didn't work at all. The INEC will need to reschedule election within 24 hours. But it also comes with a proviso. Only if the result from that polling unit will affect the overall result, maybe of that ward or that constituency, either federal, state, or House of Rep constituency. So, if the result from that polling unit will not affect the gap between the first and second, election may not even take place, may not take place at all, in that unit again. But if the result is substantial, the overall result, INEC must within 24 hours conduct election. We might just have something like that, from what we are gathering.
Okay, so Mr. Ege, let me bring this into the fore right now. This is one of the complaints that has been repeating in the past 1 hour that I've been here, sitting and following up stories, even listening before I got in here, and that is some of the ways people worry that the system could be circumvented, to as it were, scam the officials, and what the popular term in this country is to rig the election. Now, there is a report that the ad hoc staff assigned to an area and that they are pressurized to write results and send this across. You mentioned just a few moments ago that that's almost impossible, because if the beavers, and I've seen how the beavers works. Once again, if you're listening to us, where your polling officer should show you the beavers at 000. All right. So until anybody is accredited, that machine should not have any number. There should not be any input on that machine. So if anybody is being told to, in quote, write a result, the beavers is meant to, as well, negate that occurrence, Mr. Ige.
It's impossible. Look, fortunately, there's what is called the Election Petition Tribunal. These days, with beavers, it's not easy to demand for the result of a polling unit. It's not easy to demand for the result or for the total number of people that were accredited for a particular, polling unit. So if, for example, you write 1,000 people as voting in polling unit 1, for example, it's very easy for any party that is challenging that result to demand for the total number of people accredited for that particular.
But what if they actually had 1,000? Because in my own unit, if INEC had pasted the registrar on the wall, so we could see all those who were accredited to be at that polling unit.
Yes, I can. Like, for example, if you pre-accredit people, for example, you pre-accredit, say, 900 people. Maybe in a polling unit where you have 3,000 people, to give a particular political party an advantage of 900 voters. So if I belong to another political party, you understand, and I'm challenging the result of that polling unit, remember, I also like to demand for the voter register of INEC. So when I demand for the voter register of INEC for that particular polling unit, and you say 1,200 people voted, I have the data of everybody that voted in that particular polling unit. I'm going to the tribunal. It is for me to meet members of that polling unit, have their data, and call them and subpoena them to come to tribunal. Did you vote? Did you vote? Did you vote? So by the time you call 400-500 people, and they say, look, we didn't vote on that day. What is it telling you?
So there you go. These are the issues.
Pre-accrediting people won't work because it's a machine that has data. You can easily call up the data, and we can look at the total number of people registered. So if, for example, you pre-accredit people, for example, and you put 1,000, and not up to 1,000 people in that polling unit, that's already overvoting one.
Yes.
So we need to call the people you claim to have voted. By the time you call 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people that you select and transport them to election petition tribunal and say, look, our judges, can we ask these people whether they voted on that? And they said they didn't vote. Meanwhile, you are seeing votes against their names. Then
I really think that the issue here is not about manipulating the beavers. It's actually on voter suppression. Yes. Yeah, that's where the issues are going to come up, and really we are seeing that people complaining, and also what he said about INEC, and then the setting of the stage for the election, to the process itself, So if INEC can even come on time, I think that's where the problem starts from, early arrival of the materials. If they arrive early, set up early, and be able to demarcate those places, that will help people to say, this is where you don't have to pass. But when people are already there, they're already crowded, agitated, it's now difficult to control them. And after all, there's no crowd control skill, they don't have it.
Yeah, so these people don't have those skills.
So it becomes a difficult thing, even managing people itself, because in this election, for you to be an INEC official, you should know how to manage people. You come across a lot of people, with different temperaments and all that. Some people are angry at the system. They want to pour it at you. So these are the things that they need to be taught. They need to show, not just that you know it. You need to show that you have it, in this process.
All right, Patrick Amadi from Afara in says the voting is started, all right, in Ward 1, Unit 5. All the units in the Afara HA area is going without any problem. All right, that's interesting. Somebody here says there seems to be a problem in their area. I can't verify that. You need to give me more details. Okay, all right, what I meant is that 90 minutes is from the time I arrived at the polling unit and I got number 95 and they got 90 minutes. Okay, all right, that's fair. That means the beaver system was quick. Because if you got there and in 90 minutes after taking your number, all right, you attended to, that means for every individual, it took them 1 minute to verify and then vote. Okay, all right, we'll go on. Let's see. Even there's a report. Okay, I think I've taken this one. Moving on. But polling unit Ward 10, Unit 16, St. Thomas Anglican Church, Mile 2. The INEC officials came by 10:40 a.m., but voting is going on very smoothly. While going to vote, I passed through so many streets in Dobio and saw people playing football on the street. And there are youths about it. It's sad to see how some youths are not interested in the election. Mr. Ige, some people still not interested, despite all the clamor, despite all the sensitization, despite all the cries and the calumny of poor leadership.
Well, I'm sure you won't expect the over 87 million people to turn out to vote. If we have out of the 87, approximately 87 million people, about 50 million people turning out to vote, that will be a record in Nigeria's political history. We've never achieved 50% voter turnout. We have 50 million turning out, to vote, and then it means we've had a major landmark. I drove through areas, through several local government, and I saw a lot of youth, playing football, on the road. Some old enough to go and vote, I'm sure. Yeah, maybe they are not interested in going to cast their ballot, or they feel
it would be erroneous of us to just make a blanket assumption. It's also possible that some didn't get their voters card, because I know
it's also possible.
I know a few people who did register, who went online, and then when it was time to collect their PVC, they were told, we can't find your PVC, come 1 week from now, 2 weeks from now, go to this place. They went we can't find it, you have to wait again. So it's very possible.
No, you see, had some people too who, despite all of the mass mobilization by INEC, still didn't know that their voting unit had been moved for where they registered. So you still see people who come to the wrong polling unit.
Yes,
when you tell them this is not your polling, I can't waste my time, they turn back. But they had opportunity to know the voting point. When I was going to LMA this morning, I saw some group of people, so I decided to stop just to interrogate what they were doing. I saw a woman who had a PVC, registered in LMA, but now stay in Woji. So I asked her, you registered in LMA, why didn't you move your voting point?
It's called transfer.
Woji? Yeah, so that you could vote on election day. She said she didn't know. She had a PVC. She wanted to go to LMA, and nobody was willing to help her to go to LMA. So you understand, some people, Nigerians, we have this belief, we have this late rally, in doing things. And that is that we believe that nothing will happen. We have this idea that on it, so you just have this belief, this self-belief that something will happen. But fortunately, for somebody like her and for many other people, they may not be able to vote this time around.
All right, they may not be vote this time around. That's an indictment, to you as a Nigerian having the opportunity, because I had the same experience today at my polling area today. Somebody walked in and said, please, is this my polling day? I don't know. And I look, I'm very fortunate for him. That was his polling unit. But I must also make mention of this, that of all the innovations that the INEC, carried out this period, is the use of technology in helping the voters. Because if you went online to search for your polling unit, it not just tells you where it is, it actually uses the Google map to give directions to the polling unit, because that's how I found my polling unit, because I checked, it's in this place is kind of far, and then I saw that there's an option, it's a Google map option. I clicked on get directions, and so we have to admit that if for anything, whatever the criticism, don't forget, Mr. Ige, from a political standpoint, the issue of beavers, came over a lot of hurdles from the House of Rep and the Senate. There are some members who were not comfortable with it, but this particular innovation, I think it's fair to give INEC a bit of a thumbs up on this one.
Well, I agree. It's what has brought about increased number of people willing to vote. Unlike 2015, unlike 2011, unlike 2019, and I'm sure till today, INEC doesn't even have the presidential election results of 2007. It's not available anywhere, even to INEC that conducted the election. Remember that the beneficiary of that election, the late Umaru Yar'Adua, admitted that
something was wrong.
Something was fundamentally wrong, and set up a Uwais committee, to look at how to.
Just Uwais committee. Yes, I remember that.
So you understand now why a lot of people are not interested in the system. Kudos to INEC that has with the beavers. We've seen a situation in Osun where a party was able to challenge the outcome of that election, demanded for the accredited voters and say, look, they were overvoting in about 700 polling units. It was so easy, to prove, because the Beavers machine is programmed to start at a time and end at a time. So if we say voting is ending at 2:30 and people are still voting as at 5 p.m., it automatically tells you that people were allowed to vote beyond the INEC regulated time. Or if the total number of people that were accredited, if the total number of people accredited is say 400, then you take a result of 700. Clearly,
obviously it's a problem.
it's obvious. So you can see why INEC needs to be commended, and of course also commend Nigerians, especially youth. I saw a lot of youth young out people there today. Yeah, a lot of young people, who say, look, they want to vote, they want to determine, who will be their leaders for the next. And the good thing in all of this is that anybody who gets elected now know that the power is in the hands
of the people.
So that if you don't perform well, you already know that 4 years is not too far. The same youth who are ailing you today will be the same youth
who will be ready to take you up.
You didn't perform, allow us to make that decision.
Okay, Emeka took us on the line. Emeka, good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, Jude.
Okay, good. Now you are the man roving around, and once again, we need to verify where exactly are you?
Okay, I'm in the local government area right now. I've left.
Okay, you've left the Greater. Where exactly are you? Please, could you repeat?
I think I'm at St. Thomas
Anglican Church.
I'm at St. Thomas Catholic Church.
Okay.
Where you have most of the units. We have 2 wards there. We have Ward 10 and Ward 16. And in Ward 10 and Ward 16, over 12 units in the 2 wards.
Okay.
And the election has been on peacefully in these 2 wards.
Okay, all right. So
even with the large turnout of voters,
is it as smooth as some places are? Because some people, the last time we spoke to you, you were complaining that it was a slow process. In this new area where you are right now, what can you tell us? Are they more efficient?
The situation in Port City local government area is quite different from what we have in Iguta, local government area. Here, the Beavers is working very well.
Okay.
And the Beavers is working very well. And the electorate are being accredited and also voting simultaneously. I interviewed some of the voters, some of them complained about the Beavers machine. And there has not been any complaint from any of the voters that have even with large crowd of voters in these centers.
Okay, so for the avoidance of doubts and for those who are listening as well, could you clearly state what local government area you are in right now that you're making this report?
In Port Harcourt City local government area,
okay.
St. Thomas Catholic Church.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So from what you can observe, it's going on well. The Beavers are effective in that area.
Yes, very well.
Okay. All right. Give us a rough estimate. How many hundreds of people are you seeing electorates waiting on the queues?
It's like the crowd. I'm not far from it because I cannot say they are 200 or they are 300 in number.
Okay. All right. But there's a heavy turnout in that area.
Yes. We have heavy turnout of voters in St. Thomas, and it has 2 wards and over 12 units.
Okay. All right. Now, I need to ask you, all right, a lot of people have been sending in comments earlier, about some of the electorates becoming agitated. You even made mention of that when you were in Negrita earlier on. Is that
the same? The reason why, voters are because when some of them are enthusiastic to vote and they come out and vote, they will be happy. The fact that your mother is on since morning, the situation is quite different, so there's no need for them to be agitated because they are going for accreditation and they are also voting. So I don't think if the situation is not.
Okay, all right, Emeka.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Emeka. We have to let you go. The line's not very clear. We'll get back to you in a bit. All right. So, madam, remember about 45 minutes, almost an hour ago, the report was that Falga local government has a problem. Now, our man is gone there saying, okay, some of the places have started, but we had reports also from the WhatsApp feeders are coming through that, The materials have come. Voting has begun. But I need to ask you and Mr. Ige. I would like to start with you now. They're calmer now. So that your initial concern, that if the materials come early, and you can start, people will not be as agitated as they were before. We're going to see that happening.
So that's it. INEC should. One of the things is also learning from this. Moving forward, INEC should try as much as possible, because that's a bit of issue when they don't come on time. People are rowdy sitting. They're rowdy. They're waiting. So INEC will not have time to actually set up properly. He says something that it's not as if people are. Is the situation, because the place is rowdy, people are looking from your back, seeing who you're voting and all that. So most probably setting up properly will definitely solve that problem, of people cajoling you, because you have the privacy of voting. So nobody is coming there to look at who you're voting for. Nobody is going to. They will only say, who are you voting for? If you don't want to tell anybody, and that's it. So you see, that alone de-escalate the violence and the conflict that might occur there. But if that's not being done, and the INEC coming when people are already there, they're already agitated. The whole space is tensed up. It becomes difficult to control them, and you have issues like what we are seeing, and anything can happen at that time.
Okay, all right, anything really can happen. But once again, if you're listening to us, we'd like to remind you to also tell the people who are close to you, yes, it can be vexing, but please, you need to let sane heads prevail.
Yes.
Be calm.
Yes.
Do not devolve. Do not start to join heads. We'll be talking a little bit about a very big issue concerning the elections after this quick break.
Talk.
As well. Have you gone to vote? All right. Please not call us, I beg your pardon. Send us a message to 0809 030 6416. 0809 030 6416. Send us a message. Tell us your experience. If you have voted, let's know the area you voted. Be specific. All right. We would like to get to know the ward that you voted in. All right. Tell us exactly, when, what the situation is like, and around to observe. Now, Mr. Ige, I need to come to you very quickly. Now, we've heard that yes, elections are going to end at 2:30. That's the extension, and the Beavers can record even when people are still casting their votes after the 2:30 mark. My question is, will those votes be invalidated because some people just got their materials about 40 minutes ago? There's a very strong possibility that we probably will hear maybe in the next 5 or 10 minutes that the voting just started at maybe 1:30 or so, or maybe at 1:45. What's going to be the INEC stance on that?
No, what it says is that the last person in the queue, as at 2:30, will still be allowed to vote. as at 2:30, the last person, meaning that you will have done accreditation. Remember, the beavers will have done accreditation first. First of all, accredit all the people that were available at that point. So there's a time from when all of them were accredited. So when they are accredited, then they now begin to vote. The law says that the last person on the line will be permitted to vote, even if beyond 2:30. So the accreditation is already covered by timing. But I think what they are doing in many places now is that as you accredit, you vote. As you accredit to vote, so that they can bridge the gap between accreditation and the time to wait for voting. So that's maybe sort of way to hasten the system. Remember too that the INEC rec, in Rivers State also has some kind of powers based on feedbacks is receiving, maybe to extend voting in some particular areas. Because now I'm seeing that in some areas in Port Harcourt City local government area, materials are yet to arrive as at this point in time, as we are speaking in the studio right now, and they are meant to shut down, voting at 2:30. So what may happen, maybe in that kind of scenario, is to cancel, is for election not to hold in that unit outrightly, and hope that the difference from that unit will not be substantial enough to affect the overall result, maybe for the House of Rep election or for the senatorial election, as the case may be, But if it will affect the constituency result, that means they won't allow the result. They won't announce the result of that constituency until election takes place in that unit. If the outcome will determine who eventually wins that constituency. So these are the variables that are available at this point in time.
Okay, all right. So we'll go for a break. We'll let our guests catch their breath and maybe even quench a thirst or two. And then when we come back after the news, we'll continue with our coverage this afternoon. It's Mandates 2023. getting some of our correspondents in these places to share with us the latest in their area. But we have to start with where we are right now, talking about Port Harcourt and Rivers State in general. That's going to be our focus. So joining me once again is Mr. Olaleko Ige, and Carl Rakwe has also joined this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen.
Yeah. Good afternoon to you, Jude. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
All right, so we need to move on, because now more pressing issues are being are coming into light in the past 20 minutes. Now, there's been the issue of one obvious late arrival of materials and electoral officers that has been talked about, but now there is the issue of inadequate voting materials. So you have scenarios where people are talking about we have 200 people registered in one place, officially on the INEC register. They're meant to be XYZ amount, but the officers are saying that we don't have up to the number of ballot papers, for these numbers of electorates in that place. That means, mathematically speaking, a certain number of people are going to be disenfranchised.
No, Jude, I think the best decision to take is for election not to take place in that unit. How do you determine, if you have 100 ballot papers and there are 200 people, how do you determine who should vote and
who shouldn't vote?
So the most logical reasoning is
nobody should vote.
No election should hold in that unit. I have a report where some are complaining that where they are meant to vote, they only have ballot papers for Senate and House of Reps. They can't find the ballot papers for presidential election.
At least I've been privy to see the ballot paper for presidential election. In fact, all of them. It's a very thick. It's not something you put in your pocket.
They are saying they didn't even bring the ballot papers for the presidential election at all. So they are accusation and counter accusations. Who took what, who didn't take what. So the only logical thing to do in that scenario is for election not to take place at all. But there's no way you vote for Senate and House of Reps, then you don't have the opportunity to vote for the
presidential
president of the country. So,
but it's still, and I have to say this, that maybe something that we need to hammer again, because without the beavers accrediting anything, that ballot paper, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe some Nigerians who are listening to us are probably trying to understand why this kind of thing should be missing. If any vote comes through there, it means it's invalidated. So why should it be missing in the first case?
Like you've mentioned, if perhaps it's now counted that presidential votes were gotten from that particular place, it's not. Well, it's a tricky thing. When you do accreditation, if they have that for senatorial
House of Reps.
Before I will vote for that, I need to be accredited.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, if you do not have the ballot papers for presidential, somebody can still write. Accreditation is going to be tagged. You do the accreditation once, then you go and you vote for the three.
For the three positions.
But now you have one ballot paper missing. If you say that for the presidential,
for a whole area.
Yes.
So it's not like, okay, maybe one person, he forgot to.
I'm trying to refer to what you said, because when you were thinking that, everything has to tally with what is on Beavers. No, Beavers is going to be accreditation once. Mm-hmm. So Jude does accreditation, and when Jude goes to the booth to vote, Jude sees the three for presidential, Senate and House of Reps. Then he votes. You see, it's just one accreditation you did.
Yeah.
So if it happens that one is missing,
meaning that people can vote on your behalf.
So people can. That's what it basically.
But in this case, accreditation.
You get it.
But in this case, accreditation will not take place until all the ballot, because all the party agents, all the party agents will certify that, look, we saw presidential election ballot paper, we saw Senate, and we saw House of Reps. And if one is missing, it automatically means that no election, in fact, no accreditation will take place, because what's the sense of accrediting people when the ballot papers are not complete? So the decision for the polling officer or the SPO is to cancel the result of that
for that party.
Unit.
Like the reports we are getting, just like he's saying, where there will be, should I say, a standstill. The reports we are getting from Nkpolu, a new layout in Eneka, where they say they have, should I say, about 100 ballot papers for what they are told, and the people there about 200 or thereabout or more. So at the moment, they say that is an impasse because nothing is happening. at that particular place. They say nothing is happening.
Well, if nothing happens, I can just imagine the sentiments of the electorates who are there, who have been on the queue for hours now. Would this fall under the purview of the Electoral Act that says, look, if that polling area is decisive enough, right, to determine which way the results would sway, they may have to conduct another election?
Yeah, within 24 hours. That's what the Electoral Act says. Yeah. If for any reason voting is unable to take place, either due to technological reason or some other reasons, you understand, and the outcome of the ballot on that polling unit is strong enough to affect the overall result of the constituency, Electoral Act says the result will not be announced. INEC will organize to hold election in that particular polling unit where elections didn't take place. Just like a report I have from Elele, where we have over 500 people on queue. There's only one beavers machine to capture 500 people, and they are saying, look, Anya, why don't you bring more? I think for purposes of data management, I think there can only be one beavers for a particular polling unit, so that you don't have duplication, of results. If you bring two now,
how do you now merge?
Accreditation will now, they've done accreditation. It is not the number of people that are meant to vote that they are not looking at the time and all of that. That's why I said, look, INEC must learn a huge lesson from what has happened today, because we still have the governorship and House of Assembly election, coming up in 2 weeks' time. Materials arrived late and shockingly to contiguous local governments of Obiakpo and Port Harcourt. So you are wondering if materials can arrive late to Port Harcourt local government.
When the rack center, when the rack is in
the super rack center.
Yes,
you heard of a place where in Obunabali where they said materials arrived late, and the rack center is just across the road. As a super rack center. Obiakpo has the highest number of registered voters in Rivers State at over 600,000. So you are wondering if Obiakpo is just beside INEC headquarters in Port Harcourt, and materials are still arriving late. So what will happen to far-flung, communities that you even need to access, by water? INEC needs to take a lot of lessons from this, really.
Oh, now we're getting reports right now of hoodlums disrupting voting in some parts of Edo State, and this is another big issue. Previously in previous elections, there used to be voter app because people didn't want to be caught in the crossfire or in the crosshairs of either hoodlums or police. But now, the biggest issue, according to our guest who just stepped out talking about Mrs. Ogondu, it was more about voter suppression. But this particular scenario, does it come as a surprise to any one of you talking about Edo State disruption of any kind by hoodlums?
Well, we also have gotten reports just about 20 minutes ago from our team in Lagos. Pockets of violence in parts of Lagos, Elugushi, Aguda, Ebutemeta. Reports of electoral materials being destroyed and shots fired, chasing voters away. Yeah. Now, this is from our own team in Lagos. I don't know when was the last time we spoke to any of our people in Lagos. So you say, is it a surprise that we are getting this kind of reports? We have a video that's from our team. Elugushi voters are demanding that security officers be left to ensure that they cast their votes, because there have been instances of people coming there to chase them away and intimidate them. So they want the police officers or security operatives that were stationed there or who arrived there to remain there to ensure that they feel safe. That's the problem. People, for the first time in a long time, have been primed to come out and vote.
Yeah.
Then you now have these things happen. It's going to discourage a lot of people. And when people feel that this is that important, I know I had this talk with Ige a long time ago. INEC, in their website, currently we have some million voters. This is more than what we used to have previously. Now, even from the previous number we had before, some people didn't need to turn up or come out at all.
In some years it was 35%. Another year was 45%. I think it was either just before Obasanjo or after. After Obasanjo, we had a very high.
That still now went down. I'm waiting for the stats for those who are statisticians or perhaps research analysts. I'm waiting for what the stats will be from INEC after this particular one is done, because supposedly this is the biggest election in Nigeria's history in a very long time. So I would love to see what the stats will look like. So if people are turning up, people are coming out, then you have instances where there might be talks of oppression or trying to, of course, intimidate them, intimidation. that this definitely is not good. I heard some people talk about maybe the policemen being armed and being at the particular venues. It's never advisable.
Yeah.
It's never advisable.
Historically,
we know it may be for the best reasons, but it could turn, ugly. What we have at the moment is that stationed, I think, about 300 meters away, we can now have a team that, yes, is equipped to tackle violence. But at the polling units itself, you are not going to have armed officers at the polling units itself. So we wait to see how it all unfolds. So far in Port Harcourt, some reports, but nothing untoward's happening right now.
Right now, most of the reports we've been getting called have been either of the late arrivals of the materials and officers, and then one or two reports of people not feeling very free because the polling booth, all right, is not far away from the accreditation center, so they have people literally peering over their shoulder and trying to cajole them to vote. Because we also got another very interesting report where the materials did come, the officers came as well. All right, accreditation started, and then some people went and brought in some elderly men and women and told them, make sure you vote this person, make sure you vote that person. Now, obviously, we know that beavers work. So for those old men and old women to cast their votes, they obviously have their PVCs. But this notion of is it encouraging, cajoling, coercing, suppressing, is still a big issue till today. Mr. Ege, how do we get to the point where that shouldn't be a problem?
Well, I think 2023 will probably be the platform, upon which will stand for elections to come. We are monitoring what will be the outcome of this. What happens now will, to a large extent, determine what will happen in 2027 and beyond. People are taking elections seriously, and like I said earlier, whoever that gets elected from this process, we need to sweat in the next 4 years. So don't be surprised when you see somebody elected into maybe by sheer luck. He now needs to come and brief his constituents, maybe every week or every month, to say, look, my constituents, since you elected me to go to Abuja, look at what I've been doing. Because he may not be forced to hold monthly meetings.
Monthly briefings and things like that.
The people will remind him when election time comes. So look, we sent you to Abuja 4 years ago. So what have you achieved? Okay, relax. Let us try another person. Because as of today, a lot of Nigerians are voting across party lines. People are not bothered, about this is my party. No. You are seeing people belonging to a party and telling you confidently that they are voting for the candidate of another party. So you can see now that we are beginning to engender trust and belief in the system. That is what this is teaching us, and that's where we should be, so that we can get better, with time.
Okay, all right. Now on WhatsApp, 009-030-641. 090-030-641. I'd like to thank all of you for sending in your reports, sending us your updates as you're out to vote. Over 200 plus messages and counting. I would like to take the most recent ones. Queuing up preparatory for accreditation and voting at 2:20 p.m. Gentlemen in the studio, 2:20 p.m. We have videos, we have pictures here. 2:20 p.m. at Holy Rosary Girls College, being Ward 4, Units 11, 12, or to 15 in Falga. Just before you came, about past 1 o'clock, we had attested, right, receiving situation reports that this was real. That as at that time, the election had not started, materials had not started, but this is 20 minutes past 2. Holy Rosary has started, all right, and obviously the update coming through 2015, that's when it came through with the materials. Okay, all right, somebody's saying that we need to get INEC officials, massive turnouts, but the officials at Igbo 1 Umebulu in Unit 8 Eche are overwhelmed that the turnout is over 2,000 electorates, but till now only 50 people have been accredited to vote. Please help us. ACPAN is sending a message. Akpan and the other people want to vote.
Yeah, definitely they want to vote. And I get it. Perhaps, yes, there's a huge turnout there, like he's mentioned. I don't know whether it's actually 2,000.
Yes.
There's a huge turnout.
We'll take that with a pinch of salt.
Now, here's where frustration begins to set in. Now, early in the morning, if perhaps we had the officials and materials turn up, there were some people are early risers. Some people I would like to be there early.
Yes.
Now, you get there early, you are attended to. Guess what? It reduces the crowd. But we now have everybody there waiting. I was at the Ward 15 here for Choba.
Yeah.
I was there when everybody had been waiting, and some of them were beginning to despair. Is it not going to happen anymore? Is it not going to take place here? All of a sudden, the vehicles carrying the officials, bearing the officials and the materials arrived. If you see the rush to get in line, to be the first, you're not going to have that rush if the materials had turned up early. So by the time you come, maybe you meet 5 people, you join the queue. By the time you're, at one point in time, maybe it might be 10 people, 12 people. Well, not a situation where you're going to have hundreds, more than 50 people standing. See, I say 50. Some will say 50 sounds like a small number. But try and have 50 people physically present here and try to manage them. So you see, that's where the problem and always comes here in Nigeria, not only for election, whether it be it interviews, whether it be it maybe registration, even, whether it be it for your NIN and all. If people come in and are able to go out, you will not have a crowd gathered, tired, hungry, angry, and it's easier to manage. But when you now have, it's about 2:30 p.m. now.
Yes.
Then you have people who have been standing under the sun. Nobody's going to be happy. It's going to be a rowdy thing.
I think we'll dedicate some few more minutes to this conversation, because today, and let me ask you, because I don't have my the act in front of me. I'll probably have to pull it up. Now, something very interesting happened in one of the polling units. The people, whilst waiting, observed the bus that was carrying electoral materials. There were policemen inside. The officials were there, and they said, "Oh, is this your polling center?" I said, "No, we are meant to be for number so and so." So no, this is for number. The place you're looking for is down the road. So they had to go. Now the people there says, "But what of our own?" And the policeman there says, "Look, they are materials, but we don't have enough vehicles
to convey them."
I kid you not. One of the electorates there volunteered his vehicle to go and bring that. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a patriotic Nigerian. That sounds like something everybody should do if given the opportunity. But I had to question the security and the sensitivity of that action, because first and foremost, it's a private vehicle. This person didn't have an electoral jacket to identify him as part of the electoral process as an ad hoc staff or anything. He just wanted to help. He wanted to make sure that the people in that center got their materials. And I'm curious, if someone could see that and say, couldn't that be an avenue for some form of manipulation, and then maybe raise, an issue or a matter and bring it to the tribunal, Mr. Aige?
But, in terms of logistics, then you have to blame INEC. INEC signed MOU with some transport unions and all of that, meaning they have envisaged the number of vehicles that can cover all of the polling units, in Port Harcourt local government, in Obiakpo, and of course the remaining 21 local government areas of Rivers State. So you have probably maybe one of the drivers just didn't turn up, and the materials were just lying in wait at the rack center, at the super rack center, or at the rack center closest to the voting point. So it's one trend we've seen, with these presidential and national assembly elections that I've noticed, in some areas. And if as at 2:30 or 2:20 something, they were just about voting. Holy Rosary is just close to OGRE.
Yes.
In fact, Holy Rosary is a shouting distance from where the super rack center of INEC is in Port Harcourt City local government area. Holy Rosary is just at close to my one park. Look at where INEC office is located. CFC bus stop. What's the distance of CFC bus stop to my one? The materials had not arrived as at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So it gives you an idea of the vacuum that has existed in terms of logistics arrangement between INEC in Rivers State, maybe the transport unions or whoever they must have contracted to provide logistics to move these materials from one place to the other. I hope and pray that we can get better, with the next election, because this isn't just good. INEC repeatedly assured us that they were ready and they were on top of every situation.
I understand. I understand the idea that yes, INEC and most likely will be held culpable in this case, because yes, if you sign MOUs and the bus driver doesn't meet up, then that bus driver can
what is the backup plan? But
in this case, now that a civilian, an electorate who was not involved in the planning committee but decided to volunteer his vehicle. And watching this, observing this, I had to ask myself this question, and people around there also queried that: what if between where he goes to carry the material and his arrival at the polling unit, what if a few naira notes were exchanged? What if a few slaps were given? What if some threats were made? How then can that particular the whole material load be verified?
Nothing will happen. Nothing. If you connive with some party agents and take the beavers and the ballot papers to your house, it's of no use.
True.
It's of no
because
use.
people will have to do physical accreditation. Exactly.
So what are you carrying it for?
No,
how do you even upload the result? Remember, it's only the SPO that can upload the result. He will use that same beavers to snap it.
For yourself and myself, we're talking logically and technically. Yes. But this usually is grounds for plenty of upheaval.
Yes.
Because somebody will say, this man might be partisan. The man is from the goodwill of his own heart.
He's being patriotic.
Yes, since they said logistics problem, let me provide them with a vehicle free of charge at my own expense, and so that we can all come and vote.
He drove there.
But you know the way Nigerians think. Nigerians are not. They don't trust anybody. They don't trust the government. They don't trust themselves. They don't trust their family. Nigerians do not trust anybody. So the plenty talks will now emanate from that guy. That man, so and so party member, and na him don't go carry them. That's the way it now begins, and it snowballs into something large, and maybe escalates into some even violence and all that. So who do we blame? Like he mentioned, we blame INEC. This is something they have been at for how long?
4 years.
We know that yes, sometimes not everything you plan, a plan does not get the best. We should have a high level of this not happening rather than a high level of this happening. We should have a situation where logistics was taken care of before now. The transport unions that were being discussed with, to handle, this has always been the case. INEC have always told us that they will work with the transport unions. It makes it for earlier on in the day when I and Sam were on, we were asking perhaps why not engage private transport operators, maybe like these e-hailing people that we know is going to be smooth, right? I think what they have a look at is the network. These guys who organize this e-hailing thing, would they go to some remote parts? But guess what? There's a bus, there's a taxi, there's a vehicle that goes to every local government, every small ward or village, true. So it's easier for the road transport unions, maybe who seemingly maybe like government and it's not like the private sector. It's easier for them to easily get to these places. But INEC, who is their supervisor, should have been the one to put things together. They promised INEC they are going to get cash because they said we need cash for these people. We are going to get cash before now. Has the CBN failed in doing that? Is it a matter of cash not coming in time that did not allow them to ensure that all logistics was made available and all logistics was taken care of ahead of this? I do not know concerning that. But there's definitely going to be a report after now. What we know is that materials arrived late, and as a result of that, voting did not start on time in most places. We have people who are still queuing up or who are still standing in some various centers. Some people say they have not even seen materials arrive.
We have
some unconfirmed reports. Some people say they have not even had materials arrive where they are.
Shehu Mike right now is saying it is raining cats and dogs at Rumigbo, Unit 15. We are so many here. Ever before the rain started, it's not organized at all. Now that it's raining, we don't even understand how INEC officials can help us. However, I am here and I must vote before I return home.
I like his spirit. I was standing outside and it was drizzling. So you may not notice that here in the studio.
Well,
we're standing outside and it was drizzling, and I was saying, whoa. And I'm seeing also maybe reports in elsewhere, not just only here in Rivers State. It's raining in some other places across Nigeria. These supposedly delayed and refused to go. But on an election day, on a big day like this, the rains have decided maybe to come. I do not know how it's going to affect, those places where it's raining, because in some places it's more of an open thing. People are queued up outside. It's not indoors. So if it's raining, it's definitely going to affect the process.
It's a very interesting message of enthusiasm here. It says a situation report. This was earlier on. I need to read this because there's a bit of a comedic tune to it. It says, up till now, INEC people never come. It is very unlike them. This is obviously from a voter who has probably done this a few times. This is very unlike them. Says we they wait for them. No retreat, no surrender. Interesting. The enthusiasm of some Nigerians is absolutely.
He wants to vote.
No, obviously, definitely wants to. Beavers machines, all 3 units in the Odoa community in Emoa local government area, reportedly have been taken by hoodlums while voting was ongoing. The report to have had an abrupt end this morning. We have to get confirmation on that report.
Yeah, we have a man there. I don't know if this afternoon we've spoken to China.
We've been trying to get across to China, but we've not been able to have a line established. I know since I got here, we've had at least 5 attempts, if I'm not mistaken, at least 5 attempts. We've not been able to get across. Now, this is a very worrying report. Once again, it has to be said, if you listen to us or if you know these people, if they're your cousins or your brothers or your grandpatrons, there is absolutely nothing to be gained by snatching a Beavers machine. Absolutely nothing. There are remote devices. They can only work one way. That means the information only comes in. All right? It's not somebody's phone. They're going to try and get their nudes or they're trying to snatch their pictures. There's nothing to be obtained from the Beavers.
Except don't use it as decoration in their house.
Yeah, but as a souvenir.
But then you have to question why then would anybody want election not to hold or be counted in that area.
I'm sure you know one of we are on this. Let me know.
No, it's at least okay. Don't mention anybody, but at least technically.
I wanted to say, look, I'm sure you know. There are reasons why we have psychiatric hospitals all over the country. So not everybody will think the same way. Some people just assume, we have these weird ways, of thinking. And just as we are arguing, as at now, materials have not arrived. Degema and Bakana communities.
We had that report about an hour ago.
Yeah,
Degema,
they said there were not enough boats to convey the materials to some of these places because they are riverine, and some of the security personnel are not willing to embark, on the journey. So it's an idea that the result probably for that federal constituency may not be announced because Degema and Bakana are 2 of the biggest communities, in Degema local government area of Rivers. So if materials have not arrived Degema and Bakana by now, what of K? K is in Degema local government and it's about 1 hour by boat, from Port Harcourt. What of Bile? We still have Bile. These are far-flung,
And imagine if it begins raining there.
These are far-flung communities that are just by the Atlantic
Ocean. Very true.
I just hope and pray that INEC officials are listening to us and they're able to, put this under wrap. They need to find out, what's going on. If election doesn't take place today in some of these communities, it means that election will have to take place there tomorrow because the results from these 2 communities
are very key.
Are very key to whoever wins the
senatorial.
The
House of Reps. Sorry,
the Degema Boni is a 2 local government federal constituencies. So Degema Boni federal constituency. Then we also have the Rivers West, senatorial district under which Bakana and Degema falls.
Okay, let's leave Port Harcourt for a bit. Let's leave Rivers State and let's get all the way to the center of excellence, Lagos State. Ikechukwu Oyemike is on the line and speaking to us from Ikorodu. Ikechukwu, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you guys in the studio.
Okay, how are you doing? Is it raining in Ikorodu right now?
It's sunny. I'm safe, by the way. Everything is fine.
Okay, it's raining over here in some parts of Port Harcourt. So tell us, Ikechukwu, where have you gone through in the Ikorodu area? Ikorodu is one of the largest local governments in Lagos State. Where have you been to? What's the update from your vantage point?
So I'm going to start from the fact that you mentioned that it's one of the largest local governments in Lagos. So it's very difficult to comb every nook and cranny of the town. But I've done quite a bit of polling units across Ebute, Ibeshi, Aga, Migbogbo right now. In the only part I haven't gotten to disagree, but I'm getting that part. But relatively, it's been peaceful.
Okay.
That's what I can say. It's been peaceful. But one thing very clear about all of this from the beginning was the fact that INEC officials didn't arrive quite early enough to polling units in so many places, and that made the voting process or activity start a lot behind schedule. But at the moment they started, the process had been seamless so far.
Okay.
But,
sorry, you said pockets of complaint in what areas, please?
Part of complaints, some places, like for example, the polling units around Grammar School on Nawolowo Road in Ikorodu. That place is called Jada Itamaga Road. Yeah. So they said they are short of ballot papers, especially for the presidential ballot papers. It's not quite up to the number of people registered for the polling units. So polling units precisely 043 and 055. And then there is this other complaint about the one of the political parties, Labour Party to be precise. The name is not well written out, so most of those who voted, according to what I was told by people I had conversation with, they voted because of the slogan "Papa Mama King." Technically, so like other parties have their name written out on the logo and under the box. So they didn't see that for Labour Party. That's one of the complaints that people.
Okay. Now, in your observations, did you notice if there was an apparent increase in or there's an apparent heavy turnout of female voters over here in Port Harcourt? In some areas, there were reports that a lot of women did turn up. Pregnant women also turned up for the voting exercise. Was it the same in Ikorodu?
So in Ikorodu, I wouldn't put it on a gender-based category. I would say generally the turnout is been impressive.
Okay.
The turnout has been impressive generally. So I didn't observe it in that gender level, but I would say it's been impressive, especially with the young people. The young people really came out and marched. It used to be the elderly or the people who are above the youth category that usually come out in election time like this. The youth only take to the street and play football. But that has been that was quite reduced this time. The only place I saw people playing football was the Ikorodu Garage tarmac, basically. And apart from there, I don't think there's any place I saw people. I've been around everywhere I've told you I have been to.
Okay.
So the turnout has been impressive, but it's not gender-based from what I've observed. It's gender.
Now, Ikechukwu, I want to ask again. We saw Ufoma was telling us there are updates of some pockets of violence in parts of Lagos, Ilugushi, Aguda, Ebute Metta, and he talked about reports of election materials being destroyed and shots fired, chasing voters away. Now, for your part, you said you have been no violence or no, perhaps, intimidation or voters being scared away in any of the parts you've covered in Ikorodu?
Yes.
That has not happened.
I can confirm that to you.
Okay.
There's not been violence here so far.
Okay, all right. So no violence, and I'm sure the people who are listening, who have family in Lagos, will be very concerned because Ikorodu is not too far off from some of those other places that were mentioned.
I'm also seeing that the Ilugushi was sorted. Voting resumed with military armored trucks securing the area. I've seen from our people there also too in Lagos.
Okay. Now before we let you go, Ikechukwu, so you're still going to be on the move. What's your general general view right now on the voters? Are they enthusiastic? You mentioned of young people. Do they seem very excited about this process? Did you get to speak to any first time voters?
generally, first of all, so I'll answer the question in two parts. Generally, I see this burning to want to exercise franchise by the people. So he really played out at this election, because regardless of the lateness of officials to some of the polling units, people stayed even as we speak under the sun. Unfortunately, you say it's raining in Port Harcourt. Here it's sunny, and under the sun, people, in fact, brought out canopy, stay under the canopy, and they were ready to sit down and exercise their franchise. In fact, in so many polling units, there are very many, like the crowded polling units, they write their name, they arrange themselves on a list, and the polling officer calls them out in batches, and they come and take their queue and vote. So that's on the side. Then on the side of, I don't know if I can get the second part of your question clear. I don't know if you can run it again.
Yeah, well, are they really enthusiastic about wanting to vote? Are they big on this?
Yes. If as we speak, people are still waiting.
Okay, they're still waiting.
Their vote, regardless of condition.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, in terms of security so far, especially Ikorodu has been
a bit of flashpoint. Yeah,
flashpoint. Ikorodu heading to K2. That Ikorodu my 12.
My 12 K2. Yes.
K2 Ojota. How has been the security situation?
Okay, so I haven't gone outside Ikorodu so far.
Okay.
So I would not be able to speak to my 12 K2 Ojota.
Okay.
But so far, the Ikorodu part of it has been very peaceful. So I'm laughing on that because I kind of have, in my head, you're kind of boxing Ikorodu to be a violent place as it is. And it helps me to hear that the part of Lagos where I live is being turned to be a violent place. But that's on the one side.
The activities of the Bado boys and hot clashes and all of that, really.
No, it's not like that. It's not actually like that. Ikorodu is an island. It's an island. But we are waiting till the day you guys will recognize Ikorodu to be an island. We live a very peaceful life.
Don't worry.
We live a very peaceful life.
We'll come and buy houses. Yeah, we'll come.
We are waiting for you.
All right.
Calm down.
All right, Ikechukwu, thank you very much for the update.
Thank you very much, too. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, yes, mixed stories, and we're also getting reports, about yes, another area in Lagos, probably one of the most affluential areas in Lagos. Talking about Lekki. Now, earlier on in the day, our report from our own follow through and coverage, right, stated that the residents in Lekki Phase 1, they were waiting early. They brought out speakers. And there was even a barbecue for, prospective, voters. It's only in Lekki where they show themselves like that. But, only in Lekki.
At least you said that was barbecue. For Abuja, we had Thompson, our man Thompson called us. We spoke to Thompson in Abuja, and he said that someone brought out her camp gas and was frying some things there, and people were buying, that early. They were waiting for materials to arrive. Even when materials arrive, the queuing and everything, people had been there for a while. It was good business, he said. People were selling. So we actually had that discussion. Does that in any way the law or anything? The woman was there. People have been standing there for how long, waiting for officials to arrive. I don't think she traversed, because he told us there were some shops that were even now open there. Yeah. So while they were waiting, because people had their numbers on the queue. Oh, I'm behind that person. But at least people were able to buy water. People were able to biscuits or stuff like that. They were able to collect from them. It just, to my opinion, showed the enthusiasm Nigerians that actually have for this election. They're willing to come out. And some people may have left their homes early without eating.
Early.
They left their homes early without eating. So it's indeed, for us here, we've been here. I haven't eaten.
Oh, wow.
I think for Lekki, I'm really surprised that materials are not at Lekki. Eleguchi, they were talking about. It's just right there on the Lekki corridor. And I'm wondering why Lekki wouldn't have, papers by now. The Super Rack Center is just at Etiosa,
Yes, the very controversial Etiosa right now.
And they now have what they call Ikoyi. I think I'm trying to remember the local government now. There's a local government development authority created by Lagos State government, so that Ikoyi and one other area was exorcised from Etiosa local government. generally on the island, they have Lagos Island local government, they have Etiosa. So the three local governments are just beside each other. And if materials don't arrive at this kind of places where you have some of the most influential
people in Lagos,
you understand? Banana Island is not too far away from that. Is Lekki phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
Elegushi area,
Ikate, then you are still going down to Ajah, then headed towards Ekpe. So you understand the complexity of that place. You are not going by water; it's by road. It's well laid out. It's easy to access. So I'm wondering.
And then with the reduced traffic, it shouldn't be a problem of maybe there was a hold up and then they couldn't move.
Of course, because from the Lekki toll gate
down to Jakande to Chevron down to Ajah.
To Chevron shouldn't take you up to 10 minutes. Lekki toll gate to Chevron Drive. Then before you start heading to Ajah. So I'm wondering maybe something has happened in terms of remember the political parties. I think somebody went to court. And court granted an order stopping INEC from recognizing MC Oluomo
yes,
this may have affected logistics in Lagos.
There were a lot of worries because when we just discussed that talking about the transportation, people worried about
the logistics aspect of it.
If someone is seemed to be a bit of a leaning towards that one side, affect the distribution. I don't know. We cannot say right now because obviously, like you said, by the time this election is done, reports will be taken from the field. They have to assess because just like the Falga rack center situation, it's that Lekki. People haven't voted. This is 5 minutes to 2. Sorry, to 3. Yeah, voting minutes up 2:30. 5 minutes to 3 p.m. People haven't cast their votes. They claim that they haven't seen, electoral. It's very worrisome.
Tinubu is a registered voter in Ikeja. Otherwise, Tinubu stays in Ikoyi and on body loan, and I was wondering if he had voted, but I just remember that Tinubu
he had cast his votes earlier in the day.
In Ikeja. So apparently materials got early to the part of Lagos. So, and I know these are parts of the densely populated parts of Lagos, Etiosa, Lagos Island local government, and not too far away is Surulere, where there have been skirmishes in Aguda.
Yes,
Aguda is in Surulere.
Aguda is a very, very Surulere is regarded as one of the middle class areas of Lagos.
And the person that represents Surulere in the House of Reps is the current speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila. He's from Surulere. He represents Surulere Federal Constituency. So you begin to understand maybe where there might be, this kind of. We need to look into Lagos. Lagos is too huge and vast to be left. Lagos is teetering.
If I'm not mistaken, if my stats don't fail me, because I did read that INEC breakdown, Lagos had one of the highest, if not the highest, registration, highest
number of
registered voters in Nigeria.
6 million.
So, for a place as crucial as Lagos, and look at the local government we just made mention, Ikeja, Etiosa, all of this is Surulere, a very big hub, for influential people, middle class people. And then we just spoke to Ikechukwu, who was covering, Ikorodu. Yeah, the road literally passes through, because you pass there.
From Ikorodu, you are heading straight to Island.
Yeah, heading straight to Island. You pass the Yanapaja, you from my 12 and K2 area. But then you have the Yaba bus stop under the bridge of Balande. All those places are very key for life in Lagos.
No, even from K2, once you come out of K2, once you come out of Ikorodu, Mile 12, K2, Ojota and Grove, you are heading to Ojo-Elegba. From Ojo-Elegba, you are heading to the island.
Costain, exactly. Costain is probably the safest and most used bridge route from the island down to the mainland. So yes, it is very worrying.
It's just straight to the from there you are heading to CMS, then you are already entering Victoria Land. Something needs to be done urgently, and I want to suspect maybe the court order stopping the MC Oluomo led Park Management Committee from partnering with
INEC.
to send these materials to all these areas. I want to suspect maybe it's part of what has delayed some of these things in Lagos and the governorship election.
But let's put this. We have just about a minute, Mr. Ige. Let's put this on the biggest prism right now, on the biggest stage. If voting doesn't occur in these areas, would they have to either extend the time or have to call for fresh elections in the next 2 hours?
This time materials have not arrived. There's no need for accreditation and all of that to happen again. INEC will now be forced to hold the election in these areas tomorrow because the two contiguous local governments of Etiosa and Lagos Island local government are too crucial for votes, in Lagos. And in Lagos, you are having top 3 presidential candidates fighting wire to wire. Then you understand that the result of Etiosa and Lekki will have a telling effect.
A very telling effect.
A very telling effect. And remember, that axis is made up of all Nigerians.
Yes.
It's made up of, it's not dominated by a particular ethnic nationality. No. These are vast areas that are developing, and you understand that is home to almost every part, of Nigeria. The vice president of Nigeria is a registered voter in Lekki. If you must know, VP Yemi Osinbajo is registered in that area. I do not know whether he has now moved his voting point to Ogun State because he aspired to contest. He contested the primaries, of the APC. So I'm sure he must have moved his voting point maybe to Ogun State. So you begin to understand the level of people. I thought Tinubu was a registered voter in Ikoyi, which is under Lagos Island, but now he has voted in Ikeja, meaning that's where his registration point is. So it will be important. But I've not heard something from all those Amuwo, Odofin, Axis, Ajeromi, Felodun, local government, where you have heavily populated part, of Lagos. So let's just wait for reports from some of these areas.
Okay, so waiting for reports. We'll go on the break. When we come back, more coverage here of Mandate 2023. All right, all right, Kufre, good to have you join us this afternoon. So, Kufre, please tell us what part of Akwa Ibom have you been covering, and what did you observe since voting started, or at least was meant to have started at 8:30 a.m.?
Okay, I have gone through about 6 local government cutting across 2 senatorial districts. That is starting from back and up to Itu local government now, Uran, Uyo. So what we noticed that there was early arrival in some of the local government in the outskirts of Uyo, the city capital, the state capital. We have units receive the material as early as 8:80. Some units later on, they were a little bit late to receive their material about 10, around up to 10:30 a.m. But overall, there had been peaceful in the voting process. We did not have any issues. There's only 1 or 2 places that we have some challenges that started because of people who did not understand that elderly people were supposed to be treated first. I think we had that one issue on that. So outside that, overall, a lot of people, even the chairman of this local government of the 2 that is bordering with the Akwa Ibom and Cross River, is saying that this is one of the best elections he has seen so far, free, fair, and credible. So a lot of people have given a good nod to this process so far.
Okay, all right. So it's pretty welcoming to get to hear that kind of report from Akwa Ibom State. Well, over here, there were complaints, about some areas not getting adequate ballot papers. In some cases, even the ballot paper for maybe the senatorial election, or the senatorial vote or the presidential vote not being present. Is there any such reports that you can tell us from your area?
At the moment, there is none, because I've just left 2 places that have started. They have just finished collation of the voters and the votes, and they're trying to do the counting.
Okay.
So the last place I left, there was no issue or incident of such that we have less voting papers for the different presidential, senatorial, and House of Reps. There was nothing like that.
Okay, all right. So great. It's great feedback from you in Akwa Ibom State. Kufre, please don't forget, keep your phone close by. And when the election is over, we look forward to you sending us some afang, also our tama soup. That would be pretty helpful for us to recuperate after these elections.
Definitely, I would want to add one thing that is special to this time, to bless the good exercise that we've enjoyed. A lot of people predicting doomsday. We also have what we call fisherman soup, which is going to be courtesy of the territory here. We are quite close to the water with freshwater fish.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Sosonyo, you have done very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So that has to be a positive for INEC and indeed for the state. Carl and Mr. Ige, what do you think? That like he said, came as a surprise, because a lot of people have predicted some drama in Akwa Ibom, and largely from the regions he's visited, the 2 senatorial districts.
I don't reside in Akwa Ibom, so I don't know whether there will be drama. I'm thinking maybe by the time it comes to the gubernatorial, we might have drama for Akwa Ibom.
Where there's been a lot of contest in the past 5 years, true.
Okay, so I'm thinking that's where it might happen. I don't know again whether for presidential, will one have been expecting so like we've had here in Rivers State. We know, of course, the key players here in Rivers State. But for Akwa Ibom, would we have expected any drama when it comes to presidential?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think, unlike Rivers, where you have about 3 political parties aligning with a particular candidate, Akwa Ibom, it's been largely go and vote for your conscience, you understand? Of course, you know where the mind of the governor, you know where his mind lies, you know where who he wants to support to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I'm not expecting anything untoward as regards presidential election. My concern will have been senatorial election in Akwa Ibom, where some heavyweights, in the senatorial contest. I think the one that might bring out should I say, the best of Akwa Ibom might be the governorship election, because there's a huge, contention for who becomes the next governor of Akwa Ibom State. So we are glad that Akwa Ibom is largely
peaceful,
with 33 local government areas. Then you understand that Akwa Ibom is one of the states with the highest number of local government in Nigeria. And for us not to have anything happening in 33 LGs, then kudos to the people of Akwa Ibom State.
All right, a big plus to the kudos people of Akwa Ibom State. I've not visited in a while. My memory right now is just going through all the journeys through Oroni, Korakbane, Korakbasi, Uyo itself. Yes, missing my Atama soup makers and some of the other delicates fisherman soup. One thing I haven't and I will never ever eat is 404. I don't know why my friends who have always eat. Let me just ask these guys here, please. Mr. Have you eaten 404 before?
I've been to Akwa Ibom. I'm sure I will have been to Akwa Ibom more than 100 times in my life, and I've never tasted it. However, I can tell you for free that anytime on my way to Akwa Ibom, I always stop after the bridge.
Yes.
I buy palm.
Okay, you buy pork and palm wine. That's my thing too.
It's guaranteed.
Yes, I want to just pass the bridge that takes you back from River State and just come down. On the right, you see them. I buy pork meat. I buy palm wine.
Yes, I buy pork meat too. Absolutely.
Carl.
None of the above.
Okay, all right. So apparently,
I'm not adventurous when it comes to.
If you don't eat pork meat, you have not tasted anything.
Well,
I think I'll do Carl a favor. When next time in Akwa Ibom,
you bring him some
pork meat for him. Let him taste it. After tasting it, he will have.
We travel together sometimes. I just pass by. I don't try it.
Okay, all right. Let's get back to more serious issues here. Here in River State, send us your reports to the WhatsApp number 0809-030-6416. 0809-030-6416. It is 20 minutes gone past 3 p.m. Officially, voting ended 30 minutes ago. Or rather, sorry, about 45 minutes ago, if my math is not right, 2:30. All right, so just over 50 minutes ago, we did hear that there were places that the voting and the accreditation didn't start early. Here in some of your messages as they come right now. Nigerian people, tell the world that I just returned home without voting in Rukmaku here. In the Lukpowodu, in particular, only new polling units that have less voters, about 40 to 50, that had their machines working. Mine that had over 1,000 persons, and the nearby ones, the officials came by 1 p.m. and the machines were not working. So obviously that looks like a ground for a repeat of the election, probably
if
tomorrow.
The machines were not working.
Yes,
nothing can be done for that one. They will have to perhaps maybe return tomorrow. Something if it's provided for. What the amount of is it 24 hours?
24 hours.
Within 24 hours. That's what the Electoral Act says. That if for any reason, any technological reason or otherwise, election is not able to take place in a particular polling unit, the first consideration is if the result is not announced or elections don't take place, will it substantially affect the overall result? Such that if the difference between the first and second is say 1,000 votes, and the number of registered voters in that unit is say 2,000, it obviously means that the election must hold to determine the winner. But if the difference between the first and second is 20,000 and the result in maximum, even if everybody votes for a particular party, is just 2,000, it's not sufficient to affect the
outcome of the election.
Okay. All right, so we have Soibi Oruwari on the line. Soibi, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon to you, Soibi.
Good afternoon, Drew.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you very much. So, Soibi, once again, roving around, what have you been seeing with your eagle eyes?
Yeah, in the morning, I was at Abonima, some of the units and wards. It was peaceful, calm. At the moment, I've left Abonima.
Okay.
I'm in a ward called Ward 11 in Abalama. I've visited some of the units, but I just discovered and was told that materials arrived very, 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 very late.
How late? How late are we talking?
They said materials came collected.
Okay.
At 2:30, voting is still taking place in some areas.
Okay.
In some of the units, I mean. As
at 2:30.
So, is there any units where perhaps counting has begun? You say voting is still taking place in some units. Is there any unit or any ward where counting has begun?
That you can tell us.
Yes, I witnessed one of the units where counting
had started,
and they successfully counted for the Senate, the House of Reps, and the president election.
Okay, all right. So now this.
It will even surprise you. So it will surprise you to know that the same place where majority of the voters and the election officers told me that my electoral material came late, this person finished their election. This unit 11 was 11. And I witnessed them counting the votes. And the votes, the numbers of voters is also very low.
Okay. Let's get you clearly. So, you said the same place where materials arrived late. You already counting votes.
So are you saying you said the turnout was low?
Yes, in this particular unit.
Okay.
Almost all the units that I visited.
Okay.
Where was this? Was this in where is it? Asalga, Kolga?
Asalga in Abalama. I am one of the counting, because when I met one of the electoral officers, they want to count, they want to stop voting because they said their presiding officer told them that they should stop voting. So everything so that I can go back and.
Okay, so if you just hang on to the line, we'll be back with you in the next 1 minute. Just stay on the line, please.
I don't want to wait till I graduate from this school before I think of what to do.
So, once again, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
Okay, all right. So now, first things first, you just saw that some of the areas you witnessed that they started the voting in some areas, although they came late. But right now, I gather you're in transit. Where are you headed to right now?
I'm about leaving Abalama to Asalga, Bukuma, the headquarters of Asalga.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you. Now, we've been receiving a lot of reports, not a lot, but a few reports have come through about some areas where some ballot papers were not provided for either the presidential or the senatorial. Did you get to have that report in the places you visited?
In one unit 2 or 10 units, 10 or so in Abonima and Akukutoro. A presidential number and that of the Senate were missing. These 2 ballot papers were missing as at when I left the unit. It happens to be one of the PDP leaders was the secretary to the state government. he was also on ground ensuring that the person the accused of absconding with the electoral materials is apprehended and make sure they return the ballot paper.
So let us get you clearly. Somebody snatched a ballot box in that area?
Not snatched, but they said they don't know the magic this person performed. They don't know the magic the person performed because they came out from the rack. After from the rack, they came and the units were sorting presidential ballot paper, Senate ballot paper, House of Reps paper, but they just discovered that the presidential ballot paper wasn't there. The Senate ballot paper wasn't there.
So
as I was the unit, the particular unit was sent. They were sorting out. They took the electoral officer to the rack to ensure that they find out who got missing with the ballot papers.
Were they able to find out who's under whose watch that the ballot papers got missing? Did they return? There was voting carried out in those areas.
Yes, I didn't go back because of the lot of work in that place. I didn't go back to find out, but as I was driving past that particular unit, voting has successfully started. What I did not do was to find out if the ballot paper actually was returned or they finally got the ballot paper.
Okay, all right, Toby, thank you very much. As always, please remain safe, and we'll be getting to you as the day goes on. All right. So that's correspondent Soibi Oruwari. All right, don't forget your messages come through to 0809-030-6416. I get to read some messages right now. Let me repeat the numbers just in case I was too quick. Do bear with me. 0809-030-6416. That's the WhatsApp and Telegram number. Don't call that number, please. Now, I heard one of you saying that voting should have ended about 30 minutes ago. What Anik said was that it was at 2:30 p.m., which is what I said. 2:30 p.m. That was about 50 minutes ago. All that in the line will be allowed to vote. Thanks, Amos says. Yes, Amos, thank you for reiterating that. Okay, this one says absence of presidential ballot papers is rigging because reverse people want a particular candidate. Well, a lot needs to be said about that fallout, talking about the presidential ballot papers not being present. That's particularly worrying. Okay, good day, Nigeria. If I have finished voting and my voting unit as at 2:15 p.m. Initially, the INEC officials started slowly, but everything started to move evenly. My unit had more than 2,000 registered voters, and people were split into 4 mini units, and more than 75% had voted by 2:15. All right, kudos to INEC, Barry Johnson, with that comment. Thank you very much, Barry Johnson. Good afternoon, Nigeria Info. Darlington here says, joy is in the air now, Rukwaku Secondary School, because the INEC staff just arrived with the electoral materials. Wow, this is past 3. So please tell us, when exactly did you send this message? Because my timestamp says you sent this at 3:23. So do let us know, Darlington. Okay, when exactly the ANEC officials appeared with the electoral materials. In my polling unit in Negrita, local Calgary, Port Harcourt, someone tore a woman's ballot paper for voting for a party. Also, we got accredited, waiting to be captured. All of a sudden, the person capturing announced that his machine cannot capture alphabets O to Z. That the machine for those alphabets is not there. A multitude of voters, including I, left the unit at about 2:30 without exercising our franchise. This is a calculated plan to manipulate the votes. Appropriate authorities should take note. Well, obviously that will be investigated.
Apparently, we are getting reports from lots of places. They are yet to vote. Then, surprising what we just talked about not too long ago. For some, they are now being told that it has ended. That's the reports we are getting.
Yeah.
But like we mentioned, that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
You take cognizance of those who are already there on ground.
Who are there?
You can now say, if there are, maybe you count them. If there are 20 people there, you say, after this 20,
we can't take any longer.
Because they were there when supposedly
the time elapsed.
So except they are telling us that they perhaps had previously counted or taken knowledge, cognizance of those who were there, and now more people came, if that's what they are telling us. But they also have to factor in the fact that, did you arrive there early?
Early, yes.
Because people have been waiting, and if the process has started earlier on, lots of people would have perhaps cast their votes by now.
Okay, all right, good afternoon. Voting is still on in my unit, Unit 1, Ward 2 at Okporo. It's still and in the same area. About 2 more units are done with voting, and counting is going on successfully and peacefully. My unit is larger with about 500 plus present to vote, but with the slow process of BVAS, just about 300 plus have been able to vote thus far. It is all peaceful here. There is a police station just situated right there. I know exactly where that is. Akbaro, that's a Rumudara axis. Even with the rain and hot weather, Nigerians are patient to cast their vote. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Someone sent a picture here. It says, nothing is happening in Unit 13, Rumola, since 9:30. No votes has been cast, but I must cast my vote, and these INEC officials will not leave here without my vote. Okay, all right. It's a lot of passion this afternoon. Good afternoon, Nigeria Info. Here at Greater Ward 14, Unit 5, the machines are not working, and people want to vote. That's from Grant. Okay, now, they arrived at 3:15. The INEC officials arrived at 3:15. The people have now queued to cast their vote, and honestly, these people have been here since 8 o'clock, which brings us to the big elephant in the room. In a place like this, officials have just arrived. Voting by INEC ought to have ended an hour ago. So, except the electoral officer, except the electoral officer in the state, the presiding officer says they should go on. This might be a big problem, because now they have arrived. People have been waiting since 8 o'clock. They are obviously wearing their jackets. They want to cast their votes.
So you now say, hello, I've just arrived. So we say thank you for coming. And I say, okay, I'm about to go. We just told you welcome. Then we're telling you goodbye. No, I think they've got to be considerate. There has to be some level of communication between this INEC officials and their headquarters. There have to be some laid down or pre-arranged, contingencies. If stuff like this happens, what do we do? How do we go about it? I like to think that perhaps they thought it through, because if you just arrived, people are just getting set
past 3
to
p.m.
vote, then you now tell them, sorry, it has ended. That means we have not done anything.
Well, that might then get us to the point where they might have to return tomorrow in the next 24 hours to have their votes.
So you see, that's what I'm saying. There must already be some pre-arranged, there must be a modus operandi. What do we do? A standard operating procedure. What do we do if so and so happens? What do we do if so and so happens? INEC should already have that sorted out so that they know what can be done. Lots of Nigerians will not be happy if they are not able to vote, or they are not allowed to vote, not due to any, should I say, lapses on their behalf, or on their parts rather, but coming from INEC. They will not be happy for this. So you see, usually by this point in time for other elections, Judy, you and I, we've done election duty before. Yeah. It's already waning out. People are already
tired.
People are already home by now, looking forward to results. But here, you have lots of people who are sending in messages, who are calling in, who want to be part of the electoral process.
They're basically waiting out the process in sun and in rain, waiting. All right, now this is one where I think an official report has to be made. All right, so we have Kalada on the line, and there are reports of counting started in some areas. Kalada, good afternoon to you.
All right, good afternoon to you, Jude.
How are you doing? All right, welcome. So where exactly are you right now? Where are you reporting from?
I'm in Okrika, local area.
Okay, in Okrika. All right. You visited some of the polling units in that area. What can you tell us?
Okay, I think I've just visited one in Okrika because we spend most of our time in Ogoni, and trust me, Ogoni is a large area, yes, place or region. Yeah.
So right now I'm in Okika local government, Ibuluya 2, one of the polling units. Polling unit 13 was 5, and counting is ongoing. They are currently counting. They would have been done with the counting for the presidential election. Apparently, some people mixed the boxes, so they put presidential where it's not supposed to be. So they are waiting to sort that out. Right now, they are counting for House of Reps. So that's what it is. So we're waiting for the official figure. We write it down and we move to another polling unit.
Okay, all right. Now, in the time that you've been on the road, going through Ogoni, were there any complaints for the electorate? Did you observe the timestamps for the INEC officials and their arrival? And what about the general, ambience of the place? What was the response like?
Okay, so like I told Sam in the morning, Ogoni relatively is peaceful because I say relatively because we had some things happening in some places, but by the time we got to those places, we couldn't confirm those things. What was in Kana local government area, for instance, was that the result sheets were not in some wards and in some polling units, and so they had to call the SPO and they drew our attention to that. And she explained and said there was some kind of mix-up with the result sheet, and she's sorting them out. So in some places, the result sheets were made available eventually. Places like Ward 12, Unit 2, in Uyakara, and that's in Kana local government area. As at 2:05, it was reported that the result sheet was just arriving in Unit 18 in that ward as well. The result sheet was also delayed. It was a new unit, so the crowd wasn't as much as it was in Unit 2. But everything went smoothly. In Senator Martha Abbey's ward and unit, like you already had, the Beavers machines were not working at the time. That was Ward 16. It had 16 polling units. That's in Dio, Gokana. It had 16 polling units. In Bera, I beg your pardon. In Bera,
Kalada, let me quickly ask you. You mentioned you had some things in the Ogoni area. Kalada, can you hear us?
Sorry? Yeah.
You mentioned you heard some things happening in the Ogoni area, but before you got there, you couldn't confirm. I want to quickly ask, we're hearing reports of also some skirmishes and scuffles in the parts of Eleme. I don't know if perhaps you guys got to those areas, have gotten to that area.
No, we have not reached that area. Once we're done with Okrika, so we started with the Ogoni region. So we are now coming out towards town. So once we're done with Okrika, we get to Eleme and we'll be able to confirm if those reports are true. Hello.
Okay, Kalada. No, thank you very much. At least we've heard you. But at least has counting begun in any place, any of the units you say? Has counting begun?
Yes. Like I was telling Jude, counting is ongoing here in Ibuluya 2 in Okrika local government area. That's
Did everyone dare vote? Did everyone there vote? Because we have places here, even in Port Harcourt, where some people say materials arrived late, and of course, after a while they were voting, they've told them that voting will close. But that where you are, did everyone vote?
Yes. So when I got here, we asked them. They said yes, that everything went smoothly. They started around 8:30 thereabouts and ended around 2:30. There was a pause in between. The hiatus was because they also could not find the result sheet, so they had to ensure that the result sheet was available before they continued. But apart from that, everything went smoothly. Everybody is satisfied right now. They are all gathered and watching the INEC officials count the votes.
Okay, thank you very much, Kalada. Thank you very much. I think Jude
all right, thank you very much, Kalada.
Yeah. I think the thing is that for the Ogoni region, because we spoke to them earlier on in the morning, seemingly we had voting, we had the process starting earlier on than where we had in other parts. So I think we could be safe to say that most people there have voted for the places where they didn't have challenges with beavers.
Okay, all right. So a bit of a breaking news right now. Voting has ended in some areas in Rivers State to the disgust of some electorates who say that they have been waiting patiently, protesting the abrupt closing of the voting in his Unit 5. Rumose voter tells our correspondent that voting started about 11 a.m. as opposed to 8:30 a.m. He wondered why the INEC officials would end the process when several people were still queuing to vote.
We've been told accreditation beef are not working. They came here 11:30 and this is 3:15, and until now, everybody that wants to vote, they say you cannot vote. And we have so much crowd here.
So that's a genuine concern. But like the law says, Carl, according to the Electoral Act, when the time to end the elections are close or have just elapsed, the electoral officer is meant to count those who are present at that point, and then those who are present at that point would be allowed to vote. But any other person coming through, would not be. But it does sound like this person is venting that, look, a lot of people came.
We're here.
Yeah, we're here, but you guys didn't come early. But now you want to leave.
You've come, then you're rushing.
Yeah,
I know people like that. They are late for everything.
But they are justified in their anger. Like if they were there earlier than the officials,
True.
Well, they should be attended to.
True. So say sometimes it's a common sense. So you can no longer now come and quote the law for me and say we're supposed to end at so and so time. You are supposed to end at so and so time if you came at so and so time.
Yeah.
That's So if perhaps there was maybe a 5-hour window for this to happen, or 6-hour window, you cannot come late and now use 4 hours to do it for us. Then tell any other person that no, I cannot capture you within these 4 hours. It's going to be pretty annoying. So I do understand, the way some people are feeling at the moment, because see, logistics has always been a problem in this country. Organizing. Now, I'm not expecting everything to be 100%. I have been, maybe leader or in charge in some places. We've organized at least every Nigerian maybe has organized a party, maybe a wedding, maybe a burial,
birthday party.
Yes, everyone has organized something. Did it ever go 100%? No. But sometimes when we sit at the end of some of these things, we now say, wow, it was a success. A success does not mean 100%. So INEC has been at this for, years now. I know it's also a changing institution. Some will tell you, what we have now is not the same electoral body we used to have previously. That's what they would tell you. But I'm thinking, to some level, we should be able to have a success, because if this is what it is at this point in time, lots of Nigerians will feel disgruntled because they said we should come out and vote. We have been campaigning, or we have been, pushing and letting everyone come and perform your civic responsibility. Eventually, they do come out, and they are not allowed to do that thing that we've been telling them to come out and do. I don't think some people will be happy with that.
A lot of people won't be happy with that. Martha is on the line. Let's get to speak to Martha. Martha, good afternoon to you.
Hello, Jade. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So, Martha, you've been observing. Let's get the latest update from you, please.
Okay. Like I was in a chair, but I left it to Oyibo local government area, and it's still the same large turnout of voters in Oyibo local government area. As at the time I was in Oyibo around 2 p.m., some units were still open for voting and accreditation, but some other units were already counting their votes. And I spoke to some people, in the units there, and they told me that they are waiting, to see that, they want to see the results at the end of the day. And they stayed there and, were joining the INEC officials, to count their votes. So counting is ongoing in some units in the local government area, while voting and accreditation is still ongoing as at 2:30 when I was still in Oyibo local government area.
Okay, now counting has started, which is pretty good for some of these areas. But did you experience the complaint that some have been coming through or sending through to us in the past 1 hour of missing presidential ballot papers, or in some cases being suppressed to express?
No, I did not get such reports. They told me that the election arrived on time, voting and accreditation also started on time, and they finished on time. So because of the large turnout for some units, that's why voting and accreditation is still ongoing there. But for some other units where the numbers are small, because I noticed that most of the units are almost, you can see the next unit from the unit you're in. You can see the next unit. So for some units that had a small, small population of voters, they had already finished and were already counting their votes.
Okay, all right. So they finished already. They're already counting their votes. Now, can you tell us, right, if the electorates who cast their votes stayed around to observe the process of counting, or did they leave?
Okay, usually I went to where they were counting their votes. I spoke to some voters who had already casted their votes, and they told me that they're eager for a change, and that is why they are still here. In fact, it was raining when I went there, and they were still inside the rain, counting their votes, waiting, counting alongside the INEC officials, that were counting the votes.
Okay, all right. So waiting alongside the INEC officials, trying to make sure that their votes really do reflect their views and their opinions. All right. So Martha, would like to thank you very much once again for the report. We'll be getting to you at the end of the day. Please do stay safe.
Thank you.
Carl, raining, they are staying. They waited. They got there early before 8. They've cast their votes. They are still waiting. This is obviously a marquee moment in the political and the democratic process in this country.
Yeah, some would say, I heard you when you mentioned, was it you that said under the sun in rain? Some will tell you nothing good comes easy. Some people may be put off, some people may be discouraged, by the elements. Some will tell you perhaps the sun was too harsh. I'm not ready for that stress. It's dehydrating. And because of that, maybe if the materials are not yet here, or if I'm still in line at this point in time, maybe I should go home. Oh, I tried though, but the rains came, and that's why I had to leave. This normally will be natural responses to the elements, but seemingly people are defying the elements, to still stay. Martha mentions some parts of Igbo now. Also, counting has begun, so that's good news there. That we have those places where counting has begun. There's definitely going to be a general assessment. We'll also try to perhaps reach INEC and see towards as we get closer to the evening for them to give us an assessment on how it's been so far, because they are the ones who eventually will tell us, would we have possible the process take place again tomorrow in some places, or will everything end as it has ended today? INEC will be able to feed us with that information. But from what we are still saying and from what reports we are still getting, voting still taking place in some places. Some people are not happy because voting has been ended in their area, and they say they have not voted. For some people in some places, counting has already begun.
Okay, all right. I'm chatting from Falga, Ward 14 and 15. No sleep for the presidential candidate. This seems to be a repeating. We've had at least 5 reports now, Carl, to this effect, talking about the presidential booklet getting missing. I'm very sure you'll have a lot of explaining. Maybe INEC will have to sit down and have this. I
want to be sure that for those who are actually making the complaints, let them also be sure. Now, there's one post that had been going viral also, where they were saying that seemingly one of 4, I think, was it for the Labour Party, whether they're not on the ballot for the for president, but on closer scrutiny, what was being displayed was senatorial. It was not for River State. For River State. What was being displayed was the ballot for senatorial.
Yeah.
Do you get? So seemingly there was no candidate for senatorial for that party. So that's why they are not on the ballot. But you see, people quickly jumped on that one and was now saying, perhaps they are trying to. Yeah. So you see, people should be careful and scrutinize everything that you see right now on social media. So it was quite clear. You were looking at it. It's not hidden. There was no the Labour Party logo on that particular ballot. But why was that? It was not the presidential ballot. It wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, chance that it wasn't. We do hope that more complaints. So once again, if you notice anything, there are numbers. If you go to the INEC website, there are numbers and email address that you can actually report. Your observations. It's anything that you are not particularly pleased with. Okay. All right. Someone Festus is saying that they are still under the rain. All right. They came late, but the presidential booklets are not there. Note that notes that the people were only voting, okay, and they were trying to stop them. That's why they stopped us from voting. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Good evening, Jude. I'm a voter in Alu. My observation today is not palatable as counting was done at the conclusion of the election in a private car belonging to a political party that was used to convey the annex staff to the rack center. I don't think it's proper because the results may be altered on the way. I don't just respond to that head on and say that's true, because we do know, Carl, that there are reports of rain in some areas. It will be foolhardy to count ballot papers in the rain. I don't know if there are tents there. Yes, no, in my center there was a canopy. Okay. And it's assumed that in some places canopies will be. I've seen pictures, right, where some of these centers didn't have canopies.
Yeah, it was open.
It was open place. It was spaces, open spaces. So it would be foolhardy to destroy people's votes by counting in the rain. I don't know, but that worry. Going back, remember when we mentioned that issue about people using that as a help ferry. This is another aspect of this. That the fact that counting had to be done in somebody's vehicle, and maybe it can be easily manipulated. But once again, with the Beavers, please be rest assured that's not going to be possible.
I'd just also like to perhaps read one message here. This one coming in from our correspondent from Onitsha. It's a chaotic situation at Ihuokpala Square, Ward 1, polling units 001 and 002, Ekwolobia in Agwata local government area in Anambra State. Now, the problem is that massive voter turnout, but no INEC officials and materials until about 2:15 p.m.
Oh, dear.
Voting started at about 2:30. As two registered voters there, 654 and 677 for the two polling units. So the problem is that it's not too long. It started. And people had been waiting. So you see, you get agitated when you wait for a long time. You get agitated.
I don't know. In that case, I don't know if that's going to be grounds for the elections to be done, because assuming from our reporters' vantage point, assuming there are over 1,000 people who were there, obviously the INEC staff will only be able to count as so many. They said they only accredited 600 or plus to vote. So what's going to be left of the remaining 300 or 400? Once again, I'm only theorizing. This is just a hypothetical situation, so I cannot really say for now. INEC server is down, thereby making it particularly possible results to be uploaded. But that's not true. All right, Cupid, let me correct that. The Beavers is designed to operate whether there is network or no network. It's not going to be affected by that.
No, right? Eventually, you will be able to, of course, transmit what's on that particular device.
Okay, so it will record the information. It will corroborate. All right, it will corroborate. All right, it will tell you ABC number of people are there, and once ABC number of people are there, final counting is done, then they can now transmit. All right, so please do not worry about that. Just do what you need to have done. Okay, all right. Rumugbo community. Someone is making a comment in Obiakpo that someone walked out a party agent by force. Okay. All right, so yet again, Carl, a lot of people making comments about their suppression of their votes, they not being allowed to vote.
Yeah, see, we're getting a lot of this on social media. Should I say, unfortunately, our own people have not witnessed this live, firsthand.
So we can't verify this.
Yeah, we cannot verify we can't verify this. Anytime we hear there's so taking place at that time, we try to send someone there to do. The person gets there and, of course, now tells us maybe that's not supposedly the case. But yes, there have been widespread reports of intimidation. We've heard that. We've gotten some of those reports, but we've not had any of our own persons being able to corroborate or perhaps validate such reports.
Okay, all right. So our time here is just about done. We'd like to get you to remember, stick with us here on the dial. When the counting is done, as they come, we're giving you the updates here on 90.3. All right, so keep your messages coming through. 089-030-6416, 0809-030-6416. We're getting reports from Ikoku Mile 3 here in Port Harcourt. Also, interesting, Lagos as well, sending us updates. Would you believe that? Okay, all right, so keep them coming. We'll be analyzing them as they come through on the program this afternoon. I know some of you are probably also waiting for football updates and conversations. Well, it doesn't get bigger than Nigeria right now. You know, Nigeria is deciding it's the mandate 2023, and you'll be getting the information as they come through right here on 92.3 Nigeria Info. We'll be back after the break. didn't get to Lekki Phase 1 earlier in the day, but do you know if counting has begun in those areas?
Yes. So right in Lekki Phase 1, we have about, I have just 2 areas in Lekki Phase 1 where we have the Dowen College. The polling is just at the Dowen College, where you have till now, to this very moment, we don't have polling materials at that Dowen College. And we're still trying to see how the electoral officer at the RAC Center can actually dispatch people, because people are there at Dowen College waiting as we speak to still cast their vote. They still believe that the materials, if the materials come, no matter how late, they would be able to cast their vote, and they want their votes to count. They don't want to be disenfranchised, and that is their call that has been there. They've been there since about 7:30 a.m. I got 6 a.m. About 6 a.m. I got there about past 8 a.m. and I saw them waiting. Every one of them waiting there, sitting down with their vehicles, waiting to cast their vote, and they are there even as we speak.
Okay, all right, Emmanuel. They're there even as we speak. Now, one of the challenges that has been experienced here in Port Harcourt is the missing nature of some of these ballot papers, particularly the presidential ballot papers. We've had electors saying that when the INEC officials eventually arrived, that the presidential ballot papers were not available. Did you get to experience that? Did anybody give you any report in Ikoyi or in the Lekki Phase 1 area?
I tell you truthfully, that would be disastrous to happen in Lagos. And no, we've not heard of any such incidents in Lagos, because most of the persons that are coming out to cast their votes in this election are actually being motivated by the presidential pool. The presidential pool is actually what is motivating a whole lot of them. We saw a lot of new first-time voters, I will call them, first-time voters in Lagos State. So you will see a polling unit that was previously just 2 polling units side by side, split into 4, but you have 700 in 1 polling unit. And previously, this place contained just 700 in total, but then you have 4 polling units and 700 in each polling unit. That is the kind of turnout. It's an estimation, though, but that is giving you an idea of the kind of turnout that preceded this election. That a lot of persons are coming out, a lot of persons are determined to cast their votes in this election, and they're not letting go. They have I've been with a lot of celebrities around here, and they are staying at the polling unit. They are even coordinating. They are trying their best to see how everyone is going to cast their vote, and people are not leaving. There's no lunch anywhere. People are not selling anything around. But regardless of that, with the hunger and whatever, people are still at the polling unit saying that they must cast their vote. And I'm just in front of me right now is a polling unit, and there's a lot of commotion there, right? Because they want the vote to be transmitted immediately. Okay. They are telling the polling officers to transmit the vote immediately. They've voted, the votes have been counted, everything has been collected for the House of Assembly, the senatorial, and even the presidential. But they want the votes to be transmitted immediately. And you can see a crowd of persons right here, telling the polling officer, monitoring her, monitoring her to ensure that those things are transmitted. That is how determined a lot of persons are ready to go to see. A lot of persons are doing live videos at the polling unit, during the time of monitoring the polling officers to ensure that nobody makes any mistakes and they don't hear any funny stories later. So they are making sure that what is written on the original result sheet is what is captured on the BVAS platform, and it is transmitted immediately.
Okay, all right, Emmanuel, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. I'm very sure that you're now very well versed in the art of eating amala and ewedu soup. So get ready to send us some after the elections.
Just after you send me kombole and fish. Thank you.
I got you covered, bro. I got you covered. You don't have to ask 2 times. You have to ask 2 times. All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. All right, so that's Lagos now. Yes, Lagos is a very key point in these elections, both for the gubernatorial and indeed for the ones that we're experiencing right now, talking about the presidential and the senatorial elections. Very big ones. Some reports, flashpoints coming through in Lagos, but from the Lekki Lekki Axis, where we just got to speak to Emmanuel Onwuka, no such report. And although he did allude that there were some people who met with some hoodlums, one even getting slapped, but the person stayed so that, in his words, his vote will count. Right. So counting is going on in some areas in Lagos. Let's return now to Port Harcourt. Were left disenfranchised. Okay, all right, thank you very much. My wife were disenfranchised. What area is this, please? All right, NDDC Road, Eneka in Obiakpo. All right, well, don't forget, there are numbers that you can make a formal report to, please. It's very important that you take all of these things seriously. Okay, this one says, okay, Rumigbo, voting occurred, all right, in some areas. This one says some people were suppressing the franchise of others. Okay, all right, that's another complaint. All right, Nigeria, for good afternoon. A chain now, over 1,500 voters have not been accredited, not to talk about voting. That's from Umebule, all right? Igbo 1, Umebule, Unit 8 in Eche local government area. So let's get to the... Okay, this is Mary. Okay, this is in Asaba, right? Let's get to Asaba this afternoon. Mary Ekpo, good afternoon to you, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm fine, thank you, but it appears I'm in a tense environment as at this moment.
Tense? Why is it tense? Reports having you at the Delta State Governor's polling unit. What's going on?
Oh, no. That place you just mentioned, that's Ika Northeast, was very, very successful. Like, the election was smooth. But right now, I'm in Anyocha South, in Obuluku, Abuedo Primary School, Ward 5, Unit 9 and 10. So there was a complaint here that the beavers did not work. Some people in this polling unit did not vote, actually. Yes, because the beavers kept on rejecting
their cards,
them and all that. And then just now, I don't know if I should call it an attempt to sabotage the situation here, because someone actually just destroyed someone's phone because the person was taking
pictures,
a record.
Okay.
Yes, was making a video of what's happening here. Although I'm not sure who and who, because it's not good to just
make assumptions. Yes.
So I'm still on standby here on ground, Nurture South. I'll get the outcome of the whole problem around here. But then basically there's tension around here because a lot of people are angry. They couldn't exercise their franchise because of the beavers.
Okay, was it just the beavers, or did the INEC officials not get there early enough?
There are about 2 polling units here. One, they got here early enough, and they're actually starting right now. But the other one, they came here late. Then the beavers wasn't working.
Okay, they got there late.
They had to ask for another one, and then they brought in a replacement. It still did not work, and then for the third time they brought in some more, and that was when it peaked for a bit. But some people till now have not exercised a franchise. Like I said, there's tension here. Although there is the presence of security agencies here.
Okay, good.
Yeah, to calm the situation. Yes, everything is under control, but most youth here are not happy.
Okay, But in the previous location where you were, do you know if voting has started? Counting of the cast votes has begun.
Yes, sorting has started.
We are back. This is your number one talk station. Nigeria Info.
Good afternoon, sir.
Apologies, we had to take a commercial there. Okay, so in the previous place you monitored, you said that the counting has begun. Do you think now that your current location has security presence on ground, do you think the voting will be completed and counting will begin soon?
As it is right now, like I told you, there are like 3 polling units here in Anyocha South, Oboluku, Abuedo Primary School, Ward 5. There are like 2, units, polling unit 9 and 10. One, they're already sorting and counting, and the other, there's no sign of any activity there. I doubt. I don't know for a fact, but I'm still here, although the rains are started.
Okay.
There's nothing happening in that other polling unit, like I told you. It's a school. So to the right is polling unit 9, and the left there is 10. So the 10 is where nothing is happening. The 9, they're sorting and counting already. And it seems like a certain party is leading, like people have been telling. So,
okay. Yeah. All right. So there's counting. You're not sure about the other ones, and then there's the issue of rain. But despite the weather conditions, are people leaving the area?
Not at all. Like I told you, Ubuluku is a community with youth that are willing to change Nigeria, according to how I've been hearing them say. So they are still standing here, even under the rain. They are determined to vote, to cast their vote. I think, they're still standing here. Only a few elderly people that just left, but the youth are still here, very much on ground.
Okay, all right, Mary, thank you very much. Please do make sure you try and get some okudu when you are done today. I'll send you some stash and banga. I have you covered, all right? Don't worry, we'll send you some.
Don't raise my hope.
Don't worry. All right, thank you very much. Okay, all right, so we're going around. We're going to try and establish contact now with our correspondents in the East. We're trying to get individuals from either Oka or Onitsha right now. Let's get to find out what's going on. We do know that counting has begun in some areas here in River State and also in Edo. Edo counting has begun in Edo State. Lagos, some areas have reports coming through with results coming from Edo State. We'll get into Abuja as well. As the day continues, be advised, as the day continues, you'll be getting regular updates right here on 92.3 Nigeria Info. And sports fans, don't worry, we have you covered as well, because by the time we step out of the studio this afternoon, we have Ona Kosi and the members of the sports gangs that will come, the sport gang that will come through to give you some of the updates and indeed the coverage of the matches. Well, if you didn't know, Leicester City are taking on Arsenal this afternoon. Leicester City taking on Arsenal this afternoon. 31 minutes on the clock. It's still goalless in that encounter. All right. And like I said, Kosi and the members of the sports gang will definitely be filling you up as the day continues. Votes, and we have over 450 voters in this unit. The INEC staff are very slow in discharging their duties at 3:48 p.m. Chika in Yelumbu. Chika obviously not happy with that one. Good evening, Nigeria Info. Patrick here says the unit of Ward 1, the unit of Afara Ward 1 is peaceful. Everywhere in Afara H is peaceful. Also in Ward 19. All right. Report there is good news. Okay. All right. There's good news. That's good news. As long as there's peace, as long as you don't have people, making things difficult for others. I think you can stay that is peaceful. Carl, we just spoke to Mary in Delta State, and she says it's raining, but the youths are not moving. Voting has apparently ended. There was some tension, but the police are there, security agents are there, but the youth say they are there, they are waiting, they want to see what's going on.
Everyone wants to see this one out. Since we bothered coming out, why don't we stay there until it's actually all sorted out? Everyone wants to see this one out. So the rain, the sun has not actually moved them. They have defied the elements and they are going to stay there supposedly until they hear the results from those units before they leave.
So it's a really defining time. Kenechukwu Ofoma is with us as a correspondent in the East. Kenechukwu, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
How are you doing, Kenechukwu?
I'm doing very well, and you?
Very well. Well, Kenechukwu, a lot is going on around the regions. We're getting feedback reports. But let's start with you, all right, and what you've observed so far since the morning periods. What was the turnout like? And in the areas that you covered, did the INEC staff come early? Were the people there? Were they able to vote? Any challenges of any sort to reports, please?
Okay, thank you very much. The first I would like to start with saying that I am impressed with the turnout I witnessed across all the centers of the polling units here I monitored, starting from Isuaniocha and Mbaku in Oka North, down to Okono and Oka in Oka South, up to Agolo, Agoluzibo in Anocha, then Nanka in Urumba North, and Kulobia in Aguata, and I'm driving back to Oka now. The turnout is quite impressive, and you could see the eagerness of people, to cast their vote. For the first time, we are seeing that after a very long time. But the very worrisome situation is the inability of the INEC to keep to their word, to conduct a smooth process by turning up early at the various polling units. As a matter of fact, the last place before I started driving back to Oka, which is Iguopala Village Square 1, Ward 1, polling unit 001 and 002. The polling unit 001 has 654 registered voters. 002 has 646 registered voters. Unfortunately, the INEC arrived at the place at about 2:33 p.m.
2:30 p.m.
2:33 p.m. And in fact, the videos and everything I took there was that of a chaotic situation because the questions on the list of the people are, how on earth will INEC be able to conduct this election and cover all these people before the shutting down time? And before that, I had gone to Oka North, in Oka North and Oka South, and the same was the situation. Late arrival of materials at 10:33 p.m. None of them in Oka North and South have received, their electoral materials, nor had the INEC people, come. Aside Agolo in Anocha, so that the polling unit of the presidential candidate of Labour Party, Mr. Tito, where it was said that the INEC people and the materials arrived at about 8 p.m. and the first person was accredited and voted at about 8:46. And some other centers in Agolo, where the same started. Every other place I visited today, seemed to have the same problem. And I'm driving back to Okono, a center that has over 1,000 registered voters. And I would like to go back there and see what is going on, because as at 10:33, the materials have not arrived.
Okay, as at 10:33, materials have not arrived. It seems to be the running theme in parts of Oka that you've covered today, with INEC staff and materials arriving late. But overall, what has been the nature? Has it been calm? Have the electorates, the votes, have they been, law-abiding? Are they agitated? What exactly can you tell us?
I spoke with quite a number of them. The elderly and the youth, and they seem to be, I wouldn't say optimistic, they seem resolute that no matter what happens, they are ready to stay and see it off. According to them, they actually want to vote, and it's unfortunate that this election is coming from INEC. Again, what I observed is that I recall that INEC had said that a greater percentage of the number of registered voters were youth at the time they displayed the voter register. But it's quite unfortunate that most of the places I visited, the turnout was more from the elderly. The youth were quite small compared to what INEC had said, during the display. And I still observe the issue of vote buying.
Vote buying?
Vote buying, yes. Champion, especially by the youth. And to me, it's quite worrisome. The same youth that are agitating for a change are the ones turning up in their numbers at the polling units. Also the ones selling votes. As a matter of fact, one of the centers at Nanka, a lady was shouting and placing calls on the youth for,
collecting money.
For paying people. They are transferring money to people. Some transferred 2009. And if you now vote, they will now credit you with another 1,000 to make it 5. It's as bad as that. So it was something I observed, although still in some of the polling units. So it's still a worrisome trend.
Very worrisome trend. Kenechiko, thank you very much once again. It's good to have our man Kenechiko speaking to us from Oka. Kenechiko, don't worry. Often Salah is on the way. We'll make sure that you are well taken care of at the end of the elections.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Wow. So that's the very first, very clear report from our field of reporters today of vote buying. Carl,
did I hear him say 2-9?
2-9.
Then they'll not send you the balance.
You saw my mouth jaw. my jaw dropped. 2-9.
And they now send you the balance later when you have completed the process. Well, during the course of our reports today, we've not actually heard.
Yeah.
I saw some places, this one verified reports of someone who was actually attacked for trying to do so that's induced some level of vote buying in Edo State.
Mm-hmm.
I saw something like that. Supposedly, we're thinking this is different. We're thinking maybe perhaps people have learned the lesson. Every election, we keep on preaching, there should be no, do not sell your votes.
Yeah.
We preach that every election. But we're thinking this election, better than any other, this is where people would have understood this and know that maybe time to take your life. So the disappointment, he said, was that it was even youth.
Yeah, the youth.
People who should understand better. Maybe that's the idea. That it's your future we're talking about. He mentioned the lady, or rather an old woman
who was
now raining curses on them and all. Well, if they are not bothered about their future, should it be the old lady who is bothered about their own future?
Well, maybe they are not bothered about their future, but I'm sure the old lady has, grandchildren who, because, I think that was one of the biggest mistakes Nigerians and indeed a lot of people all around the world who did not take their elections seriously. They kept, it's not really our business because maybe they were cocooned, maybe in the wealth of their family or maybe the businesses or their career paths that maybe afforded them some type of lifestyle. And, someone once made mention, you might be safe, but your daughter, your son is going to likely date, meet, interact, do business, or even have a big fight or argument with these other people that you are not championing their cause.
I cannot remember, when people quote philosophy. Well, I think, I don't remember who actually said this, but the greatest punishment will be to be governed by people who are incompetent, so people who are, who will make your life useless. So if you are a serious person, if you believe you're wise enough, you better participate in the process in order to take your future in charge so that you basically prepare for your future. That's what you do. You just said maybe they will marry or maybe they will interact. No, see, even you yourself, if you think you are cocooned, after all, perhaps my lifestyle or maybe what I'm doing at the moment, my source of livelihood keeps me at least above the level of these other people. Look, eventually, if you have people who are not smart enough, if you have incompetent people who are the ones in charge, you may even lose your source of livelihood. Or your source of livelihood may not be able to tide you by. Or like when some of our lecturers will say, my take-home pay cannot take me home. It will get to a point in time where your take-home pay cannot take you home if you leave the business of ruling and politics to the people who are incompetent. So you see, no matter how you say it's not my business, look, it will affect you somehow. If you allow the fire to burn, the roof of your neighbor to burn, eventually the winds will blow the embers onto your own roof.
Yes, very
true. So
true.
we all must get involved. So I think I can understand perhaps the old lady was totally disappointed with the youth and began raining curses on them.
All right. A quick update for you from the world of football, that is, with Leicester City taking on the Arsenal. It is still goalless in that encounter. West Ham playing host to Nottingham Forest, goalless in that encounter. And Everton also playing host Aston Villa, goalless in that encounter. But more details will come up your way. I don't have the details when Kosi and the rest of the gang will come through. But for now, we'll get back to WhatsApp 0809 030 6416. 0809 030 6416. There's a claim here, Carl. This is very interesting. Someone says, in my unit, someone sold their vote for 2,000 naira.
And how long will the 2,000 naira last? I don't know. We had an ad where that's one of all this campaign where they are selling for 5,000 naira, and the person broke it down. I think that was 4 naira.
4 naira a day for 4 years. How do you do that to yourself?
They do not know what they are doing to themselves. That's where the problem is. They do not know what they are doing. If you think that person is helping you, why don't the person get into power? He should not give you 2,000 naira. Vote somebody that will ensure that you make more than 2,000 naira a day or a year, or a month. Vote that person into power. People are always looking at immediacy. Jude, they will tell you that it's easy for you to talk, or easy for myself to talk. They'll say, apparently you are gainfully employed. You do not know the level of hunger that is out there. I understand the level of hunger that is out there, but if you understand it, you will know that you are increasing to the hunger, not even now.
Now, yeah.
So you see, you're hungry now, so you're taking the 2,000 naira. You are buying hunger for some years to come. You do not know. You are buying hunger for yourself for some years to come.
If we put it in context, for that person who took 2,000 naira to sell his vote, I do want to imagine or maybe hope, not that we are encouraging it, but like you did take the 2,000 naira and you did what your conscience told you to do. But if you didn't, remember, like I'll say, you're buying hunger, because no matter what you buy between now and Monday, you will be hungry.
And that person will not give you anything.
That person will not give you anything after that. You'll be hungry. It is still very difficult voting in Ngboba Town Hall, as the officials are complaining of the network issues on the device. And up to now, I cannot boast of 1,000 votes cast so far. May God help us. Ifeanyi from Ngboba. All right, thank you very much. That's in Ngboba here in River State. I keep sending your comments. We have Soibi Oruwari on the line. Soibi, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yes, Jude.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, at the moment I'm in Asari Toro local government area. Bukuma, precisely in ward. Which is this? Which ward is this? Ward 1 unit 15.
Okay.
I mean the Ward 1 unit 15 in Bukuma.
Has the counting begun in that area?
Yes, almost. In fact, in Bukuma, majority of the voting and attestation has concluded. Counting has concluded. They are taking their electoral material to the INEC center for onward. To drop all the electoral
materials, yes.
INEC office at the moment.
Okay, all right. So counting has begun. What's the vibe in that area? Are the people waiting? Are they observing?
It was peaceful. It is very peaceful. I can tell you, peaceful. But the same thing, this issue of voter apathy is also playing out at the moment. Voter apathy is playing out at the moment. It has also attributed the cash crunch to the turnout in some units. You will just hear a person turn out for a unit that has 155, some units 300, 55, 57, 55. So we spoke with the council chairman, we spoke with some stakeholders. Some of their complaint has been, we never anticipate that this electoral, the beavers will really
the beavers machines,
this type of thing to the people. So the voter apathy is widespread, if I may put it that way.
Okay, all right. The cash crunch is one of the issues that was raised last week. How as people were preparing for this. But so Ibi, okay. So you said accounting has begun. People are waiting to make sure that they are.
Yes. Almost all the places, all the units in Asariton, the concluded count. They've also submitted. I was there where one of the electoral officer is submitting the result.
Okay.
You have to snap the result. You have to take the beaver. You have to on or online to the center. And I witnessed the processes. It was she used offline. It's not because of network. She used offline. That while going out, the network will come up. But it's seamlessly possible for them to do it without any issues, as I witnessed in majority of the areas.
Okay, all right. Now, so there were reports earlier on of some people, inducing voters. The latest one we heard was somebody receiving 2,000 naira. I don't know if you've received any reports so far in your travels.
No, from where all the places are visited, all the wards are visited. I never see any area of inducement. I didn't see anybody giving money to voters. I didn't see anyone being given money to vote. I didn't see anyone.
Okay, all right. So, thank you very much.
I didn't see anybody giving money to vote.
Okay, all right. So, thank you very much. Great to have heard from you. Thank you for the update.
Thank you, Mr. Jude.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's Soibi. He's in Asalga. He's been going in Asalga getting feedback. Humphrey from Achiro Rumukalagbo says, I'm seeing videos of voter intimidation in Lagos and some parts of Port Harcourt. Can your agents confirm this? Well, we did speak to Emmanuel Onwuka earlier on, Carl, and he did say that there were some reports.
That's a Legushi area.
In the Legushi area. He said, in fact, he was one of the voters who got slapped, and the person didn't go because the person said, I must vote. But eventually the security agents, particularly the military, came there. Then all the quote hoodlums ran away, and the people were encouraged to continue to vote. But he says voting is very peaceful in his location. In fact, the police officers were jobless. Counting has ended, in fact, and it's asking me if we should give the results. Unfortunately, our good friend Humphrey from Rumukalagbo, you are not an electoral officer, so we cannot take whatever information that you will send to us as credible, but we do appreciate the gesture. We truly do.
The rule is only the electoral umpire will announce results. If the result is announced by the electoral umpire, media houses will re-echo it. That's as far as we'll go.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So moving on, 0809-030-6416, 0809-030-6416. It's our coverage this afternoon into the evening of the elections. All right, I'm going to read some of your messages coming through. More pictures are coming through. Some says that we're still voting because of the disturbances of the youth and beavers issues. Carl, it is almost 5 p.m.
It's almost 5 p.m. and I'm still also getting reports, even here in Port Harcourt, also too, about people perhaps not still being able to vote. And it may, like I said, some people may be frustrated and will not want to go home. It's almost 5 p.m. So if you haven't, the process was supposed to have ended, at about 2:30 officially, if we had kept to time, and maybe counting to take place, but that has not happened. I think there's a live briefing going on currently by the INEC boss. So, of course, like we did mention, sometime at about by 5 o'clock, we're going to have a news update. But by 6 o'clock, we'll also have a major news. So that to get feedback, because we do not yet know what will happen in those places where, of course, they arrive late and they have a massive turnout and they have not even attended to perhaps have that number. So we're waiting to see what the latest updates are so that we know what will happen. Because as it stands at the moment, from the reports we're getting coming in right here, left, right, and center, some people are still not happy.
Some people are definitely not happy. Yes, there is a live update right now. The INEC chairman is briefing the media. As Carl just alluded, we'll be getting updates later on after the 5 o'clock, during the 5 o'clock briefing, news update, and then major news. But in between that time, from that time on, from the 5 o'clock mark, like I told you earlier on, Kosi and the rest of the sporting crew will be coming through and be taking you all the way into the night. Lots of matches to be followed and to be discussed. INEC needs to tell us why the late arrival of materials in Rivers State and Bayelsa occurred. Today, I had to struggle to locate my unit. I begged them to help me in the next election for me to sit in the comfort of my house or anywhere and vote. Maybe through online platform. That's what I need. All right. I don't like excuses, so as to also avoid ballot snatching again. All right. Like Pajo Market area, there were gunshots. This is another report which scared people away, and the ballot box snatching, asking people to vote a certain party. That's Akpajo area. I do believe that we did get a similar report at some point for that area in particular, Akpajo.
Yeah, we had something, but we couldn't actually confirm that report. But we saw some, some amateur reports coming in concerning skirmishes in that particular area. Nigeria, but couldn't get any of our persons there to actually corroborate the story.
Okay, all right. Rume Kukwam, that's another very worrisome report. Okay, Rume Precom by Pepperoni Flyover, more than 500 people here to vote, but less than 30 had voted. This was just before 3 p.m. and the complaint was that the machines were not working. And I clearly remember, just as we wrap up, Carl, that INEC and indeed the Nigerian police force clearly stated that vigilante groups were excluded from this election, for taking any role in this election.
Now, even if it was not stated, official security agencies as recognized by law, it should be the police, and maybe perhaps if it was even the
paramilitary, the military,
NSCDC,
NSCDC, yes,
vigilante groups would have partisan affiliation, of course, should not be part of the electoral process.
Okay, once again, you should go online, go to INEC, and if there are reports that you need to make, please do make them as well. Obviously, you have to have proof. There has to be evidence of sorts. All right, so once again, 0809-030-6416, 0809-030-6416. Counting has begun in several centers across the country. We're getting reports from Lagos, we're getting reports from Edo State, we're getting reports from the FCT. Obviously, we also let you know that the INEC chairman, talking about Mahmoud Yakub, right now is giving a press briefing. You will get the important details from that briefing shortly, and at the top of the hour, 6 p.m. during the major news bulletin. So, Carl, we have just about 3 minutes. What's your take so far? Last election, 4 years ago, you and I were here. It seems as though we're trying to, as it were, put up a fire. Almost every time we picked up a call, there's a ballot this year. We had this there. This that was there. We had gunshot. What would you think? How would you rate this election as compared to 2019?
Well, in terms of, there'll be different aspects. In terms of turnout, apparently more people have turned out for this election than they did for the last election. But I think this time around, as opposed to last time, the issue of late arrival of materials, as I think, is worse off now than it was last time. And as a result of that late arrival of materials, apparently the process could not be completed, or the process has lasted or stretched longer than it should have. So different aspects to compare, but I wait for INEC to actually give the results. Not in the results aspect, the results of the elections per se. I would like to see the stats for this particular election.
The process itself.
Yes, or the process itself. How many people turned out of the 90-something million voters? How many votes were counted? How many votes were void? That's to show you how much people were educated concerning the voting process. I would like to see all that. So, yes, the results will be one thing. Nigeria looks forward to hearing the announcement of the results. But I would like to hear also, the stats that follow this particular election.
Yeah, would definitely love to get to hear the stats. And to you who have been following us all through the morning until the afternoon shift, send us your details, send us your pictures. We are inundated right now. It's been absolutely fantastic. Do bear with us, obviously, so that we can manage the traffic. We've had to stick with our WhatsApp number, and I would like to appreciate those of you who have been able to send in your messages. All right, so the first part is done. Part 1 done. Presidential and senatorial elections and House of Rep done. Part 2 will be the very intimate one for all the regions. The governors are on the line. Their parties are on the line. A few of them will be returning, but majority of them will be making way for fresh faces. So we'll be talking all about that from next week. We'll be looking at the pros of one person or the other. We'll do our best to be as impartial, getting you primed and ready. As always, this is 92.3 Nigeria Info. My name is Jude Omamigbe, and Carl Orakwe has been there doing this with me. Carl, thank you very much.
It's been my pleasure, Jude.
Are you up to date with ideas for sustainable development?
92.3 Nigeria Info.